Teruvan Saranai, my dear Tamil friends. Uh, so you are listening to you have been listening to a good uh, Dhamma discussion that occurred in between two of our Buddothpado followers. So what they said was what they wanted to highlight in that particular discussion is the beauty of this Dhamma. So Dr. Kokila was saying how much you try to explain this beauty, so that beauty would never end. So, that much this Dhamma is beautiful, and also what they really emphasize is the fact that there should be certain kind of a curious mind to explore and see what this Dhamma is. So Lord Buddha also said the same thing. There should be 5 things with you in order to understand this Dhamma. What are these things? In Pali terms, Lord Buddha said, Chanda, Chitta, Virya, Vimatsa. So there should be certain 5 things there within you in order to see this Dhamma, in order to understand this Dhamma. So what does it mean by Chanda? Chanda means some kind of a inquisitive mind. So you have to have certain kind of a inquisitive mind to make this inquiry and see. And also that curious mind would lead you towards the state of understanding. So uh, what are the factors that brings about bring about this kind of uh, curiosity? What are the factors that would helpful to bring about certain kind of this curious mind? Whenever there is some kind of a disappointment, whenever there is some kind of a disagreement, so certain people might be starting to think, why this happens to me, why especially it happened to me. So so would there be any kind of a reason for that? So why do I suffer that much? What don't the other people suffer with that particular things? So so maybe very recent in the recent past we had to face, as Sri Lankans, we had to face a certain natural disaster. So that is a Ditwa storm. So certain huge number of people got affected, and they lost their loved ones, they lost their uh, homes, they lost their properties, they lost their belongings, and some people lost everything except their lives. So they might be starting thinking why these things happen to them, why this nature did choose myself for this. So likewise, certain things, certain kind of uh, issues, certain kind of uh, factors would lead us to think, what is this, what sort of a life that we are living? And that those kind of things would lead us to rethink who we are. What is the purpose of being born like as a human? Who we are? What sort of a world we are living in? And certain kind of curious things. So that would those things would lead us to think, or that those kind of things would um lead us to think who we are. What is the purpose of being here? So that will bring about a certain kind of a curious mind to explore and see what the truth is. So same kind of scenarios can be taken from the Buddha's era as well. So there was a lady who is known as Patachara. So as she lost his loved ones very uh, short a period of time, so ultimately what she did was with the dead body in her arms, she of her own child, he uh, kept on running here and there, asking uh, to get the child's life back. So he went even without clothes in his. So he went. She lost his mind. So she she became so crazy. She became so bewild. She fallen. She got bewildered, and with the dead body in her hand, he started running here and there, asking for help to get the life back of her own child. So people tend to tease her. People started to blame her. People were saying what a crazy lady she was, and they uh, try to tried to um, chase away this innocent lady. But due to some kind of a mm, merit that she had in her life, she turned towards the accidentally she turns towards to the Jetavana temple, the place where Lord Buddha was there. Then what Lord Buddha said, come dear little sister, I can help you. So I can bring back the lost life of your own child. So I can give the birth to a child again. So it was very soothing piece of words that she heard that time. But in order to do so, Lord Buddha gave certain kind of an activity to do. So she asked her to collect some amount of mustard from any house where their life has not been lost, where none of the family members have not died. So then s- he- what the only option she had was collecting some amount of mustard from any house where there had no death had taken place. So then she went one house from the another, into the another, asking whether someone had uh, was there any death has happened in those houses. So they went. She went asking mustard from house to house. Then what she realized is she couldn't find mustard from none of the places where not death had been occurred. So in each and every place, each and every house, she found somebody has passed away. So so then she realized this death is an inevitable thing. So after coming into the Jetwanarama back with the bare hand, then she realized it is a common thing to every human being. Death is inevitable. So at that point, her mind had a certain kind of a change. Earlier, he had a crazy kind of a mind. So she was uh, running here and there, asking someone to help to bring back the life of his own son. But that mind was a kind of a um, crazy mind. But now she has some kind of a peaceful and tranquil kind of mind. So now his mind is little the little bit unshakable. So that mind is able to grab whatever the truth would be preached by Lord Buddha then after. So that is the pre-preparation of the mind. So that particular experience gave her some kind of a curiosity, uh, generate, give, could generate certain curiosity within her mind. That curious mind could grab the truth. So that sort of a thing has to be there within you, has to be grown within you prior to understand this truth. So the curiosity or the inquisitive mind should is an essential component in order to understand this dhamma. The second one is chitta. Chitta means the intention. There should be a certain kind of an intention. So anyhow, at any means, I'm going to understand this dhamma. So there should be a certain will that is known as the chitta. And the third one is the virya. Virya means um, uh, the effort. You should put some effort to understand. Otherwise, this truth will be missed. First one is the curious mind. Second one is the intention or the will. The third one is the effort. Effort has to be put. So if you don't put any kind of effort to understand this truth, you will miss it. You will miss it. Definitely, you will miss it because this effort should be there. And the fourth one is the vimamsa. Vimansa, in the sense, it is the mm, uh, inquisitive mind. So you have to have um, such a um, ex- exploratory mind to understand this. You have to think, start thinking logically. You have to do your start your own research to do. You have to begin the own inquiry, so own investigation. So that is known as the vimansa. You have to uh, explore and see by yourself. So those four qualities should be there within you, or those four qualities should be established within you in order to understand this Dhamma. These are the four prerequisites to understand this Dhamma. Chanda, Chitta, Virya, Vimansa. These things are well stated by Lord Buddha. So I, I think most of the people who are hearing these things, this Dhamma, especially the Buddothpado sermons, they have all these four qualities. That's why they are hearing these things. That's why they keep on listening to this Dhamma, because they have certain kind of a curious mind to get to know what the reality is. They have certain curious mind. Otherwise, they don't keep on listening this Dhamma. Just because you are having this kind of a curious mind, so you are keep on listening to these Buddhopada sermons. Otherwise, you turn it off this YouTube or the Zoom discussion. Then you tune into another kind of discussions. As you keep on listening this Buddhopada sermon, that implicitly means that you have fulfilled the first part. You have the chanda. Chanda is there because you need to know what the truth is. It is there with you. And also, if you keep on listening to this Dhamma again and again, that means you also have the will. The Chitta is also there with you. So, two out of four things have already been fulfilled by you by now. Per se, that uh, either you are listening, per se, it means that you have fulfilled two initial factors. You have the curious mind, and as well as you have the will to see the truth. And the third one is the most, for the most of the followers, thing that doesn't have. What is this? This effort, virya. So you have to exert some effort to see the truth. So what is this effort? What does this effort means? Effort is not the effort to listen this Dhamma. You have to listen this Dhamma, that is okay. That's why you are that is brought about from the curiosity. So because you are curious of knowing this truth. So you keep on listening, right? And you, at the same time, you have the will. It proves that you have the will to get to know this, what the Dhamma is. Then, but the most of the people, the third one is the most, the thing that most of the people are lacking. That is the effort. As they keep on listening, they try to keep on listening again and again and again. That won't change, that won't help. That is not sufficient for them to understand this Dhamma. Just because there is a certain part left for you to do on behalf of making it to understand. That means you have to exert some kind of a effort to understand it. So how you understand? Fourth one comes next, by doing this noble research. So there should be some kind of a effort or some kind of a exercise that you should perform by yourself to see the truth. That effort is to do this noble research, the noble inquiry, the investigation. So, what sort of investigation that you should do is known as the Arya Parishane, the research of the nobles. So, through the Buddothpado sermons, it will brief you. You can get a certain idea of what the truth is. But even though you keep on listening these things, you take them all these as certain set of information. Just collecting data into your mind or into your head is not sufficient for the realization. In order to realize this information, you have certain thing that you should do by yourself. That is the noble research. So data will fill up your mind. So it again turns into some kind of a knowledge. The knowledge is not sufficient about this truth. So you know there is no self here, but it is just for your knowledge. It is a certain piece of information, no self. That is the message that has been given by Lord Buddha. You know it now, but you don't feel it because you didn't realize it yet. To in order to realize, get that fact realized, you have to perform your own research and see, own experiment and see whether the piece of information that I heard is true or not. So that that is the fourth part. That is called the Vimansa. That is known as Vimansa in Pali, the noble research. So how you perform the research? First, you have to know what to do. The research question should be there. So, what is the research question here? To see whether absolutely there is soul or not, there is self or not. Lord Buddha challenged. Lord Buddha came up with a new concept. to see whether there is absolutely self or not. That concept is none other than the dependent origination Dhamma, cause and effect Dhamma. The, through this concept, Lord Buddha revealed the way how you should perform this noble research. So it is a clear set of guidelines. It comprised of clear set of guidelines to perform this noble research. So where you should begin and what would be the methodology and what would be the results and how you could interpret those results and what should be your conclusion. And all these things can be uh, subjected to experiment and see whether these things are correct or not. So from that way only that you could realize what Lord Buddha's message, that Lord Buddha's message is correct or not. So then of course it would be self-convincing to you. That is the so-called self-realization. So the ultimate results would be realization of the non-soul state. So the realization of the state of Nisato Nijivo Sunyo. That means there is no such a thing called living being within us. There is no such a live, alive feel within us. That would be the ultimate end result. So even though we tell like this, you don't still feel it as a true thing because you are coming from the conventional world. So you have been feeling that a self within you up to now. But for the knowledge, you know now there should be a self here. But it has not been proven yet to you because you haven't yet experienced the non-soul state within you. In order to feel that particular non-soul feeling, you have to and you must conduct this noble research and see whether there is any kind of a non-soul feeling as well. So you can't imagine that state with your mind. If you power up your mind, so it will always create a self. So if you try to think from your mind with the thoughts, it will it always energize or forcibly create a self. So with the mind, you won't be able to feel a non-soul state. So once you get liberated from the mind only, you would be able to feel the non-soul state. It is a certain kind of a feel, like when you taste a granule of salt, you feel the salt taste of the salt, but you can't express it. So likewise, the same kind of a feeling would be there when you start to feel this non-soul state. So you have been feeling a life feeling from the beginning during your lifetime. But what Lord Buddha said is there is certain feeling of non-soul state as well. But unfortunately, as you are in the mind, so you don't have any means of feeling the absolute feeling of non-soul state. But when once you get liberated from your mind, you will be automatically start to feel the non-soul state. It is not done by intentionally. It will happen automatically. So as you understand this Dhamma, as you the more you realize this Dhamma, you will get closer and closer to this realization. So that means you will be you will be starting to feel this non-soul state little by little, gradually. So ultimate is the fully state of feeling of the non-soul state, non-soul feeling. So that feeling cannot be explained from a thought, because if you try to explain in with using thoughts, so it will again build up your mind. So mind again distract the feeling of the soul. So the liberation of the mind should be permanent in order to feel this pure non-soul feeling. So that doesn't mean that you have to keep your mind suppressed in order to see this non-soul state. No, that is wrong. That is the ordinary practice that most of the people tend to do these days. So what they do, trying to do is they try to keep their mind suppressed. So they try to keep their thought suppressed and not allowing the thoughts to come within the mind. So, so that's why they are try to focus, try to concentrate on one single thought, like doing when they doing the anapana sati meditation. So in the anapana sati meditation or the nilakasina meditation, they keep on concentrating on one thought. So that thought will be prominent. So the rest of the other thoughts will suppressed. So that means your mind goes hidden. So that is not the way of achieving this non-stall state, non-stall experience. Only way of achieving the state of achieving the state of non-soul feel is only by comprehending the formation of the mind. So once you understand the fully jargon of forming the mind, then of course the mind can't make you feel the uh, soul again, because you know it is kind of a false perception. So mind always, so once you realize the way of forming the mind, you get a certain realization that it is kind of a false thing. It is kind of an impermanence thing. And you will tend to feel there is no such a absolute thing that taken out as real with the mind. So whatever the thought that contributes to create the mind, is a false kind of perception. So each and every thought is a false kind of a perception. So that kind of a realization would uh, be uh, realized by you. So that means, see, in simple terms, you will understand that you have been in a huge illusion that was made with the help of the mind. So you have been got lost during entire your lifetime in a illusion that was created from your mind. So that is known as a kind of a mental twist. So you have been tricked by your own mind. So mind wanted to give the things as real things, the perceptions as real perceptions, the uh, the feelings as real feelings. So once you see something, the perceptions that get created within your eye sensor makes you to feel as a real kind of a perception. That is the trick of your mind. So you have so once these all the perceptions get together to form a worldly perception, so that particular perceptions collectively try to twist you. So you keep on believing your, as long as you keep on believing your mind, so you won't be able to get away from this particular false feelings as well. So you were feeling this chair is as a real thing because you felt it from the hardness was felt through your skin sensor. The eye sensor captured the color and the shape, and all these things got together to form a real kind of object which is there in front of you. So as it kept on coming again and again, the particular set of perceptions kept on coming again and again, made you to feel that these objects as are real things. So from that moment onwards, you believe that these things are real, but you didn't know these perceptions are being created within your own mind. So these things are just only the electrical sparks. So nothing can be taken as real in it. So we are mentally assigning some kind of concepts, or we are embedding some kind of certain kind of mm, names to each and every objects, and we are starting to deal with those perceptions as real kind of perceptions. So all things are done by your mind. All things have been done by your mind. So mind is the mm, um, magician. So mind made these objects as real things for you. So you could, as you didn't know the truth in it, so you kept on believing on these things. So that is the way how your illusion became a real kind of a thing for you, and you have been living in that particular illusion for such a long period. Now, unfortunately, as you didn't know the truth, you got trapped in that particular illusion, and that illusion made you put you into trouble, and that illusion brought you a birth for you. So you from that day onwards, you got to know that you have been born in this world, and same kind of a feeling, a thought will again came to your mind that some other day you have to leave this world as well, that your life would be ended by the death, and you invariably the fear of death also started developing within your mind as a thought. So as the thought of death came into your mind, along with it the fear of death also start to establish within your mind. Each and every person, each and every animal in this world is suffering from that fear. So all these living beings are very afraid of their death. Why these things happen? Just because they didn't know the truth. They don't know the truth. As they do, most of the people don't know the truth. They still suffer. But Lord Buddha came into the world and gave this never heard before Dhamma. That was the statement of Nisato Nijjivo Sunyo. There is no such a living being within you. If there is no such a living being within us, have we born in this world? No. So, in the absence of a birth, would there be a death for us? No. So, who is going to die if there is no living being here? So, that is the way how you become, or how you can overcome your death. So, that will bring about a huge relief to you. That will bring about a huge relief for you. So, as you hear this Dhamma, at least for the knowledge, now you know there you are not going to die. Why you are not going to die? Because you have not born in this world. So then you will ask, then who am I? You are no one. There is no such a person as you. So in order to understand that thing, you have to do your own experiment and see absolutely whether there is you, a person called you within you. So as the result of this experiment, you will find the statement that was revealed by Lord Buddha is correct. So I think that is enough for the day. So we can talk further tomorrow as well. Until then, keep listening this Dhamma. It is you are hearing the most beautiful Dhamma in this world. that you are hearing these days. So you are one of the luckiest among the one of the luckiest people in the world. That's why you are hearing this Dhamma. So you have already fulfilled two things. By now you have the curious mind. That's why you keep on listening. So you have the will to learn this truth. So it is also there with you. Only thing what you have to develop is the courage or the uh, mm, or the willingness to do the normal research to see whether this is true or not. So hoping to catch you tomorrow as well. Goodbye and take care. Good night. May Triple Doom bless you all.
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Thiruvan Saranai. Shani will not be able to join today also, I think.
Yeah, we can continue discussing. Do you have the next part of that bit, or shall we keep it to
I have
Shani? And
yeah, Dr. Kokila, we
which
can
one?
keep it to him. That is, I think, page 17. She has read up to page 17. And yes, we have to discuss from page 18. We can even go ahead without that. She will join after this program at Dombukota, I believe.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so we can start the discussion. We worship our Advancy as usual, and may Triple Jim bless you all. If someone can actually bring up like a fraction, like whatever the fraction that we can speak about, then we can build up a discussion on that.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, in the next page, what is mentioned basically is that the creations, projections of the five sensory organs are a natural phenomenon. So that is what we have been discussing, I mean, every day. So can we discuss based on that?
Yeah.
And Dr. Kokila, I have to request from you that you did a beautiful explanation regarding consciousness and five aggregates yesterday when somebody questioned. So if you can explain further about that, it would also be very useful to clear our doubts about that consciousness and how Lord Buddha talks about non-vibrational.
Yeah, it's difficult to like I mean to talk about that spontaneously, but Dr. Sakuntala, do you have a question or something so that we can start the discussion? I think Surangika had something yesterday, but she hasn't joined yet. I think if we are talking about the consciousness, there's nothing much to talk about the consciousness. It's a basic function where you feel it as a thing. And that is mainly because of the ignorance that we kind of feel it in different way. But once the main thing to understand here is, I think I don't know whether it came out yesterday, the understanding of one stimuli. If it is chair, actually all these three layers, if it is chair sound, like we discussed yesterday, the chair sound. Actually, we discussed it with the milk toffee thing. The chair sound has a sound ear consciousness as well as the mind consciousness. that's where we struggle a bit anyway, how these things work, because we can't separate. Once made, it's a share, can't really separate. But then in the kind of to feel the non-vibration or absence of vibration, in that sense, better sense is absence of vibration. Someone has to actually get the a specific vibration, specific stimuli where the mind consciousness is not a thing. That is where the struggle is, to feel this and also feel the basic consciousnesses, and to know that it is just the rapid vibration of the sensory organ only. So the practice, actually, what Aranansi has brought about is just a reversal of the experience, and the best way to actually bring about no self-experience, but no one will actually feel it if they have deficiencies in, like, pitfalls in understanding about the truth. So yeah, you can add on and we can build up the discussion. Yes, anything to add to this?
No, I only have questions, Dr. Kokila. So now when you say actually we have to go back or reversal journey, because we have by now created a very thick world due to ignorance. So basically now we know through
The
this
difficulty is actually
yeah,
understanding even these words we talk, or these
yes,
thoughts are
yes,
not true. That's the
yes.
difficult part, because we
Mm.
get carried away by our own thoughts, and when we get carried away, we get to know that the chair, there's no chair. Even the thought of chair is not real, and everyone says yes, that then that yes also has that meaning, same meaning. That is where people can struggle, but then with practice, it's all come to more into our it becomes a practice to know that every thought is the same. Every thought, even if we say yes, this beautiful Dhamma, it's the same thing. That is the areas, the most important areas that we struggle, because as soon as we say something, we feel as like, yeah, that's true. But no, actually, none of these things are true, and we have talked about this a lot. And if you even not tell anything, you turn around, everything will be leaving a mark. That is your mind consciousness, even though there's no valley. So you know what happened, and that kind of thing. And none of these things are true. In that sense, one particular moment you will be able to actually get into the level of the vibration or the change. And if we have practiced so hard about that, it is only because in the taint level or the feel level, you can't do anything. You can't think again. If you think again, it's just thinking again. This was highlighted even yesterday. I think Karan once tried to talk about this even yesterday. It wasn't a full, it didn't go far because there was no much questions, but he tried. I don't know whether it's this morning. I can't remember now. Actually, it may be even this morning. He tried to tell this again and again. He keeps telling this, that if you are in the mind, there's no chance that you can feel. They don't overlap. They don't overlap. It's either the feel or either the mind. But the problem is sometimes you feel and then you think, and the feel is again becomes useless because you're thinking about it. So
And Dr. Kokila, it's very difficult to differentiate the feel and the mind. I
you
heard
don't have
once
to. You don't have to. The one who tries to do these things is the self. So that's where the problem is.
Yes.
Letting go has a problem because people don't know how to let go, because they are scared to let go, because they want to do something, they want to understand something, they want to do something and keep doing this, and then it is again the self which tries to do something. So there's pitfalls everywhere where you can actually, if you try to do something, yes, you have to understand, and yeah, it is the mind, because you can't try anything without getting something true. So if you want to, like, imagine the word you said, this is just for an example I'm telling, because you might be telling these things for the sake of the discussion. So when we say it is so difficult to differentiate.
Differentiate, yes, actually.
That's again the same thing, because then there is something to differentiate. What is there to differentiate? That's where the actual value of Dhamma when it comes to this level is massive, because it's all the thoughts, not just one part of thoughts. Because if you are to get rid of you, you can't just keep one part of the thoughts and just keep praying that the you will go. You can't do that. So if you are to leave you, all the thoughts can't leave like a trace. I mean, should not be a thing. So if there is something for you to compare, yes, definitely there must be something interesting there to compare. If you want to compare something, isn't it?
Yes, there is the person and there is the thing to be compared. That's what you have been trying to like convince from the very first example that I gave that day too also, but still I can't get it somehow. I am actually, that's why trying my best to kind of
No, I
come to
think you are
terms.
getting it.
Yeah.
I think you are just clouded by the secondary thoughts. Like you get it and then you forget it, like kind of like that, because that's the thought power. That's the I power. That's the war between me and the non-vibration. And if you have the actual understanding, you won't succumb to your self vibration. You won't succumb to that. So you keep understanding. Oh, the understanding can't come keeping you safe and then keep understanding that this is not there, this is not there, this is not there, this is not there. That's not the point. The you is actually the comparison. If you think there is a value in comparison, yeah, that is you. If you think there is value in nibbana, yes, that is you. And if you think there is a value in getting rid of taints, that is you. But the thing is, we can't comprehend this fully sometimes. But that's the importance of letting go and just take it easy. Those are the two words that we can't do. Basically, we don't know that. we are so full of energy. We want to do something and we want to take things seriously. We are waiting for that. Can you give me something serious? Yeah, you can have something serious.
Yes, you've done
Yeah.
that for
So
entire life. Yes, Dr. Kokila.
yeah, that is the life actually is this happening of these things. So we have a story, we have a thing to do. We get scared when there's nothing to do. We are actually lost, kind of, if there's no stimulus which which can actually bring up your self vibration. That's why we change from dal and some, in the morning, if you eat rice with dal, you can't eat rice with dal again noon, and you can't eat rice with dal again in the dinner, because this self vibration that needs some, it wants to kind of
Some change.
some in the sense, it's actually the change is the self vibration. Yeah. So it is just the manifestation of that which keeps going, because the life is this going feeling, because we feel like something is happening and I'm living, yesterday I lived there, I went to school or I went to work, today I'm home because I can't go, it's raining, tomorrow I might be able to go, because if it doesn't rain, so we kind of have a story. Don't misunderstand, the story can be there, but the actual doer, when we keep understanding this value, will not be there, and then the doer will not be there. So the story, it's just floating like another leaf fallen from the tree, has no meaning, has no power, it just falls. We have Dr. Sakuntala as well as Surangika has joined. So you all can add something to make this discussion a bit more interesting and, live.
Yes, Thiruvan Saranai. Actually, as you said, it's the thought everywhere. Thoughts are the ones everywhere. I mean, whether it is the thought as it is, or whether there is a word or an action. Everything has the thoughts in the base.
Yeah,
It
actually,
is.
when you said that, I just wanted to add this because it might not come again. When you say, that Arananse's example where he read a book, that we don't have to actually read the book, but we get the point, remember? We see a butterfly and a flower, we know like butterfly is going to the flower. Kind of we have that image. That's the mind world. That's actually the form world, because there's always the question about these things. We don't have to think about that. This how do I say this? So the Kamal Ambagas Satanagi, we don't have to really say that when we how do we say that in English? Okay, we are reading a novel, then we read Kamal is climbing a tree. Then we read it, we don't read it loudly. We just kind of see the sentence and don't you get the meaning? You get the meaning. You don't have to actually read it. Likewise, the door can be there, the old shoe can be there, the new shoe can be there, the train can be there, the accident can be there, everything can be there. Still, self-vibration or the self-perception is there too. This is the point I find it difficult to give across. I think it is our kind of problem of communication here, our inability to communicate it properly, but in the context that actually that sound didn't have a sound, that kind of thing, it is very beautiful if you can understand that the dream, even though we don't talk about it, we don't do any action, it is still there, kind of. But then when we understand that even that is not true, can you imagine how light you would feel? And if you actually do this in one stimuli to the point that you don't even get the mind consciousness part and directly feel the change or the direct feel, then you have to have the practice to understand that it is the function of the sensory organ only. That is where we turn. Actually, we are turning the cards. We play a card game and we are turning it. Actually, that's where the game is completely turned. The river is flowing upwards. The everything is changing. That particular point is because if that happens, then the feel of existence will not be there. Then you definitely know that feel of existence is a product. But now we can't. If you don't know that, we just feel it. That's the normal. But if we know something else, we know that it's a product of sensory organs. And chair is a product of sensory organ, but it has those two levels, but still it is a sensory organ. So when you read a book, even though you haven't uttered a word, you haven't uttered inside your brain, not the brain, the kind of inside, the radio that works, even if that is not happened, you still get a perception. And if you feel that as real, the self-perception is there. But if you actually go through that, it is the direct vision you get. If you are looking at a book, it's a direct light perception you might get. So it is very beautiful. We can only discuss in different ways, but sometimes it can be very complicated if we keep talking about that. So we go back to we keep going back and forth, we tell about this a little bit and then go back and forth, talk about the normal stuff, because it is very difficult to take this straight away. So our mind is not ready. But once the mind is ready, or kind of self vibration is low, it will happen, just happen. No one can plan it, no one can do it. If someone is trying to see some, compare and things like that, no, that's not there, because that's not no self vibration, no self perception, because that is self perception. If there's someone wanting that self perception, you should at least have that basic understanding that if someone wants something underneath, even subconsciously, it is the self-perception. In Sinhala language, we don't have this subconscious part, I think, that much, but in English, we can actually talk about it, because they talk about this, subconsciously needing something, subconsciously wanting something. And actually, the subconsciously what you want is to have the next one, have the next one, have the next one. If you can't even get what you want to have the self-perception going, because you are scared that the self-perception, if it is not there, there will be a calamity, there will be a problem. But if this non-self perception has happened at least once, you know that there's no problem. It's not a problem. We cling on to the self-perception because we think that is the normal. But we feel that we are clinging on to the son, daughter, you know, my brother, my sister, my family, my money, my lands. We feel like that. But actually what we are clinging to is the self-perception. That's from the self-view. I think maybe today morning Aranansa was trying to explain that how actually this extends, you know, once, I think we have discussed it too, like once the baby to the child level, once the child level after about 7 years of age, how the self-view is the perfect, strongest way. So now everything happens to you, everything happens here, everything is important to me, and the me is the boss, me is the Katanayaka. What do you mean? You know, what is the word for that? Like me is the what
The
do you
main
call
role
that?
or something? Can you
Yeah,
say
main
main
role.
role?
Yeah, main role. Because you don't know how to become another one. You are the main role. That happens after about, like, you know, in about 7 years of age, that has happened already. That's why the self-view is already there now. So this self-view is the most difficult thing to break. And that's why Sotapanna is the most difficult thing to happen, because the self-view is so strong, it clouds all the thoughts. It is clouded. All the thoughts are clouded by this one particular vibration. What is one particular vibration? When there is consciousness, there is a kind of a feel that it is a thing, and then it becomes, it is the vibration that actually vibrated or synchronized to the zygote. But what keeps on happening is it is going to get stronger and stronger, stronger and stronger. And once you become like a 20-year-old, even before that, you are fully into self-view. So the main character, that's the word, I think, main character.
Yes, I think, yes.
Yeah, the main character is here and everything is happening around. And that's the problem. And that's what is going to dissolve. You're going to become everything around. There's no self here. That's what is going to dissolve. The feel of self here. And this is so beautiful to even contemplate. The contemplate word is taken. So even to even think about this, you know, to even think about this, to think deeply about this, that is also beautiful. Let alone feeling it, experiencing it, even thinking about it is so beautiful, so that you feel so relaxed because you keep understanding whatever happens, this separation, this duality, this whatever that we feel, that the main character, like the center, the feel, that is wrong. And that's actually wasn't the case. But due to ignorance, that is the case. Yeah, someone can add on to that?
Yes, actually, this perception now, when we call, I mean, we can tell it in Sinhala, the Shabda Rupe Shabda Ne. So in other words, the sound perception doesn't have a real sound in it.
Yeah, that's a
And light
vibration.
perception, yes. Light perception doesn't have a real light in it. And in the same way, self-perception has no self in it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So all the perceptions does not have a real thing in it,
Nothing.
but Nothing, basically. Yes.
Yeah. Even the self vibration, you keep understanding that there's nothing
Mm.
like that.
Yes. So,
That's
in
what
other words,
we keep understanding.
yes. So, in other words, perception means some fast occurring vibrations which look like a perception, which looks like a
It's the
sound
manifestation.
perception,
That's the beauty of these sensory
manifestation. Yeah,
organs. Yeah. It's the
yes.
beauty of the sensory organs. But if you think about Opapathika, or I don't know what that word is, but the birds where there is
Yes.
no kind of big
Physical body. Or,
physical body,
yeah.
then we can't even talk about these things. But then still there is
Just a
a
vibration
vibration
there,
there.
isn't it?
Just there. So the consciousness is there. There is always, but that organism or whatever that the body that has that problem can't solve it. Only humans can understand this. That's the beauty of
Yes.
being humans. And that's the beauty of listening to Dhamma. And that's the beauty of actually feeling this for a moment. And that's all the beauties that Lord Buddha has explained. I don't know what he used the word. These are the human pratilabo. The word pratilabo. Isn't it the word pratilabo?
Yes, pratilabha. Yes, pratilabha means, can you say, you can't say an achievement, isn't it?
Yeah, all the words are biased. So, but
Nice.
yeah, kind of something which, yeah, in simple words, that's the beauty of being human, beauty of being able to listen to Dhamma, and beauty of being, beauty of having an experience of non-vibration. Those are the three things, I think. Is there more or just three? I can't remember.
You mean the types of birds?
No. Those are
No.
Lord Buddha's words. Manushya, can't remember the words. In Sinhala it is ධර්මය ඇසීම ප්‍රතිලාභයක්, මනුෂ්‍ය ජීවිතය ප්‍රතිලාභයක්,
Yes, being able to listen to the true Dhamma is one of the things. Being a human being is one of the things.
Those are the
And
things
then,
I was telling.
yeah.
And being able to experience this for a moment, the non-vibration is the other thing. Is there any more? That was the question I asked.
I think there is another one. There's another one. Yes. I don't exactly remember.
Yeah.
The Sudharma, Sudharma or Surangika, I don't know whether you
I think it is Pratirupa Desavasot, isn't it?
Even that Lord Buddha, the Aran Mahanse actually told that is the same
gives
thing.
A different meaning, isn't it?
Yeah,
it gives
he
a
gives
different, yeah.
Is to turn against the stream rather than go along with the stream, isn't it? That itself is so rare.
Yeah. And
actually what we heard was being born in a land where the Dhamma can be heard, but
we can understand,
gave a different. Yes,
we can understand that it can't be that simple, because even Brahmas can understand this Dhamma. So being born, or like this it's okay to give a broader, I think, idea for everything. Anyway, the most important factor is being able to feel this, but we have kind of everything, because we have the chance. The main thing is to practice. It is difficult because we are addicted to our mind, and we feel that the mind is our power. Actually, it's vice versa, because mind is the power, but at the same time, mind is the trick where we are tricked into this jnana maya. do you have a word for Vijnana Maya? It's a consciousness.
It's illusory consciousness, Dr. Kokila.
Illusory consciousness. So it is there everywhere in any consciousness. Whether it's a light, whether it's a sound, whether it's the tactile sensations, whether it's a nose, with the smell, whether it's the taste, whether it's the mind. But apart from this tactile stuff, and the feel stuff, every other thing has mind consciousness directly related to that. But the skin and stuff, the fluidity, the solidity and stuff, they don't necessarily need mind consciousness for manifestation. That's why it is easy for you to get these experiences with the walking meditation. But it doesn't necessarily mean you need only. No, that's not the point. Anything else? I don't know whether we are deviating, but we don't have a book today, so we can talk freely.
So enlightening and insightful. When you mentioned main characters, at once I was like thinking, now in this family, now I have this, if we use words, now main character, so a self-vibration, and I have my own world. So there I am the main character. But we never ever thought the son or husband or my mother or other one has, the others had their own different worlds. We used to make decisions and do everything from our perspective, because we ignorantly thought everyone is thinking like me. It's the same world. So it's very interesting and enlightening, Dr. Kokila. That made me think of a simple activity we do in school also. I don't know whether it's relevant. If we take a simple story like Red Riding Hood, it is revealed to the world. The story is narrated from Red Riding Hood's perspective. So we get the children to narrate it from the wolf's perspective or granny's perspective. So that this, I don't know, when we understand this little by little, it can be applicable to any situation. And I think that is how the wisdom emerges, isn't it, naturally? Theruvan Saranai, and thank you so much. It's so beautiful. I mean, then and there, while listening, we like make some realizations. That's what I wanted to share. Thank you so much for these beautiful discussions.
Anyone else to add anything? Suranka, do you have anything to add?
Yesterday's question, I think, was just trying to ask you if you could explain about the fish example, because I know we talk about it a lot in the Sinhala Zoom, but for the benefit of our English listeners, I thought that example was actually quite good, because there are not many people who actually ask questions on the English Zoom. It's good to illustrate to them by giving some practical day-to-day examples, if you can.
Well, the best way I mean, there are several ways to tell this, but best way which comes now is the best way is to go back to, again, this, go back in the sense actually become the vibratory sense in the zygote, and how this, the vibrations got manifestations slowly, and the after the mind consciousness is formed, this new way of perception, kind of, it is like a dreamy, illusory kind of thing, where that the feel is not the way. No, it is the dream. Because if you turn up, you feel, you see the sky, and you if you turn around, you feel so many things. And that's what I was trying to say about the book, reading the book also, because you don't have to even name them. You still feel them as real. This has to be actually experienced. It's beautiful to know how this has happened. And then slowly this perception, because as soon as there is a perception, even the Tarzan has the perception of the savior monkey mom. So like that, there is so many which keeps coming up. Then now he knows trees. He doesn't have to be told. He doesn't even know that it's a tree. That's the beauty of it. He has a perception. But then when he gets to know all these things, the main character thing forms, the self-view. That is the main important thing, actually. The self-view is formed. The fish, actually, I usually use it. I mean, Aranwanse might tell some different explanation, because we can tell it in different ways. I usually use it to the thing that happened to that child in kindergarten, where the slowly, the mind started to form, in the sense thoughts started to form, and now there's meanings to what you see. There's always meanings to what you see. There was never a meaning before. Before it was just eye vibration, ear vibration, touch vibration, or tongue vibration, or nose vibration. But now there's a meaning to what you see. So that is from there onwards, this bubble of meanings. It's a bubble of meanings. So the child gets up in the morning, there's so much bubble of meanings. He's running around, he knows that it's the house. He doesn't have to be told or reminded, maybe in the beginning. But later, he knows he's going to the garden to play. He knows this is the brother, this is the sister, like that. So this meaningful, illusory world is the fish in the water we talk about. In the sense, when I describe that, that's what I'm trying to say. The fish in the water. The fish in the water has to jump up at least once to feel the vibratory nature of the feel. And that has nothing to do with ignorance. But if actually someone has heard Dhamma, and they understand that in that particular moment there's no self, if that has been planted, the no self Dhamma has been planted, that idea has been planted in this system, that particular moment will actually extend to the non-vibration. Because just extending it to the vibratory nature has just only one meaning. It has the meaning that yes, there is a vibratory nature, but that's again useless because vibratory nature is also the consciousness level, which gives you an idea that you're still there. But if you actually has heard Dhamma properly and you turn it around so much that it is only the one particular, whatever the sensory organ which started that thought, then you might go on to feel the non-self vibration or absence of self vibration. That was the one I was trying to say. I don't know whether it came out, Surangika, nicely, because these things never come up nicely sometimes. I don't know whether it's relatable. Because
Yeah, sometimes I suppose it depends also on the listener, isn't it?
yeah, and also the teller, because we may because what Lord Buddha explained, what Aryan Hanse explained, sometimes we might not get it fully, and we might get our own version of it. But finally, whatever happens, what is the importance is to feel the non-self vibration. But always we talk about this. You're thinking, because we talked about that it is a problem to us all the time. That's what I was trying to say. The meaning, even though there's no value, the meaning is all still in the water, still in that mind bubble. So if you have pierced that only in the sense that fish has come out of that, you might get that. This is just for a moment only, and feel the actual self vibration or the tense, because that is the start of this problem. But now we turn it so much that definitely it will end up in no absence of self vibration. To turn that, there's always need of this Dhamma. Yeah.
Yeah, Perun Dr. Kokila, once I remember it was mentioned that being on the fish and being the fish, there was a difference in that also.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to ask. But
yes,
my recollection of that was being
that context was different. That context was different again, because now, pardon me if you can't get this because of my inability to tell this properly, but inside the mind also, inside the mind bubble also, there is a kind of a possibility that we can think about these things and think about Dhamma. We get a stimuli and then think about Dhamma again, and we get another stimuli, we think about Dhamma again. But once we come to the understanding that's only the Montessori part in this Dhamma, that Savitaka Savichara, and then the next one, it will keep happening, but then you slowly understand that Savitaka Savichara, or keep thinking about Dhamma, is just the initial part. And there would be one point that you actually stop doing that, and in the sense it will stop on its own. Not you are stopping that because you are so sure about that. You might, it won't be necessary for you to keep about thinking about Dhamma anymore. And then it might come randomly. But at the end, what is important is what you feel without thinking. That's where the feel part coming out, because that's actually, when you talk about path, we have path and the result. The path and the result. So the path and the result is often where the result kind of thing is where it's happening without thinking at all. So, but to come to that stage, that is the problem. To come to that stage, we can tell, don't get onto the fish. We can tell, but I don't know whether it's practical way, because we don't know what fish is. We don't know what, we don't know what fish is until we actually feel the difference of these things. So that's where the initial pitfall is, not knowing, or in the sense not having an experience. So experience makes the way for you to actually automatically the system will stop thinking too much about it. Once you stop thinking too much about Dhamma, because the system is already aware about that, it's very easy for you to feel the vibration as well as the non-vibration. The system is fully aware, kind of, it's a super awareness though now. It's a kind of the super awareness. So that's what I'm saying. So that's the fruit, kind of the result of all these things. To have a kind of understanding whether this is the vibration or the non-vibration. But how can one know? That is where the initial experience importance is, isn't it? That's where Ananda Thero, Venerable Ananda knew whatever he has been trying to, he tried his best to keep watching thoughts and all this stuff, he tried his best because he had a hurry now. Tomorrow he has to become an Arahant. I think he's the only one that had this problem, I think, of forcefully becoming an Arahant just to participate into a Sanghayana. So, didn't he know all these things? He knew. But still he was trying to concentrate on that. So, but because he is already aware, if it happens, he knows it. If it doesn't happen also, he knows it. So the vibration he knows. He knows the non-vibration too. That's how he knows that he hasn't attained it, isn't it? So when you say about on the fish or the being the fish, I think it is told in different contexts. That's what I'm trying to say. So someone can tell that example in a different aspect and mean something else. But this fish thing, I think initially what has to happen is to understand that the super awareness will not come just by itself. Super awareness comes if that system is fully aware about the being the fish and not being the fish, isn't it? One has to have a slightest idea of that, being the fish or not being the fish, isn't it? What do you think, Suranka? Can you put a better version of it?
No, I think that was quite nicely put, Dr. Kokila. I mean, I suppose it's the way I was recollecting what the conversation in the Zoom discussion was. I think probably that's what Dr. Sakuntala was trying to say, that being the fish is the general Pruthakjana or lay person, where all the perceptions arising from the senses have become real to the extent that they are not even perceived as or thought of as perceptions, but real objects, meaning the external world is real and I am real and everything is tickety-boo kind of thing. So there's a world and I am here and I have my parents, my mother, father, house, everything. So they are living in this world and everything is true. So that whole external world and me or I or me living in it, everything is so I is the fish and the external world is the world around me. And I am very much part of that external world kind of scenario.
Kind of the main character.
Yes, and yes, I suppose. And then through the true Dhamma, just the first stage of it, understanding that the external world is not what we conceive it to be, and then liberating from that first stage of thinking the external world as a reality, is the fish who is now on, who is being on the fish. Meaning your external world is no longer a reality, but there is still the perception that is still true, or that one can't get out of. So that is why the on the fish kind of thing is, because you haven't really got rid of it. The external world, yes, but not from the perception, the form world. And I think the third stage was you have liberated, or, there is liberation. Not you have, there is liberation also from the mind, the form thing. And then, as Adivasi says, one is on the path, which is the feel experience. And at that stage, thoughts can come and everything happens as normal, but one can be on the riverbank observing these happening without actually being immersed in it and producing any kind of volition.
Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of shining
liberation. liberation from all birth, liberated from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath.
Wisdom of Asia, ever glow. Buddothpado. Dispelling darkness, breaking night,
Dispelling ignorance with light,
dispelling suffering as we rise. Compassion,
opening all eyes.
wisdom of Asia, steady flow. Buddothpado.
Truth of life and truth of mind,
Truth no time can leave behind.
truth of birth and death made clear,
The path of peace is always near. Wisdom of Asia, ever we go.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Thiruvan Saranai, Aryan Hansa. May I pay homage at your feet. Thiruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. One has to feel this Dhamma. Janato, Passato. In other words, who sees this Dhamma should feel it as well. One should feel when the soul is arising, when the soul is arising within. For this, we have to be true to ourselves, because our mind, it is cheating. It is cheating us always. So the mind could say, I can feel it now. But it could be the illusion of the mind. So the mind is like that. But this Dhamma, it penetrates the illusion, which means it actually sees through the illusion. You can say it goes beyond the illusion with wisdom. So it's just like catching the magician who is performing the magic. So one has to see through this illusion and catch the magician. It's actually a internal transformation which you feel it. So what do you have to feel? You feel that this world you see, you hear, smell, taste, or feel, or think is not real. It is a sense creation, an illusionary world. If you take a child just born, we call the radiant mind. Does he have a world? No, he does not have a world yet. But he also has eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body, isn't it? Though he could feel that something is there, still he can't identify it. So if you have small children, you can observe. So, but even he does not know about the world. The baby cries, baby smiles. So later he turns the head, moves the head around. He also moves the head around towards the sound. So he cries when he is not comfortable. He also feels the pain when the needle is pricked. He sucks the milk when hungry. So he can move the hands and legs. But what we have to know is all this happens automatically, isn't it? All the actions happen automatically. So the baby does not give any name to it. No names are attached. He does not know the parents, siblings, country which is he is born, grandparents, or whoever comes to visit him. He only knows to smile when he is comfortable. Most of the time, the baby is asleep, isn't it? And he cries when he is hungry or uncomfortable. So we can see a system is working. We are the ones who say the baby is smiling. He must be happy because he is not hungry now. Or the baby is crying because he is hungry or uncomfortable. But does the baby know it? No, he does not know it. We say it because we have seen babies do this previously, isn't it? So we know what to do when a baby cries. So it is very important to identify this radiant mind, because we also came from that end. So if we deeply contemplate on this and listen to our noble friend Buddothpado, our enhancer's explanations, we understand that this is a vibration of the zygote, the self vibration. And this is the story of a one vibration, which is just like a small current. So without this current, the system does not work. So this system It actually starts when the first breath, with the first breath the baby takes. So this first breath is very important because only with that the system starts to work. So if we talk about this first breath, a bit more about this first breath, it is often triggered by the sudden change of the temperature, light and the environment, because it is a new environment for the baby. So with the first breath, the baby's system, especially lungs, the circulatory system, starts to work. What I wanted to highlight here is that all these are happening naturally. It's a natural process. So what happens if the baby does not take the first breath? Then the doctors taps on the back, isn't it? So then the baby starts to cry. So then only the machine starts to work. But later, what happens? The baby starts to crawl, sits, stands, walk, and falls sometimes. And again he stands up and walks. So all this happens automatically, isn't it? The baby does not say, "Look, I am walking. I can sit now." So likewise, he does not say anything. He simply does the actions only. But we say, "Baby is walking now. Baby can sit now." Likewise. So what happens when the child starts to communicate? Obviously the parents will call him Baba. So he will call himself Baba as well. So automatically he also calls himself Baba. There is no self. There is no me or no soul. So he says, "Baba wants the toy," or else, "Baba wants the cup. Baba wants to drink," and pointing towards the toys and the cup. The things are slowly creating. He has the existent feeling. So when the parents say, "Baba, bring the cup," now he can identify the cup, isn't it? So likewise, slowly the objects are creating. So also, usually the mother, she shows herself and say, "Amma, Amma," say Amma. So the baby says the word Amma. So the mother is so happy because the baby has said Amma. But that also a natural process. Say you take the baby to the garden. Say the baby is about 7-8 months old, and show a crow and say "Kaka" or "Kaka" and repeats it So the next time, baby imitates that, the same sound, and say kak kak, isn't it? So likewise, the sounds are introduced. All these are perceptions. So then the child goes to the Montessori. More and more colors and sounds are introduced. Red, yellow, blue, green. So day by day, more and more objects are added. More and more colors and sounds are added. Now the baby can identify color pencil, pencil box, lunch box, desk, chair, teacher, friend, pictures, and so on, isn't it? And when the child goes to the garden and looks around, the teacher points out to a araliya tree and say, this is an araliya tree. The flower is called araliya. And the color of the flower is white. And she might pluck the flower and give it to the child's hand and say, feel the petals. It is soft. Smell it. It has a nice smell. Likewise, the image of the araliya tree is created in the child's world. So say the child has gone home, and when he closed the eyes, he get the image of the araliya flower, isn't it? The softness of the petals, the smell, the nice fragrance, a solid image of the araliya flower is there creating, isn't it? Ditta, Sutta, Mutta. So all the senses merge into make this image of the araliya flower. But we know the teacher only gave the sound of the araliya flower. If we analyze this further, say the teacher says the children to write about the mother. Say there are about 30 children in the class. So the children will think and write about their prospective mothers, isn't it? Each and every one of the children, they have their individual words created by the senses. Say the teacher says, write a poem about your pet. So again, the 30 children in the class, they will write accordingly to their mental image of the pet, isn't it? So some would write about a cat, a dog, a rabbit, a parrot. Likewise, they have different individual worlds. So likewise, imagine a classroom in China, Russia, Germany, Poland, or any other country in the world. Even though the senses are the same, they will have a different set of names. So if we take the cat, so in Sri Lanka we call the Pusa or Balala. but in Chinese, the cat is called meow. In Russian language, cat is called koshka. Likewise, they have given different sounds to the same animal. So what happens if a Sri Lankan child is taken to China, for example? He will talk and think in the Chinese language. So these all are perceptions. But there is no sound in a perception. But to understand this, we have to contemplate with wisdom, isn't it? Everything is a perception. So when we talk about the light perception, there are two. There is no light in the light perception. This perception becomes the consciousness, sanyamai vijnane. With the mind consciousness, one can identify the objects. Say, if you keep some gold near a baby, a radiant mind, will he identify it? Will he say, oh, this is gold and I should protect it, otherwise someone will take it, so I should hide it? He will never say that, isn't it? He doesn't know even what is it. Even an elephant comes there, the baby won't know about it. If you read about the story of Mowgli, it's a story. Mowgli, when he was a baby, he was lost in the jungle. And a wolf mother raised him with the baby wolves, gave him milk, gave him protection. So when he grew up, he thought he's one of the wolf family. And he became friends with a bear and a tiger as well. He's not scared of them because he was raised in the jungle. He also communicates with the animals. Though this is a story, we can get something out of it, isn't it? So likewise, the radiant mind baby, he does not know what is gold. He does not give any value to it. It is a perception. Imagine you are dreaming while you are sleeping. Your eyes are closed. So how do you see a dream? So those are perceptions, only vibrations. So the film you are watching when you are awake, it is just continuing. Or if we take another example, the baby who is crawling might keep his hand on fire because it is bright and he might burn the hand. But when he gets older, someone might tell that if you hold your hand to fire, you will burn yourself. So now the child, as soon as he sees a fire, he knows that he would get burned. it is also a perception. So in other words, perception is a vibration, a current. So another example, if there's a continuous lightning in the sky, it creates a light, isn't it? This is a vibration. This vibration gives a power. So likewise, in our eye, the same thing happens. So billions of vibrations happens speedily in the eye, just like the continuous lightning in the sky, creating various images. This is creation due to vibration. So if one is blind, the eye vibration won't happen, isn't it? So we say he can't see. Say a child is colorblind. How does that happen? It means that the child's eye does not vibrate to certain types of colors. So this we have to contemplate. Lord Buddha said, eye is your world, and the birth of your eye is your birth. But actually, we take the birth of the baby, it's from the mother. We take it as the birth of the baby, isn't it? But Lord Buddha says, birth of the eye is your birth. So which means, once you identify your thing, it is your birth. Yatha bhutang pajanati. It means, when one sees with wisdom how this creation happens, isn't it? So how does animals see the world? Animals have different sense faculties. For example, cats and dogs, they see blue and yellow shades. But red and green, they are colorblind. Whales and dolphins, they see shades in grey. So nocturnal animals, they often lack color receptors. They detect the light. If we take a rabbit, they see shadows of blue and green. So if we take a snake, they don't have a color vision. They have a special sensor to detect the heat. So likewise, it is very interesting, isn't it? The animal world is different, and they experience the world differently from the humans. But they also survive in the environment, isn't it? So all are vibrations. In other words, a telepathy system works. For example, when light waves resonate with the eye sensor, the eye begins to vibrate. So likewise, each sensory organ function by resonating with the corresponding form of the vibration. So likewise, the eye vibrates to light, ear vibrates to sound, tongue vibrates to taste. Nose vibrates to smell. The body feels touch and pain is through vibrations. And the mind processes all these vibration as a mental formation, mental image. But we have to know that all in one vibration. Ditta, Sutta, Mutta. So all the sensor vibrations merge and create the mind vibration. So this mind vibration is what we experience as the mind consciousness. So it is how the child's mind sensor is created. And with that, there is a duality. So which means the external world seems to exist, and the self who sees it also is created. So this existent field and the alive field, it's like two sides of a coin, which gives rise to attachments or disattachments. So example, the child could say, this pencil is mine. That's my mother. My father is at work. This money is mine. I hate you. Oh, I love you. Because we take this external world as real, isn't it? So the friends, houses, parents, siblings, teachers, computers, phones, anything, even a feeling, jealousy, hatred, everything is a creation. It is happening in the system. In other words, it is an illusion. It is the illusion. So this illusion gives rise to the defilements, desires, ill will, jealousy, and all that. What happens with that? It will ultimately leads to the suffering. So in other words, as long as the external world is real to you, you will have the suffering. It is inevitable. So this suffering could be due to a broken cup, to a loved one who died. For example, Patachara, Kisagotami, they took the outside world as real. So in that world, there's a husband, children, parents, houses, and everything. Also, there is a strong self or me who is suffering. What actually we wanted to highlight is that how much the outside world is real to you, the suffering is more. And the self is more powerful. But once you know how the world is created with senses, and once you know this is a stimulation world, you will also understand that there is actually no one called me either. No self, no soul. It is a system. So where is this me actually? Is it in the body or is it in the mind? So imagine this me is in the body. So can you prevent any sicknesses? Even a small headache, stomach ache, body ache, a knee pain, or heart attack, cancer? No, you can't. So imagine you are walking barefoot. So you prick a stone. You feel the pain. Can you stop it? No, you can't. Likewise, during the COVID time, we could see how the people died, isn't it? No one could stop it. There was no cure either. It didn't matter, or rich or poor, adults, children, which religion, from which culture, which country. Nothing mattered, isn't it? So where was this health? So it is a natural process. So definitely we can't find this me in the body. So if you have met with an accident, you might have to amputate your leg or the arm. So there is also no self there, isn't it? So what about the mind? Imagine we are trying to do some concentration meditation, focusing on breathing. So say you have gone for a retreat in another place, far from your home. Can you stop the thoughts coming? You might be sitting there, but the mind might be back at home, isn't it? So different questions will come to your mind. How are the children doing? Have they gone to school today? Did they eat? Did I lock the cupboard? What about the gas? Did I switch off the iron? And so on and so on. So, what about the meditation? So you might have these experiences. So here also you can see how much you try to avoid or skip the thoughts. It will come back again and again. Just like a rubber ball which comes out of the water once you take the hand out. Say somehow you are sitting there, but after some time you might feel a back pain or a knee pain, a leg pain, headache, or numbness of your feet. So again your thoughts go on wandering. You might even feel like changing position because your legs are numb. So is there a me anywhere? No, it is a system. But when you see something or hear, smell, feel, taste or think, you feel like you are there. So how can we find this invisible me? So this is the most difficult part in this path, isn't it? is there actually a soul, or is it also a creation? So we'll find out how this soul pops up. Say you observe Sil every poor day, and you sit in the same place. Imagine. So every month you sit in the same place. So one day when you go there, you see that another, say someone else is sitting there in your place. So what would you feel? You will feel irritated, isn't it? You will feel the anger is rising. It is burning inside. So you feel it within you. So that's the power. Like an electric current, you will feel it. It is the soul. So this me or the soul is this fire which was created. So this fire was created towards that particular stimuli, isn't it? So if we further contemplate on this creates due to a speed. Just like the way light and sound also a creation. So likewise, the senses creates the system. A system is functioning. So to eradicate the defilements, we have to go to the root of it, isn't it? So our noble friend Buddothpado explains the root or the foundation lies on the power of the zygote. That is the samsaric circle. So you can listen to more about this, how this zygote power is created in Buddothpado sermons. So our noble friend Buddothpado explains it wonderfully through super wisdom. So if we come back to the creation of thoughts, the thoughts are also created the same way like the gravity power, electricity power. So which means when there are two different endings, it generates power. So is the mind power is also created the same way. Two different entities creates power. So Lord Buddha in Majjhima Sutra has explained this, how this power is created. So the I is created due to this speedy vibration. Vibration is a power. Soul also a vibration power, a current. So as in the example, the senses work as usual, but if the stimulus becomes a thing, that is the soul. So for example, say we go on a trip, and later once we come back, if we tend to think again and again about it, So the repeated vibrations gains power, and that power is the soul. It is something you feel. So when we say we are living, the liveliness, it is this current we are talking about. So we have to contemplate on this. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse highlights that there is no past memory. But then how do we remember things? So say if somebody calls and say, I'll bring you some apples. So now we know how this apple was created. In the Montessori level, the teacher shows a picture of an apple and gives the sound. This is the apple, A for apple. And the mental image was created. And when somebody says now that I will bring some apples, the sound vibration, the color vibration merge to create the new vibration, which is the apple. So it telepathizes. So the illusion of the apple was created during childhood, isn't it? With colors and sounds. So now when we say apple, it is a sound to the ear, color to the eye, smell to the nose, taste to the tongue. If we touch it, it is hard. So apple is created by all these senses. All these sensor vibrations merge into one to create the mind sensor. So even today, that particular vibration telepathizes. So if we take the example of the tuning fork, when one vibrates, the other tuning fork also vibrates. Just like the thundering occurs in the sky, the windows start to vibrate. So likewise, now when we say apple, the same theory applies. So likewise, when the sound apple comes, the image of the apple also appears. Or the image of the apple comes, the sound of the apple appears. Due to the speedy vibration, we feel like it is existing. Just like the example of fireball. When a fireball is rotating speedily, we actually don't see a separate fireball, do we? But we see a circle. So likewise, the mind illusion is such, it creates different types of images. So due to this speed, we feel like it is one. So likewise, the sensor world is created with colors and sound. So it is a sensor created world, or a stimulation world we call it. All are vibrations. So more the vibrations, we feel sad sometimes, we feel happy, we feel tired, because each and every thought feels like a burden. So what do we do when we want some freedom? Sometimes we try to isolate, to be alone. But if you don't understand the thoughts, it will be always there. Because the thoughts is a current, the mind power. So this current gives you tiredness, the boredom, the irritation, the stress, depression. That is where your soul is. So our noble friend explains, sound perception has no sound. Color perceptions has no colors, because it is a vibration. So then why do we feel that the apple is actually there? It's because the power, the vibration power. So because we feel like the apple is existing, we want more and more apples, a better apple, or maybe a red apple, or apple juice, and so on. Say if we want to buy a dress, we usually choose, isn't it, the color, the brightness, the material, the print. So we choose until we are satisfied, isn't it? So likewise, all the six senses are the same. So say if we eat something, we want a better thing next time. Say we saw a film, so next time again we want to see it. Or we listen to another song, a new song, so we repeatedly want to listen to it. So likewise, the power is repeating. So what we have to understand here is, this is a system which happens automatically. So likewise, the soul is also created in this system. So once you know this is a system, and also know how it is created, we won't get caught to it, isn't it? We won't get caught to this illusion, because we know how the magic is created. So once you know the system, how the world is created by the six senses due to the speedy vibration, and when you see that there is nothing in a vibration, you will no longer get caught to this illusion, isn't it? So the one who sees through this illusion with wisdom, he is the one who is free from the mind. He no longer get caught in this illusion. He finds the tranquility. Antojata Bahijata, which means there is a knot outside and there is a knot inside as well. So who is going to untie these knots? The one who has gone through this path and seen through this illusion with wisdom will untie all these knots. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aranhansa, who has gone through this path, has untied all the knots and now showing us the way to untie the knots as well. So it is our effort which is needed. A noble friend can only show us the way. So we have to contemplate and try to understand this one vibration, one thought, which means how the thoughts are created, how the soul is created. Is there actually a soul there? So this is the story of a one vibration. So if we see the structure of one mango leaf, so then you don't have to see the structure of each and every mango leaf, isn't it? So likewise, we have to understand only one thought. So if we take the example of the apple, if the apple becomes a thing, then you are born in that thought. So our birth or death is in one thought. So if you feel the fire, if you feel the fire within in any stimulus which comes from any of the senses, then you are born in that thought, which means the power to the thought is there, and there your soul is. You are born in that thought. So if you are born in that thought, in that particular thought, there is a death as well. So even if you think of past, it is this moment thought. Even if you think of future, it is a thought in this particular moment. So we have only this present moment, isn't it? We have this present moment and we live in this present moment. And this present moment also not real. Then there's the solace. If any thought becomes real to you, that's where the soul is. That's where the defilements are, the vibration. So what we have to know is that thoughts naturally comes.
Now, may Triple Gem bless you all.
Dr. Kokila, I think Shani is busy probably, so there was no reading from the book. We can start on some topic which may be related to what we were discussing yesterday. Therwan Sarnai.
Yeah, we can do that. We always have something to discuss. I mean, this will never end.
Yes.
The discussion never ends because this is a vast kind of very subtle things we talk, which we sometimes take ages to even understand and then take ages for us to feel.
Yes.
Yeah, I think is it possible for you to like kind of bring up a point where we can build up on that?
Yes, okay, maybe something simple to start with.
Mm-hmm.
We were actually from the book, what we read was basically how the sensor function occurs and then how the sensors
combine to form the thoughts. And then when the thoughts are formed, the feel level, which is basically the sensor level in the small baby, is not becoming obvious. It gets kind of covered with the thoughts. So thereafter, it's a continuous stream of thoughts which are coming, and every possible thing, every possible stimulus, every stimulus is a thought. So whatever the activities done, or whatever the words used, or whatever the thoughts, everything is a thought at the end. Thought means it's kind of naming of the sensor function. In other words, a kind of description, or as I said, naming, which we call actually nama rupa. Those two, we use that word. That means the what was vibrated is given a name, and this naming is the result of resonance or synchronizing of a previous experience. So always, if there is an identification, say for example, to identify a picture vibrated in the eye as a coconut tree, there should have been a previous.
Actually, can I add that
Yes,
to
yes,
add
please.
something?
Yes.
So if we think about this, actually resonance happens in the field level too. So imagine like you know, the piano and the violin vibrating together. We can't really separate it from separate the new one from each other, but because as Lord Buddha said, the butter, the milk has turned into butter already now, but the sense, the you know, the vibration level has never vanished. It is there, and the vibration level only, that is the that is where this you know, the I don't know whether this will come out properly. I'll try to say. Now when we say milk toffee, the milk toffee has that, the picture, the photo of that, or the the mental picture we have about that, and it has that thickness, it has that kind of temperature. We don't feel like the piece of ice, because when we say ice cream, we kind of sense the cold, something cold. We don't know anything burning ice cream. We have never experienced anything like when you put ice cream into your mouth, it's not burning hot like a chip. But so what I'm trying to say is, when we say milk toffee, that particular stimuli, the vibration, the telepathization or synchronization happens in different ways. It depends on it depends on what sensory organ was vibrated. So your mother gives a call, or your sister gives a call and say, I made milk toffee today. Just imagine, it's just a story I'm trying to say. So someone gave you a call and said, I made milk toffees today. So it's just a sound. So it is the vibration of the ear which happened, basically, if you think about it. But, so the basic milk toffee started from a vibration of the ear. in this case, when someone gave a call. But
Yes.
in that particular moment, all the features, 8 features of that mental picture has come into place without our knowledge. I mean, there's no doer here. There's
Yes.
no doer here. There's nothing at all. It's just a phenomena or just a mechanism. What happens is, so the vibration of the ear brings, so that's the only synchronization that happened, only the sound part. But what it brings out is the whole milk toffee thing. So that is the beauty of how this mind is formed and how mind works, because it's not actually milk toffee is bringing milk toffee. That's not how it works. So we have to kind of understand how this happens. So now forget about the telephone call which told you about the I'm making milk toffee today. Just forget about that, because that was vibration of the ear. I think we talked about this last time. But when you walked into the kitchen, someone is making it, you didn't even see it. You just open the door and you get the smell of some smell. You get vibration of the nose. But then what is coming? It's a milk toffee. That's what actually this milk toffee there starts with the vibration of the nose. So what telepathization starts from the vibration of the nose. Actually, but it comes with the whole package now. It never comes alone. The butter, never comes with the milk though, because it's already butter now. So the whole butter comes like kind of, that's the example from Lord Buddha's time. So the vibration of the ear, but what came out was milk toffee. Vibration of the nose, what came out was the milk toffee. Vibration of the tongue, if someone actually tasted it, or your sister asks, oh, you're here, can you taste whether my milk toffee is good? And you're tasting it, and at that particular point, then you can compare also. You can say, oh, it's not good as mother's one, but yeah, it's okay, it's really good, something like that. So hold the comparison thing. So what else can happen? There are so many memories also, like
Yeah, just it can happen as a thought, isn't it? I mean, just you remember suddenly about milk toffee
yes,
and all the components are there in that. Yes.
yes, yeah. So that's how this happens, and this beautiful phenomena, how actually our kind of so-called life is full of this stuff. But the problem is, as soon as this happens, we feel that there is someone, because there's the it's already, due to the ignorance, we already feel as milk toffee is existing.
Yes.
This is very evident. I mean, we don't have any argument about this. We felt as milk toffee is existing, didn't we? We fight for that. We might throw it to the other person if we are playing with that. We might hide one to eat later. What else can we do? Oh yeah, we can eat about 10 of them and collapse. What else can we do? I don't know. You can offer them. We can do so many stuff. Or we can think about them, and you might think, oh, that friend's milk toffee is so good. I have to learn how to make it, So this scenario, how these sensory organs, vibrations bring about the whole film is the beauty. That's the beauty. But the problem is why it is suffering. Because there's the, the vibration of the ear, but what came out was milk toffee. So vibration of the nose, what came out was the milk toffee. Vibration of the tongue, if someone actually tasted it, or your sister asks, oh, you're here, can you taste whether my milk toffee is good? And you're tasting it, and at that particular point, then you can compare also. You can say, oh, it's not good as mother's one, but yeah, it's okay, it's really good. So is because that actually it is beauty, but the suffering is, what is the suffering part? Suffering part is that feeling that this is existing, or feeling that it is real, brings about the feeling of existence, a life feel into this place, like this system, whatever, wherever the experience is. That is the problem, nothing else actually, isn't it? I just wanted to add that. You can continue now.
Yes, yes. That and for that to happen, that spark should have created at some stage, isn't it? I mean, the milk toffee, the thought of
Yes,
milk
yeah,
toffee should have created at some point for that to be resonant to this moment, isn't it? I mean, for a
yeah,
person
but
who has never experienced milk toffee will not have a milk toffee as a thought at this moment.
yes, but that is this film,
Mm,
whatever
yes,
the this film we talk about, but the feel can into uh, extend more than that, and you might feel without even knowing anything. The feel can extend. That's not the topic here, but feel can extend. Like because we feel that feel is only milk toffee because we know milk toffee this time, but the feel actually can extend to stuff that we don't even know. Then it is not from this time.
yes.
Yeah. So but it's very important to understand that the sensory faculties are the beginning of the world we perceive, and that world we feel, or we see, or we hear, or we think, is actually a construct. So when it comes to the mental constructs, that is the milk toffee, mother, sister, everything is the mental constructs. But even um, before that, there can be, sensory constructs where, the light, the sound, yeah, that vibration it's the only thing is the vibration that system is aware. But when you say that system is aware, there's always that, even in subtle level, there's that duality. But when, if we have done the practice really good to understand that there's no milk toffee here, it's just a function of the sensory organ, there's a chance that in particular any one stimulus you might feel the non vibration. It's the absence of the duality, or absence of the uh, feel of existence. Yeah, anything else to add?
Uh, yes, actually now again talking about the milk toffee, the same thing. Now, as you said, when somebody gives a call and say that I have made milk toffee, so it was only the vibration of the ear, but the rest of the things actually all the other forms like the picture of it, that and maybe the smell of it and the taste of it and the texture, as you said, all are created in the mind, but actually those sensor faculties never function. Like the eye faculty didn't function, but there is a picture created, and the nose faculty, smell faculty didn't have any function, but there was, you can even feel the smell, and almost the taste is also there, like the tongue or the taste faculty didn't have anything to do, but you feel the taste, and sometimes even your mouth is wet with saliva about thinking about the taste, and also the texture. You didn't touch it, your skin never had anything to do with it at that moment, but you get a feeling of the texture, the hard texture. So it's actually a dream, isn't it? I mean, only the ear faculty functioned, and the rest of it is like seeing a dream. There was no vibration in those appropriate faculties, but those components were completed in the mind, like completing a jigsaw puzzle, the parts being completed and completing the picture of milk toffee in the mind. When it comes to the thought, now if you just suddenly remembered about milk toffee, 100%, all the other faculties, there was no function or no vibration in the other faculties, but all the components were completed. And this is exactly what we experience in the dreams, because dreams also, we hear the things, we see various things, including colors, we smell, we remember the taste of some food, we feel something hard. I mean, if somebody hits you in the dream, you feel that you were hit, and you feel that hardness on the skin. So all those components, without without those relevant faculties being active, the complete picture is created in the mind. So, so like milk toffees, like anything, any other thought, is a creation of the mind, and that is why it's called that it's an illusion or a creation, and it's not really existing, but uh, in the mundane world, the person who doesn't know anything about these Lord Buddha's disclosures tend to give life to those creations of the sense of faculties, and that is where all mm, uh, the defilements arise, because for something which is not really existing, there is clinging or aversion. Basically, those are the two, but there are so many other aspects of the defilements. Now, all those things are the result of this upadana, or taking it as real, and then the process will go on. So, this whole thing is a spontaneous sequence of events, and there is no owner, but there is automatically an ownership is attached, saying I am doing and I experienced it. I ate milk toffees and I got the smell. But there's no one, there's no doer, and it's a spontaneous process. A system is functioning, but it's actually like we are swimming in the river downstream. This is what is happening in the normal way, where every event, every thought is given the tag of myself or me. But in Dhamma path, what we try is to understand this process as a normal thing, and there's no person doing it. There is no owner who can control this system, no author for this system. And by learning this, we try to understand, and then what we try to do is, what the system try to do is to swim upstream. Anything else to add?
Yeah, actually, in that sense, it is so beautiful to understand that mind is, what we call mind is actually just occurrence of stimuli, very fast. But in that sense, it is also beautiful to understand that it is kind of like another vibration. Now it acts as another vibration. So we talked about that, all the 8 features, all the 5 senses, when they vibrate together, the milk toffee, the actual that thought has all the features. In Pali they call Suddhashtaka, but it has all the features of these, from the sensory organs. But it's beautiful to understand that mind is actually vibration. Why it is important to understand is we take this mind for so granted. We can't even, Lord Buddha once said, if someone wants to take something for granted, at least take the body, because body lasts only few years. But then if you take the mind as something, like for something to be taken for granted, then that is the end. That is kind of the biggest trap in the world, if you think the mind is me. So mind is actually fast occurrence of stimuli, yes, but at the same time it is it is the same vibration kind of thing that the human, specifically human, I'm talking about humans, so the vibration of the ear making the ability to think, because this ability to think is magnificent ability that humans have, and they feel so proud about that. It's okay. They feel so unique about it. I mean, the mind is actually, the mind is the most unique power that humans have, because if not for the mind, this ability of thinking, this species will never kind of survive. But because there is the ability to think, or in the a process, like new things, process old things, keep processing. This is the incredible, powerful organ. It acts as organ, but it is like the thing that we feel that it is mine. Kind of, the ability to think is mine. It's here. It's unique, but it's only another vibration. It's very important then, because that is the vibration that we kind of get the essence of self-vibration. When it was even in Buddothpado discussions, Saranang say kind of listen and say, you have to be careful. And then we are puzzled. Why? But then it is mainly the self-vibration or the tense actually is manifested in every other way, but it's the most catching part is this vibration. And when we talk, it is the same thing, because the talking, Vachi Sankara, the talking actually has this inside vibration as the cause, root, it's Vitakka Vichara. So Vitakka Vichara is the inside radio that goes on and on and on and on. And we only talk few things from that. If you actually put a broadcasting apparatus to actual inside radio, people will even not, will be really upset at one time, annoyed at one time, angry with you one time, because the inside talking can be sorry, I had to mute it because of the intervention. So this I lost it also, the track, but the vibration of the mind is really beautiful to understand how this talking, and about the actions also is the same thing, but it's about the breathing that is bringing up the actions, but the actions are actually fed by the thoughts. So the thoughts actually bring about the words and the actions. So that is the actual outcome, and by the words and the actions, that's your self-vibration, which is giving you but once just imagine an arahant who the self-vibration has has become low and then has come to the non-vibration. Still the actions will be the way they are, but without that power, without that essence of it, that which gave the kind of like the alive kind of thing. But people, when people hear this, they might think, oh, then that must be very sad not to have some power. No, that's the utmost tranquility and absence of suffering, which brings about super happiness, I would say. I don't know how to say that. Yeah. Anything to add to that? So Suranika is also here. Yes, Suranika.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi. I'm quite new to this session. Do I have permission to speak?
Yeah. May I know?
Yeah. I'm Saman Kotikala. I just got to know this link and about this sermon and these discussions very recently. So
have you ever heard Aranwanse's sermons in Sinhala?
Yes. Actually, I listened to a couple of hours ago. I just got that from one of my friends, through one of my friends. So pretty much I'm practicing this path and Dhamma for a long time. So it was very interesting to know that this discussion, now this is actually happening every Wednesday, is it?
No, kind of this happens every day.
Every day. Okay. Right.
Every day, but we have so many Sinhala Zoom discussions as well. So if you get the Zoom link, I think it is the same link.
Right. Only the time, right? Time slot is different, right?
Yeah, 7 o'clock is the one which Aranwanse joins most. But
so that means every day it's happening in Sinhala medium, is it? Sinhala discussion with the
yeah,
zero?
we have multiple. So at 5 o'clock there is a Zoom discussion. There is one at 9:30 a.m. in the morning, and there is one at 1 o'clock in the noon. Then there is one this one, and then after this, there is another Zoom discussion at 4, and then
Right.
there's another one for children at 5:30, and then
Right.
there's
Right.
7 o'clock one,
This
and
schedule,
then
by any chance,
9:30 at night.
this schedule is available where? Can I, if I get to the schedule of these discussions and all?
Do you know, Dr. Sakuntala, do you know where the schedule is? Actually, I get it in the WhatsApp
Yeah,
thing.
we get it in our WhatsApp group. Can Indrani hear me, Indu? Can you hear me? If there is a way of getting you included into the WhatsApp group, I think you will be able to get the.
But the
Maybe
friend who gave you the link
Oh yes.
might know a bit better.
I think she's also quite new. Just randomly, she was surfing through the YouTube and just got to hear this kind of sermons from that Pero. Because myself,
Okay.
I'm actually a lecturer, and I'm into a lot of quantum physics and molecular biology research and all whatnot. I'm just practicing this part.
Are
Pretty
you
much.
from Sri Lanka or are you from
Yes,
another
yes.
country?
I'm from Sri Lanka. From Sri Lanka.
Yeah, okay.
So pretty much, I have even a question regarding this mind. Pretty much this vibration. If I ask this question, is it okay? If I just
Yes.
yeah, this mind itself. What I feel like this mind itself is a kind of error, isn't it? Because this mind itself is minding, or like separating this common vibrational patterns, or rather this energy fluctuations is what we have around, including ourselves and our mind itself. So isn't this mind is basically like separating this uniform energy fluctuations or vibrations into unique sets, or rather fixed entities? So isn't that a mind? So I just asking a question: can we interpret like that? This uniform vibrations is all we have uh, around us, which we perceive through our senses, and this uniform vibrations which are equanimous, there is no less or more, it's pretty much equal vibrations if you think of a wave. But what happens is that when the ignorance strikes, or the ignorance strikes, lack of wisdom tells us in a certain way that these are not uniform vibrations. It's just something you can separate, you can isolate one from another. When you moment you separate, or rather when you mind it.
Well, I might have to disturb you there.
Yes.
So, what Lord Buddha was trying to say, are you a Buddhist?
Yes, I'm a
Okay.
Buddhist.
So, what Lord Buddha was trying to say was about non-vibration. He didn't actually, he explained all about the vibration, but he actually gave everyone the ability to synchronize to the non-vibration. That is the absence of vibration. So the absence of vibration is actually there, but we can't synchronize to that because it is difficult and never thought about because of the ignorance. So the vibration you talk about, even the worm has a vibration. Worm has very minimal tactile sensations only, but the worm also has a life feel or kind of self, like an existence feel, even though the worm doesn't have a big mind. But if you are specifically talking about only humans, which we can't, because the being, the word being, B-E-I-N-G, is there where anywhere where consciousness is. So the consciousness actually kind of gives you that feel of existence. So we can't forget that. When we talk about something, we can't forget that because there are so much consciousnesses around. We can't forget that it is again the form of vibration. But the actual basis, what Lord Buddha tried to teach you, was not about the vibration, but about the non-vibration, how to synchronize to the non-vibration, which is permanent. But the vibration, when you try to interpret in self-anger, it becomes a bit complicated, because then you look at it in a view that someone is doing something. But actually what happens is the vibration itself is just manifestations of the sensory organs. It could be even the worm, which is the only tactile sensation, but the tactile sensation is felt as happening here. That is why the feel of existence is there. But in the human mind, we kind of have a complex mechanism, because we have 5 senses which can vibrate at the same time. But if you go to the zygote level, the vibration, if there wasn't a synchronicity which happened to that zygote, wasn't there's never going to be like a fetus which is going to come out as a kind of a somewhat grown baby. So that zygote level, we know that even even 5 babies are born as like triplets or whatever. They are different, and their abilities are different, even though they are not even they have the features of parents, but they are different. So everyone is different. So that particular vibration is the only vibration that happens. And when that is actually forming into the sensory organs in the fetus, then slowly they grow, and the vibration is still the same. But once it is having a manifestation as light, sound, because the baby doesn't know anything about the outside, the dream you talked about, the separation, but it is a feel. The baby also has that feel. The small baby who is born, even though that baby doesn't know anything about the world, that baby also has that separation kind of thing that you're talking about, because of the consciousness, because the consciousness itself is felt as it's happening here. That is the feel of existence. That is the feel of existence that a worm can't die. Why worm is also like wanting something, like would like to creep into the watery mud. So in that sense, any being has that need to feel, need to have the next feel. That is the kind of thing that happens with the ignorance. Any being with ignorance, because it is felt as happening here, it is going to be that anyway. But when these vibrations, so the humans, specifically humans, when these 5 sensory organs are vibrating at the same time, that small baby actually will start putting things together. There's only perception though, because the baby has no understanding. It is kind of the mother, but there is a similar perception coming all the time, the kind of a picture, like a photo, like a light margin, but that similar one is coming at the same time. The mother's voice is also the baby is sensing the difference and also matching them together, because that photo comes, the sound comes, and also the smell, mother's smell, mother's warmth, the milk, everything. It's all kind of getting combined slowly and slowly and slowly. And the mother would be telling every day, by the use of the ear consciousness, ear consciousness is just the ear, and will be giving the sound of the mother, 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 mother. You know, mother will try to tell the word amma, 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 and then child actually doesn't know what it means, but the baby actually might come out with the word amma, and the mother is jumping up and down because it's the first word the baby said. So that's the first kind of thought that arise properly, because before that there was a perception about that particular, you know, even if it is Tarzan who is inside a jungle with a monkey mom, even that monkey mom will never teach you about say amma like that. That monkey mom will never teach, but still that even that human baby, the Tarzan baby, we take it as an example, will have the idea of actually the perception, actually the sanya, the perception of that monkey mom, even though the words are not there, that is the savior, that is the safety mechanism, that is the one who is looking after you, and everything. It will come to one kind of perception, one thought. So that's how the thoughts are forming. But that is not the actual fault. This mechanism is not the fault. The consciousness is not the fault. But the fault is actually not knowing that is just this mechanism only. Because
may I interrupt for a while?
Yeah.
What's your good name?
Kokila.
Kokila.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ms. Kokila, just that what you are implying is, correct me if I'm wrong, like even for a worm or a even newborn baby, what do you mean by that? Just the consciousness. If I were to say this way, is that okay? Or is there anything wrong with this statement? If I make a statement like this, like even the newborn baby, or even for that matter, even little tiny living being with a simple structure, even without having these sensory organs, maybe microorganisms perhaps, don't they, if they have any being with a consciousness, if the ignorance is there, doesn't that consciousness have some idea of separation, like separating things from one another?
That's what I'm trying to say. So
yes.
That is what I said when I say it in different words. I say that the vibration is happening here in the sense it's kind of that's the kind of separation you're talking about, because it is felt here so
and outside.
No, the outside story is coming after the mind is formed. Be careful about that.
Okay.
In the field, in the fetus level or in the baby's level, it is only a vibratory thing you feel, and that vibration, it's not a thought. So when you come to a thought only, there is outside and inside, because as I said, when the mother is standing there, obviously I'm standing here. That is the separation that you're talking about. That is the duality you're talking about. But in the microorganism also has that, but it not that marginalized, not that, it's very subtle, because it is so imagine as a bacteria, if you feel that it's a vibration. If you become the bacteria only, someone you will understand. So you have to become the bacteria to feel this. So if you become the bacteria, then you only thing that bacteria would feel is the vibration. Bacteria can't think about, my next one is.
You are implying that the very consciousness itself is a separation, isn't it? With the ignorance.
It is a separation
The process of the mechanism of, say, it's a mechanism. It's obviously mind is also a process of consciousness, also a process. Everything is a manifestation according to Anicca, right? So cause and
Yeah,
effect.
and also I
Yeah.
forgot to add the
Yeah.
consciousness, the ignorance part is also there. But once a human hears this Dhamma after about 7 years of age, any child has this idea of self now. They know I am someone. This is my mother. It's all good now. Separation has done beautifully. Now you don't have any problem in separation. You definitely, this is my friend. This is my mother. This is my dad. I am someone. That's all done. But once someone hears this Dhamma, the Dhamma itself is about how the consciousness is a problem here. The ignorance is about consciousness is brought about only by rapid vibration of the eye, or rapid vibration of the ear, or rapid vibration of the skin, or rapid vibration of the tongue, or rapid vibration of the nose. Mainly, it is we mainly talk about all the nose and the tongue and the skin. We mainly talk it as the kaya in the sense it's the kind of the
Aggregation.
feel we have, the actual feeling. So when you touch, you feel the liquidity, all this stuff. They are actually not outside. They are rapid vibration of organ itself. That is where the problem is. That is where the separation you are talking about is problematic too. Due to the ignorance, the vibration here, we have to get to know this properly. Otherwise, ignorance will be actually feeding us anyway. But actually, what has happened here is vibration of the sensory faculties only. It is so rapid that if you read about them, you will know how rapid they are in the eye, how rapid they are in the ear, how rapid they are in the skin level, and how rapid actually the human mind is. That is the fastest thing, I think. So the fast occurrence of these vibrations is the reason for consciousness, not the self. There's no self. There's no separation actually. And that is the understanding that leads to the non-vibration. This has to be felt. This has to be understood also first, but this has to be felt. So feeling that is the difficult part. But if you actually feel it, you understand the non-vibration. In the non-vibration, that separation you're talking about is not there.
Yeah, got it. Much merits. Thank you. Much merits. And kindly, Kokila, shall I share my text or whatever this WhatsApp, so I could just get into that group so I could get the details of the discussions? Shall I leave a message here? Or?
Well, Dr. Sakuntala, do you know anything about that? Because I'm not from Sri Lanka. I'm not sure.
Yeah, sorry, Saman, what did you say? Can you please repeat? Yes.
Yeah. Ms. Sakuntala, is there any way that I can just get into that group, WhatsApp group, or maybe anywhere that I can get the details of the discussions? So sort of I can.
Yes, I think you can go to the websites. There are several websites, and the
Okay.
websites do have the telephone numbers
All right.
also. Can I read it for you?
No, it's in the website, so I can just go to the WhatsApp number and send a request or something, right?
Right. Buddothpado-dhamma.com. That is the main website.
Site. Right.
Yeah. Buddothpado-dhamma.com. Then there's another one, buddothpado.lk.
Right. Got it.
So those are the two main websites, so that you can get every detail that you need from those two.
Right. Much merits to you all. I just need to leave. I'm planning to attend a lecture now. Thanks, much merit. So I hope to see you soon. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Prasanna.
So I think Sakuntala, we were talking about the mind being a dhvani or mind being a
Yes.
vibration as well. So anything to add on to that? I think Suranka is also here.
Yes, maybe
we
Surangika
can have a
join.
a like a discussion.
Yes.
There on Sunlight, Dr. Gopila and Dr. Sakuntala.
Rasanai.
I was thinking along the lines of the milk toffee still. Because it is actually quite interesting, when you said that one stimuli can set off the whole experience. Like, when
One
you get
vibration.
one vibration, say it's from the nose sensor, but then you get the milk toffee sensation. But then the thing is that everything happens from one vibration also, isn't it? One vibration.
Yeah, if you
just
dig into that, it is
if you dig into
it
it,
is the
exactly.
taint. It's the taint, yeah.
So that one vibration then kind of splits itself only because
It's not
of
splitting. Don't use that word. I think splitting gives mixed ideas. I think the
Okay.
telepathization is the phenomena there too, because Lord Buddha has always told it's only one sensory organ works at one time. If it is eye, it is not the ear. If it is the ear, it is not the tongue. But because this happens so fast, we can't comprehend this. We can have an idea, but it says beautifully in a sutta, or I don't know whether it's a sutta, but you know that where Lord Buddha explains about the spider kind of thing. It's I can't remember exactly, but when it's only one sensory organ which vibrates at one particular moment.
Yeah, I haven't actually come across that in a sutra.
No, it's not. I don't know what it is. I'll take it back because I'm not sure. But what I'm trying to say is that particular thing, once the mind is well formed, which comes is the product, the gitel, the butter, not the milk. But it is very important. That's why we talk about understanding this Dhamma and feeling this Dhamma in one stimuli is the thing that we talk about, the moment that we talk about. That's why we talk about one particular moment. Otherwise, we don't have to talk about a moment, should we? So, anything else to add, Suranka, into that thing?
Yes, so what I was trying to say was, so for example, now the child may in the nursery classroom first be shown by the teacher might show a picture. So now let's say the teacher will show a picture of the milk toffee and say, this is called a milk toffee. This is a sweet. And that's it. Now, supposing this child has never seen such thing before, but is now learning, sees the picture of a milk toffee and knows that it is sweet. That's it. So then maybe 1 month later, the mother makes milk toffee at home, or somebody comes with milk toffee. And then the child actually links that name and sound, the picture and the sound given in the classroom with the taste, because now the child actually gets to taste
That's actually like Surangika's waterfall now. Because Surangika was, remember we were discussing about how we feel alive near the waterfall, but when we look at a picture, we don't feel like that alive. But now the child must be kind of surprised and, like, wow, this is the milk toffee. Now it's in your hand.
Yeah, so then the texture of the milk toffee, and say there's cashew inside the milk toffee, all that now, so these are additional through the taste sensor. The child is taking on these additional, what do you call those things, volitional formations. And so the telepathization that is happening at that moment is the Montessori vibration synchronizing, and then the new taste sensation kind of thing as well. So then every time, say again, 1 year later, the teacher says, bring something to school. Everybody has to bring something to school. So the child tells the mother, okay, I know you're not very good at baking, but I want to take milk toffee. So mama, can you help? And so now finally the mother makes it. So then, finally maybe that was not as good as what the friend brought home, but still it's milk toffee, that'll do. And so now that is taken. So again, now that entire experience of the mother making it, and maybe it went wrong, maybe it went well, all those again.
That is the film we are talking about. The
yes,
value.
So these are all, what I'm trying to say is each of these experiences are by itself again by telepathizing, isn't it? And say 10 years later, when the child hears the word, not a child anymore, a teenager, hears the word milk toffee, those individual sensor-driven vibrations which happened at different points in time. So time is, of course, again a falsehood. But that vibration, telepathization occurs from those different sensor-driven perceptions, all come together in one shot, isn't it? But it is not necessarily, what I'm trying to say is not necessarily happening. The time itself, how much of a falsehood it is, because it didn't matter that from a conventional world perspective that the child got one aspect from the Montessori and one aspect 1 month later and another aspect another month later. The vibration happening at that very moment, if it matches a similar vibration, everything comes.
Yeah, how about mother? Mother is like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Mother is age of you.
Yes, it keeps on adding, isn't it? I mean, it keeps on adding, and the final product changes each time.
And what about me?
Yes.
And that is the most volitional aspect that can happen, because that is not even in these few years, like whatever the years we are talking about, that is not even that. This self vibration has been the thing forever. So that self existence, the feel of existence, is your friend forever. Feel of that's why when people ask, how do you distinguish from feel of existence and the non-vibration? Well, there's no answer, because non-vibration we have never felt. If someone has felt it once, maybe that person will know, but if not, what we have felt throughout is the non-vibration, self-vibration. That is it. So the fish is always in the water. Likewise, we are always having this vibratory thing where the self-perception is always there.
So if the water is akin to the sensory perceptions, the sensory perceptions won't go away. We can look at it like that as well in the same example, but with a different twist, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a different twist then.
Yeah. So the water will remain the same, i.e. the same sensors will be telepathizing in the normal way even for Arahat. But
can actually confuse you, because what we are trying to say in this particular example, what Aranwanse is saying is the actual feel of existence and absence of feel of existence. That's where that
Yeah, I think better not use that example for anything else. It's confusing, isn't it? Then.
yeah. And because the gentleman was trying to say about the separation is the same thing. At that particular fraction of a second, there's no separation. That's a kind of becoming the tree, or becoming. The word becoming is kind of the thing. The separation.
I didn't understand what that separation was. What was he trying to say, Dr. Mogi?
Well, he asked that question in the explanation way, but the answer was given in a different way. Answer was actually given through the kind of experience that the vibration, when if there is no feel of self-existence or the feel of existence, what is left is only that particular perception, whatever the sound or there's no duality there.
So
He's talking about the duality. He's
yeah.
talking the separation is the duality, I think. That's how I answered the question. We may be wrong, but it's his first day, so.
But when we think about the baby and the baby's feelings and the feeling of the light, so
that is in the vibratory
conscious.
That is a vibratory level, yeah.
So that also we call consciousnesses, isn't it? So that one has to be distinguished, as you said to him earlier, about not to mistake that from the mind consciousness.
Yeah. Mind consciousness is the dream that we live now at this moment.
Yeah. And the split, not the split, what did he say? Separation. The separation is when the whole construct is seen as a falsehood, isn't it? And then that collapses, and it is, I suppose, in that stage of collapsing of importance that the non-self vibration arises for a fraction of a second.
Yeah,
could we say it that way?
When you say that, it's actually absence of self vibration, because there's no new vibration. So it's always tricky, these words. But absence of self vibration. Yeah. So, but it is. I mean,
absence of vibration. That's right. Yeah.
It is very difficult to keep talking in these languages. But the thing is, when there is absence of vibration here, because there's no duality. That's in the vibratory level, though, not in this mind. Mind, it's always there. Separation is always there. Mind, if the fan is there, I'm here. But if someone has experienced this true Dharma, then this, we don't care whether it's there or not. That's a different story. That is the outcome of this experiences, is that you get it, once someone experiences these things, then that person realizes that the reality was not always duality, because duality is the reality for us. In sensual world, the duality is the reality for us. But then if someone feels this no self-perception, oh, that's the word, no self-perception or absence of self-vibration, then you definitely know that reality is not that. Reality is non-vibration or absence of vibration, because then the actual non-duality is the norm now. That's what I was trying to say. But in the mind level, yeah, duality is there, but once someone has understood Dhamma, he doesn't care whether the duality is there or not, because he knows the truth. That's the time that fish goes out from the water and feel that always he had been feeling of existence. Now he knows, even though he has fallen back to water, he still knows there is another truth, that this feel of existence is there only when the stimulus is taken as true. That's the most important part. Yeah. Hopefully this makes some sense to everyone. I mean it's
Yeah,
time
when
we
we
have.
talk about the fish example, maybe because we are so familiar with the Sinhala Zoom sessions, so perhaps maybe we should, if you can explain the entire example and the different stages that are Mahansa
Next
explained.
time maybe.
Oh, we run out of time. Yes, it's
Yeah.
almost time.
Yeah. So I think it's such a beautiful thing to talk about this Dhamma. It's such a beautiful thing to even you know, like to understand how consciousness works, how mind works, and how non-vibration is the base, not the consciousness. Everyone in the world thinks the consciousness is the base. It's not the base. Actual base is the non-vibration, which we can't reach most of the time. But now time has come. We invite everyone. If you're keen to discuss something, I mean, we can be very poor in vocabulary, we can be very bad in explanation, but we can try. And one day you can fly, isn't it? You can try. So we worship Aranwanse, we thank Aranwanse, and thank you all Dhamma friends for coming every day and making this so beautiful experience, because I don't think one person talking would be interesting for a Zoom. And specifically in Sinhala Zoom discussions, we have someone, at least we had one question today, which is great. And we invite everyone to come and discuss this, so that this message goes to the English speaking society. Someone out there who is close to non-vibration might hear this, who knows? Yeah. Therwan Sarnai, everyone. May Triple Gem bless you all. Therwan Sarnai Aranas.
Therwan Saranai.
Multiple gem, bless you all. Sorry. Thank you, Aaron Hansa, for your noble guidance. We talk about Dhamma, no self-anger. Talk about this every day in several ways. The actual, there are things that you should understand. In this Dhamma, they are like several tips. Once you know this Dhamma, you have to be able to relax and let it be so that you feel Dhamma deeply, because you can't find Dhamma outside. As you can't find the tree outside, the Dhamma also can't be found outside. So it's nothing is going to change much from outside, but when the inner burning is going down, everything will look better, kind of look relaxed. So we talk about Satyajnana every day in different ways. So what is the truth that you should know? Truth is that there is no I, me, mine, but we feel something is us. That's what we are going to talk about. Specifically, there is some burning which is there all the time as a normal person. You need to catch this burning, and also you need to feel the non-vibration to know the difference of. But what made you to do that is this understand. What is understand? We will go to the basics today and see whether you remember that. This basics is how the mind is formed. How a child knows the chair. Child doesn't know the chair. I mean, child doesn't know the mother even in the beginning. It is learned. You get to know that through the sounds, right? Yeah, someone will teach you that this is chair. And after that, every time there's seeing, you see something and you label it as chair. And be careful. There's a feel too. You feel that it has a chair also. That's the weird thing. Because with time, once you see the chair, you will be like, oh, okay, this is chair, right, okay. And try to keep that in your mind. Kind of, it will take time to register. But after some time, you will be directly what comes when you look at it. Directly what comes is chair. You look at something, it's chair. How come is that? How come the sound comes when you see something? It's very important, because if you don't understand what the perception is, we have a problem. If a sound comes, that's a perception. What you see doesn't actually have a sound, but sound comes, that's the perception. And also then when you see it over time, like multiple times, there's a projection that the chair is outside. In in front of you, basically. You can touch it, you can lick it, you can smell it, you can do anything with the chair, you can sit on it. Right? Yes. That complicates the picture. It's not only light wave and the sound wave now. It's not the sound wave, the light wave. Now it is complicated with the body feel as well. Now it is there as well. So in here, even from the beginning, there is a Itta Sanya. Itta Sanya is the existence perceptions as well. With the existence perception. Existence perception is a tricky thing which comes from even the beginning. Existence perception. Even before you name in a sense, you gave the light, shape of light as a name. Even the shape of light you felt as something, but you can't really remember anything like that, can you? Because remembering is in the mind. Yeah, even the shape of light was something. You felt that it as no, it is there. The existent perception or existent existence. Recall existence feel is there even before mind started. What do you mean by mind started? That's the sound wave. Because mind is a sound. Mind is a sound. It sounds weird, but mind is a sound. So when did this light of, shape of light became a sound? That's through ignorance, but it will happen normally. I mean, it is a normal thing to happen. Don't keep naming things, but believing it that as true comes from the existence, which was there even in the light. Now, before sound wave and light wave come together also, light wave was a thing. Can't remember that because the mind wasn't formed. When the mind formed only, you can say that at real you formed because this mind is formed. But before that also, there was a feel, you felt the light, you felt the sound. They were not together, that's all. At that level, it's just a feel. It's the speed of light or speed of sound, whatever. But now, directly what you see is the chair. Directly what you see is the chair. Isn't it interesting that you see a chair? How do you see a chair? You see something, and how do you attach a sound to it? That's the mind. That's the perception. And you feel that it is outside and has all the other things to it, like you feel it has something. Then it becomes more complicated. That is actually the chair that we feel it is in the living room. Chair is in the living room. You can say, is it in the living room? But actually what happened? Before it became in the living room, or in the sense that touch part of it, or the physical part of it, first became a perception. When the perception is there, it's enough. Two sensory organs is enough to form a mind. It's just how thinking works. The thinking is a sound. And how does this thinking in the sound get real? That's a specific question, no? How did it become real? Sound wave and light wave coming together. It's a mind wave, yes, but how did that sound become, that mind sound or the radio become real? When did that become real? It's already feeling real. Why? This existence feel or existence perception that we had even in the light level is here. It is the same level though, same burning, same thing. Feel it as alive. So did you get that? The sound wave and the light wave coming together, how the mind wave is forming even without the physicality of it. Which one is true? Whatever coming out of this mind is not true. Because you have given a name to a shape of light. It's okay though. I mean, we keep doing that. It's okay. This is a tree. This is like a toy. This is a bridge. Yeah, we keep saying that things. It's okay. Will that be true? So this sound wave and the light wave, how did it come together? That is the nature. That is the nature. Don't worry about that. That's the nature that will happen anyway. Right? Yes. And when it comes again and again, you will feel it as it's outside. That's also okay. You can feel that, you can touch it and you can feel it, you can use it, you can do this, you can do that. That's all normal. This whole thing is normal. But why did we believe that there's a self? That's the ignorance. That's because you felt as everything is happening here, but everything is not happening here. There's only one stimuli at a time, and that's all what happened. The sound wave and light wave coming together is a very important thing Aranwanse has brought. Because that gives you the idea how the mind is formed. And how to the baby the light was a thing, the sound was a thing. But that's a consciousness error. Now, when the mind is formed, even the mind is a thing now. What do you think? So the sound wave and the light wave, why does it become a thing immediately when it becomes together? That is because of the perception being a thing, and it's already taken as a thing. Even the light, even the sound, even separated, they felt as something. They were felt as something. The consciousness all the time is felt as something because of the ignorance. But actually it is the speed of that sensory organ. Like it was speed of light means very soft feel. Speed of sound is not soft like that, but you can understand this. So non-vibration, you can't talk about anything there. So non-vibration means that even that alive field is not there. And you 100% know that when the stimuli is not a thing, you are not there. and the light consciousness. Just see how a thought is formed. Light consciousness and the sound consciousness. There are two separate things in the baby, but now suddenly it is the chair or the toy. So the toy, the toy is a word, but how does it have a picture? That's what we should understand properly. And then after this is formed, the mind is formed, automatically with the repetition, you feel like it is outside. It's projected outside. And you have solidity, liquidity, everything. Bouncy, visible. Yeah, everything is there. There are so many aspects into one thought, one stimuli. When we talk about one stimuli, the toy, basketball. So the basketball is a, as soon as I say basketball, don't you get the picture? You go out. Oh, how does it happen? It's because the thought basketball has the mind wave, which is the combination of light wave and the sound wave. But the problem is there's now physical part of it as well after you feeling it. That's the touch part of it as well. The bounciness, everything is in that basketball. But when you fully realize that actually it is not outside, it's a mental picture, then you come down to light and the sound. You come to the light and the sound. Light and the sound. Which one is true? Nothing is true. Sound is not true. Sound is a creation of the ear. Light is not true. It's a creation of the eye. Then why do we feel this basketball as true? So, how did the basketball control? So the basketball, the thought, even without the projection to the outside, it's still a thought. And if you fully realize that it can be while you're touching the basketball, seeing basketball, or hearing about the basketball, or whatever. If you fully realize that it's not actually there, then I feel maybe gone. That's what all about this is. When the basketball is not a thing, this whole thing is not felt as a thing as well. So when you understand that, actually what you feel is the like consciousness. There's the speed of light. Is the speed of light true? No. That's where you lose the life. So the basketball has all these things. Basketball has a perception. Touching it, bouncing it, doing anything with it is in the outside. But actually it's a perception. And that perception is a thing now. But when you fully realize it's a perception, you might come to the light conscious or the speed of light. That if you fully realize it's speed of light, it might not become a thing. It will not become a thing. That's the important thing here. Trying and understanding how this puzzle is going to resolve. It's life wheel as a thing. Life wheel is there because of the speed of this sensory organ, but if you fully understand that the basketball, when basketball is not a thing, that whole thing is not a thing. Because it started from that. If you can understand how the basketball is formed, everything is good. Everything is all right. Because the basketball started from somewhere. You felt it as there. It began from that, and it began attaching every sensory organ to it. Asayapata ayapata. Lord Buddha said, I is the beginning. There's a reason for that. Because the eye consciousness makes a big deal. But just imagine if someone is blind, you can't really understand this Dhamma properly because someone has to understand the higher realms if they have to become an arahant. You can't just separate from one level and just say, I can understand that. You can't. But you can't achieve the higher realms in that. Higher realms are mainly related to light consciousness or the light wave. That's what Lord Buddha said. You have to have all the sensory organs properly to understand this Dhamma. Understand that there's no basketball. This it's very important to understand the perception though, because I don't think the perception is fully understood. Perception has no the physical side of it, the body side of it. It's just a mental perception. Mental perception itself has no physical side of it, and the mental perception has the light wave and the sound wave come together. sound wave is a mind. And when sound wave is not a thing, it's only light consciousness. But you can't, if you don't understand this, if the sound wave is still a thing, your vitaka vichara is still a thing. So you can't drop the mind, basically. So when you fully realize this, no, the inner fire will go down. Inner fire will go down. Why? Because you fully realize that there is no self. And you have fully realized how much your vibration is also in the consciousness there. You have to come to one vibration to understand what was your initial trance. And from this alive feel is actually the even the released feel that you get, even that speed of light will be there, and that is form that you have to fully realize to actually liberate from the stimuli. There's no death in there. All the higher ends are towards the light conscious. But it's temporary. If you don't understand this Dhamma, it is temporary. If you achieve that with and just imagine you go to the non-form, Nitya-dustika non-form, in the sense wrong way non-form. That means you don't fear, in the sense that it's no fear at all. There's no pop-up of the right consciousness. So it's kind of, you can say, suppressed or sleeping. Yeah, you can say that. Because it's not manifesting. And that particular moment, it can be 80 kalpas, it's not manifesting. Asanya. In wrong way. something wrong here. That means there's no manifestation. You can't talk about a light perception, light consciousness or anything because there's no manifestation. So there are periods that true, don't forget, where there's no manifestation. But is that nirvana? No. Because nirvana is actually fully realizing what's happening here. How this sensory organs work. Just remember, actually, this is a talk by a child where they were talking about that all the religions can be like cults. So I was actually trying to understand what the child was saying. So in a way it is because it's a way of thinking. Just a way of thinking. Any religion can be a way of thinking, but this actual realizing your own mind is not a way of thinking, it is experience. The sound is not a feature in that. The mind is not a feature in that. Sound is not a feature in that. You understand that the light consciousness and the sound consciousness and the touch consciousness, temperature consciousness, the taste consciousness and smell consciousness. Oh, the actually apart from light and the sound, everything else is actually kind of the physicality. It's related to the body. The body is still true, you can't really understand. You're still entertaining the body, you can't really say that you are in them. It's the thing. It's a very tricky area because you don't know what entertaining is. Because you can still feel the taste, you can still feel the smell, you can still feel the softness, you can still feel the hotness. But savoring them or entertaining them will not happen once you fully realize that the sound wave and the light wave is what it was. You never had savored anything before. So understanding this is very important. sound consciousness and the light consciousness, that is, sound and the light come together, forming the mind consciousness. Mind consciousness main feature is the sound, actually. Because that you trust. You trust the mind, yeah? Yeah, you trust the mind. Keep saying things. If the sound consciousness is not a thing, then you can't keep trusting your mind. Hell of it, yeah? Like, really, can you understand that? If sound consciousness is not a thing, if you have actually understood the sound consciousness, your inner radio will not become a thing. And that vichara will come down anyway. Inner talking will come down anyway. It's very specific area that we can't even talk with someone because it may not be understood. Because the sound wave is still a thing if the mind is a thing. It's not about the physical side of it. Physical sound, if it is a thing, it is a different story. Forget about the mind, you are still outside. Then you have to concentrate on the release from the outside. Mm. What do you think? What do you think? Is sound a thing to you? The sound is a thing to you if your mind is still active. In the sense, mind is a thing. So whatever the mind says, mind shouldn't be a thing. If the sound is not. Physical side of it, physicality is in the other aspect. When you project it to the outside. Even when the projection is not there, to understand your mind is a sound, it's not easy. It is comprised of light too, but to come to that, you should fully understand the mind part, sound part. How the sound gave the mind. How the sound got entangled with the light and gave the mind. And now we are untangling it. Is that an English word even? I don't know. You are releasing it. You have released it. Mind is not a thing. What you would feel is the speed of light. That's very soft, isn't it? That's very soft. So you need to be, need to understand this fully. It's not very easy because sound has the physical aspect of it too. Light has the physical aspect of it too. The touch has a physical aspect too. Touch is only physical anyway. Oh my God, yeah. Touch is only physical anyway. But the light has its physical aspect as well. So when you feel that the light is coming from outside, yeah, again you are outside. Because the light consciousness started everything. Actually, even your tones or your vibration, your vibe, it's actually you can feel it with how it is not soft as a light. Why it is not that? So it is very tricky, this area, but try and understand how the sound wave has become a mind wave. If the physical aspect of light, physical aspect of sound, physical aspect of, touch is only physical, as I said. If these things are the thing to you, the taste, smell, if these things are a thing to you, you are just, you are still in the wrong wave. Basically, you're still in the wrong wave. But if you fully realize that this alive field is completely due to this light and the sound, it's a field. Light and the sound is a field. I'm not talking about actual light and sound outside. If you are releasing from the, if you are releasing from everything, every other aspect, and it's only becoming the light. Becoming the light means actually you don't care about the speed of light either. The speed of light is not a thing to you as well. That's actually becoming without uh, the Nibbana. If you don't understand the Dhamma, the suffering is infinite. Humans have only this light, the sensory organ for light. So we don't have ultraviolet, X-rays or gamma rays. So we don't have the sensory organ for ultraviolet or gamma rays or anything, means that's not needed. So for you to feel Dhamma, whatever the necessity is to understand the whole, everything, how the mind is formed, how mind has taken over, and you actually fully realize this one stimuli, and if the whole outside is not a thing, you will have the mind side of it, but the mind is actually, when you call it mind consciousness, it's actually sound and light together. And you fully realize that the light, the sound actually doesn't become a thing. That means mind subsides. In the sense it's there, it's active, but the power is not there. And the light, when you feel the light consciousness or the speed of light, that's all what it is. And that speed of light is, you fully realize that it is not a thing. In the sense, it doesn't matter. It will be there, but it doesn't matter. So it doesn't become a thing. So this light consciousness is, or light, speed of light is very soft. Not high energy as gamma rays or anything. But those things are not needed for actual understanding of the five sensory organs and release from them. And this will not fall anywhere. That's the beauty of it. It's not going to fall anywhere because the self-view is not there. So the first thing to go is the self-view, and then you fully realize that there's nothing. In the sense, you become the nothingness. It's very important to understand Dhamma. Thank you, Aranwansa, for your noble guidance. Thank you for going from village to village and trying to help all the mothers in Sri Lanka. All the people, fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, kids. It's good. Thank you so much. May Triple Gem bless you all.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you and welcome to the Buddothpado 24-hour English channel, which is known as the Buddothpado PeoTV channel. So this channel operates all 24 hours of the day under the guidance of our spiritual teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, who has discovered or explored the nature of mind based on the Buddhist philosophy and has experienced the true meaning of this true Buddhist philosophy through Vipassana meditation. So this truth goes beyond all boundaries like language, geographical location, or the religion, race, nationality, etc. So this opportunity is for the non-Sinhala speakers all around the world to understand the true nature of self. Actually, the truth, the absolute truth disclosed to the world by Gautama Buddhachanan Wahanse is the absence of a self or absence of this external world. That is the fact that the things or the entities that we believe to be externally are not permanent entities. So they are just temporary phenomena that arises and ceases instantaneously. So to understand this Buddhist philosophy, we make all efforts under the guidance of our spiritual teacher. So these Dhamma talks revolves around the fact that the instantaneous stimuli are mere projections of the six sense faculties of the human system. With that, one can realize this notion of self. Itself is a misconception that we have begun to believe due to the power generated in each and every stimulus. So today, let's look at another important aspect of the Buddhist philosophy known as kusalaya, or the true skillfulness. So this true skillfulness is nothing but the ability to see the truth of the stimulus. So actually, when someone attains arahanthood or the super awareness or certain internal transformation should occur, and it happens initially through the understanding of Buddhist philosophy. It is explained as Satyajnana, or the wisdom of truth, which is the initial phase of the path. But for that, mere intellectual knowledge is not sufficient. So for this internal transformation to happen, one must directly experience and also be aware of how a stimulus become real, or in other words, how a chair, mother, table, or some entity becomes real. So actually there is nothing but the presence of certain vibrations. So this inner awareness must be awakened. Otherwise, this human system cannot capture the vibrations that arise and cease. This should happen through wisdom. So this wisdom happens out of true skillfulness. That is, in other words, all thoughts are illusions. They are created by mind consciousness. So a skillful mind is simply this awareness in the sense it should be self-evident to you that all these thoughts are just illusions created by mind consciousness. This doesn't happen without effort. For that, we must make all efforts to understand the mechanism of the sense faculties. So, this awakening actually also should be consistent, like holding a torch steadily pointed inward. So that is the example, that is the metaphor, because it's actually seeing the truth of the stimulus or penetrating through single stimulus to understand the nature of all phenomena is essential initially. So in the Buddhist philosophy, the example to this situation, this understanding given by Lord Buddha is, if someone sees the stem pattern of a single mango leaf, he or she should not have to observe each and every mango leaf to understand the stem pattern. So similarly, if a single thought is fully understood, thought, stimulus, mind, all these words we use interchangeably to refer to the thought or arising of mind. So if someone understands this a single stimulus, how it arises and ceases, that leads someone to this internal transformation, though it is a gradual process. So actually, when we initially maintain the one-pointedness or mind that is actually a kind of concentration or awareness, this awakening arises. Avadiya. This awakening is something that is consistent. So when this awakening is there, this internal transformation is there, we can observe ourselves whether a certain stimulus become real for us. So if now I said all these are illusions created by mind consciousness. So if someone believes in the illusions of mind, actually he is not on the correct path to Nibbana. So the topic, the skillfulness, is actually to understand this illusory nature of the mind consciousness, and with that one steps into the right path. So in Dhamma, this skillfulness is also described as actually it is the fact known as kusalaya, that is nothing but the ability to see through the stimulus through wisdom. So true wisdom actually lies in not being misled by stimulus, or the creator of the stimulus, mind consciousness. That is the ability not to be deceived by the mind consciousness. So the bottom line is actually the Buddhist philosophy is about seeing the truth of the stimulus through wisdom. Actually, although we feel as if there is an existing mind, before we listen to true Dhamma, we actually felt that there is an existing mind, but it is merely a stimulus that arises and ceases. So what we have known as the mind is nothing but a string of stimuli. So when the stimulus is perceived as real, that is when the mother becomes real for you, when the flower becomes real for you, when America becomes real for you, when president of Russia becomes real for you, what happens? We fall into the mundane and deluded realm of wrong view. That is, we are in the ground of wrong view. So all religions, unfortunately, operate within the same ground of wrong view, because no religion talks about the absence of self. So this we do all meritorious deeds, good deeds, and even the meditation with the belief of the self. So that is that angle that we perceive the world decides whether we are in the wrong view or right view. So even the beings in the animal realm, actually they are also definitely in the wrong view, because the external world is real for the animal system, and the animals also feel the strong existent feeling or the notion of self. So if we try to understand the mechanism of the sense faculties, this form, sound, odor, taste, and tactility arise due to the interaction with the sensory faculties. So these tables, chairs, beds, and all so-called entities are nothing but mental fabrications. So every day we talk about these mental formations, how the entities gets generated, the interaction of vibrations of similar frequencies that happen in the five sense faculties initially. Always a single sense faculty initiates this stimulus, and it happens in 2 rounds. Actually, no gap can be identified by a human system. It was the truth revealed by Gautama Buddhachanan Mahanse that in the first round, Patiga Sampassa, the contact that happens at a sense faculty, it may be eye, ear, probably nose or tongue or the skin. However, when one sense faculty is in contact with the vibrations of similar frequencies, naturally all other sensory inputs or prior perceptions instantaneously spark, and that is the arising of mind consciousness. And with all the previous sensory inputs, mind consciousness identifies it as an existing entity. So that is how tables, chairs, beds, mother, sun, moon, world, all entities arise. They are mere mental constructs, just thoughts. So seeing the truth of these name and form constructions, actually name and form constructs rather, is the true skillfulness. So to further explain that, when let's take a single sense faculty, as every day we discuss this mechanism of the sense faculties in every Dhamma talk, because this is the basis of the Buddhist philosophy. So now I perceives a certain shape of light. So the mind, at once the mind consciousness identifies it as a sunflower. How does this happen? So simply these are the 2 rounds, Vattang Vattati, or Patika Sampassa and Adivachana Sampassa. The eye perceives certain shape of light, and the moment that arises, the texture of the petals of that flower, smell of that flower experienced by the nose, and the texture of the petals experienced by the skin. Then if as a child at least someone has licked the flower, the taste of the flower. So 3 sense faculties: shape of light, texture, smell, taste, and the sound given to the ear previously when the system experienced this. That is sunflower, the name. All spark instantaneously. First, the shape of light arose in the eye faculty, and in no time, all previously experienced sensory inputs related to this shape of light spark at once. This is nature. This is not done by anyone. So, this collective spark is the Adivachana Sampassa, the second round described in Buddhist philosophy and that is the rising of the thought, mind consciousness, or the stimulus. So this was spread out, this instantaneous uh, rising of stimulus was analyzed and was seen in greater detail by the wisdom of Buddha. Otherwise, any system in the human realm or animal realm or any other realm won't be able to do this. Now, since this truth is shared with us by out of immense loving kindness by Gautama Buddhachanan Vahase, and it has been vividly explained in simple language by our spiritual friends, we can see it. Actually, we can see it through wisdom. It cannot be seen through human system. You wouldn't see the gap, how these two cycles, two single sense faculty initiates and then other faculties spark together. No, that cannot be seen through the human system, sense faculties, but we can discern it through the wisdom. So that for that we should have that kusala, the skillfulness. We must contemplate Dhamma so much so that naturally this liberation happens. Naturally, this actually we will not be deceived by the stimulus because we know that it is merely a mental construct. So let's again take some other stimulus initiated by nose. Now, some smell arises, some smell is felt by the nose. The moment the smell rises, the shape of light and the texture and the taste and the sound made to the ear, pizza arises at once. Just the smell occurred, but with that all other previous sensory inputs arise, and the identification, the pizza, the first round only the nose, the birth of the nose happened, one sense faculty happened, then all other sense faculties spark, that is previous perceptions, arise instantaneously, and mind consciousness identifies, okay, it's pizza. We cannot actually stop at that point. So what happens is with that identification, the feeling that this pizza is something that exists, that pizza is somewhere there, I am here feeling the smell, that cannot be prevented. The moment we accept something as pizza, this underneath feeling that pizza is there and I am here arises. So that is the self-perception. That is the cause. Actually, that is actually the effect of that instantaneous spark, and that is the effect of the instantaneous spark of all sense faculties, and then it becomes the cause for us to go on and on in sansaric cycle, because self-perception that arises with the stimulus is the danger. So it is like an equation. The pizza equals the self. That is, the self is a fake notion. Actually, there is no self. That stimulus itself, the feeling of existence of pizza itself is the self. So we can, now when we explore the Buddhist philosophy, we feel the gravity of this illusion of self. So actually, so the thing is, awareness actually that discerns the truth within consciousness or the mind is the true skillfulness. So actually one who has not explored Dhamma does not understand the awareness or actually awakening. They may not have awakening to identify the illusion of the mind consciousness. So such a person definitely lives under the belief in a self or clinging to a self that does not exist. Definitely will be deceived or deluded by the power generated in the stimulus. So actually Lord Buddha beautifully explained this in through different gathas. So sabba papassa karanam, that is all these thoughts or illusory consciousness are expressions of unskillfulness or akusala. That's clear. Akusala means inability to see the truth. Kusalassa upasampada, that is the cultivation of skillfulness or kusalaya arises when one understands the nature of illusory consciousness. Actually, for that one should have mindfulness, that is now seeing the truth of stimulus is having the ability to understand the true nature of stimulus, how the sense faculties generate these entities instantaneously. So actually he says to develop yatabhutang pajanati, that is the seeing things as they truly are. Actually that is the basic. Seeing things as they truly are means seeing within or through wisdom. One should discern that whatever the entity is an outcome of the 2 rounds that happened in relation to sense faculties. First, one sense faculty initiates, then all sense faculties arise, and that is a mental construct that happens due to previous perceptions arising instantaneously, previous perceptions triggered by a particular sense faculty experience spark instantaneously. That is the truth. So one must cultivate yoniso manasikara or wise attention to, naturally apply this concept then and there. So that's why Lord Buddha said this yoniso manasikara and yatabhuta jnanada are like 2 poles of a ladder. Otherwise, one cannot climb without the two poles of the ladder. One cannot climb the ladder, or one cannot progress in the path. So this truth of thought generation and the proper attention, proper concentration or mindfulness to see it are essential. So one can actually recognize this understanding when they are liberated from the influence of stimulus by seeing its true nature. Otherwise, this deception or being deceived by the stimulus cannot be prevented. It should happen through wisdom. So the next part, actually the Sachitta Pariyodapanan, is the purification or mastery of the mind. That happens with the true control over the mind. So this actually the true purification of the mind happens only by seeing the true nature of stimuli. So all Buddhas have taught this truth, that is etam buddhanu sasa. So this is the teaching of the Buddhas. That's what it means. In such a state, one awakens to their Buddhist nature. Now, actually, with this beautiful gatha of Buddhist philosophy, Sabba Papassa Karanang, Kusalasa Upasampada, Satitta Pariyodapanang, Etam Buddhana Sasanang, it becomes so meaningful to us. So, then Lord Buddha said, if there is something perceived in the stimulus, that is, again, if something becomes a shoe flower, if certain shape of light becomes a house, or if certain smell becomes bread, if certain taste becomes pineapple, if certain tactile sensation becomes coldness, if certain sound becomes the cross sound, or if certain thought that arises in the mind becomes the son or the daughter. So it would lead to actually the acceptance of the external entities, resulting in the self, the feeling of self or sense of self. And if one is not skillful enough to see the truth of this, what happens is the thoughts, further thoughts naturally arise. They are known as vitakka and vichara, initial thought and sustained thought. So now let's try to understand this true ignorance. Now someone did not have the skill to apply yoniso manasikara and yathabhuta jnana. Just imagine now the sense faculties function. So someone doesn't have the skill or kusala to apply yoniso manasikara, that is to instantaneously see the absence of this entity, or that to actually fully feel that it is a mental construct. If so, the smell becomes pizza. So the thoughts, oh, pizza is real. I mean, you may not talk, but pizza is there and it's very expensive. Or they may probably have offers. So unknowingly, lot of thoughts flow. It's kind of fast food. It's healthy, unhealthy. It's so unhealthy. So these vitakka vichara definitely arise. But if someone has this yatabhuta jnana, the proper knowledge actually, or the wisdom of truth of phenomena or the generation of stimulus, and yoniso manisakara instantaneously to apply these initial thoughts and sustained thoughts, vitakka vichara may not arise. So when actually someone sees the true nature of stimuli, such a person is in the level of savitakka savichara. Savitakka savichara means actually the Dhamma, natural Dhamma contemplation may happen. So this indicates the presence of the first meditative absorption, that is actually in penetrative insight. Also, this meditative absorption of Pratama Dhyana, these jhanas come in here also. That is actually when someone fully liberates from the stimulus. It is so here in penetrative insight or vipassana, when this consistently the liberation from the thought or the stimulus happens, what happens is kind of certain meditative state arises. So this is actually the true skillfulness. So then when one is liberated from the influence of stimuli, that influence means that the feeling that something is there. I mean, the stimulus does not become real in any case. Then avitakka vichara samadhi arises. So it's beautiful, this penetrative insight. The savitakka savichara nature may be there at the beginning, that is contemplation of Dhamma. So that will also gradually go away. So when the contemplation deepens and when the world is no longer experienced as real, definitely this state is marked by the absence of thought. So in this state, samadhi develops naturally, and that is the skillfulness, because this samadhi state arises when one liberates fully from the stimulus. So with that we are able to contemplate the truth So when one actually experiences the absence of thingness in the stimuli, the that inner realization is the skillfulness. First, someone may know the truth, hear the truth, like you all listen to this Dhamma talk. Then the realization happens gradually. So, what we should then understand is, so as long as someone remains in the wrong view or ignorance, this unrest of samsara continues. That is, someone has to go on and on in this terrifying cycle of life and death, because each stimulus generates power, additional power, which actually is caused by the taints, that samsaric vibration that telepathizes into the zygote. But when one is liberated from both external stimuli and internal self-view, this vipassana samadhi naturally awakens. So this vipassana samadhi is not something that one trains, or some experiences in a certain meditative posture. It transcends all four postures: sitting, standing, lying, walking. It is inner wisdom actually. This vipassana samadhi arises when one liberates from each and every stimulus, each and every stimulus with yathabhuta jnana and yoniso manasikara. So if actually you practice this will become self-evident. So that is why our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Vansi is capable of sharing all these self-experiences. He involved in this exploration for so long. Actually, he practically experienced the truth disclosed to the world by Lord Buddha 2500 years ago. How the world gets created through stimuli due to the mechanism of the sense faculties. So Lord Buddha revealed this truth as the middle path. That is a way that avoids all extremes, because illusory consciousness, this vijnanaya, belongs to the realm of extremes. The perceptions are shaped by delusion. That actually important to understand what this the concept of extremes, that is actually the duality. That is the shape of light occurs in the eye when it becomes the sunflower. There are two extremes. Even though we are not paying attention when we behave in the mundane world, the moment the sunflower is perceived as the stimulus taken as a true entity, the duality that the sunflower is external and the I that belongs to me is internal, the two extremes, two ends or two sides immediately arises. That is the Ajjatta Bahita referred to by Lord Buddha. So when this duality is there, we cannot get rid of this sense of self. So the person that sees the sunflower, the person that smells the pizza, the person that feels the coldness, the person that hears the sound of the crow, the person that think of someone or somebody, the person that tastes pizza naturally arises. So when someone fully realizes that it is not an externally existing entity, had someone not introduced these shapes of light, sounds, smells, tactile sensations, and tastes, at some point they may not develop into full stimuli or thoughts. So we should discern, we should contemplate it through skillfulness. That is, when a certain child is at the age of 3, 4, or 5, probably, when he tastes something, somebody whispered to his ear, it's milk, milk, water. Or sometimes when the shapes of light arose in the eye, somebody whispered, it's the sun, it's the star, hat, sand, the river. And when at that age, when the sounds occurred in the ear, somebody whispered, somebody said, it's the coil sound, it is the peacock sound, it is the sound of the wind, it's the sound of the rustling leaves. So when some tactile sensation was felt, or you feel cold, you feel hot, you feel this pillow is soft, this cushion is hard. So somebody said, so that those perceptions that came along with the experience reoccurs. It is repeated. It's a natural phenomenon. So when at that age, when the nose perceived certain smell, somebody whispered to the ear, it's the smell of dog poop, it's the smell of yak poop, it's the smell of the jasmine, it's the smell of bread. So now what happens is, whatever the sense faculty initiates a certain sensory input or experiences a certain sensory input, all previous perceptions, all previous data spark instantaneously, and the mind consciousness skillfully creates the notion of existence of a certain entity. So with that the two extremes, Ajjatta Bahita, external internal duality arises. The moment the pizza becomes real, I arises. I who observes. The moment the peacock sound arises, I arise too. So this is the knot that we have to untangle. So that is where initially the yoniso mansikara, the wise attention, and the yatha bhuta jnana, the two rounds, how this stimulus become real, how a individual sense faculty experiences it initially, and how it gets developed into a full thought due to the previous perceptions becoming current perceptions instantaneously, which actually causes mind consciousness to arise, and then which results in the self perception to arise. So this phenomena is beautifully explained by Lord Buddha in Patigha Sampassa and Adivachana Sampassa. So Patigha Sampassa is the first sensory faculty contact that happens at an individual sense faculty. That is nothing but the synchronization of vibrations of similar frequencies. The sense faculties are just vibrations. Nothing exists permanently. So always, as a law of nature, the vibrations of opposing charges interact, resulting in some power, which in other words is taken as the felt as the self. So this philosophy, this mechanism of thought generation or mind generation has been described in several levels. So what we today have to do is to listen to the sermons that discuss the true philosophy and develop mindfulness to apply it instantaneously. This is the initial level. So conscious application of Dhamma, the contemplation. So then it naturally arises, because in Buddhist philosophy the path is beautifully explained. Path is beautifully explained in 3 stages as Satya, Krutya and Krutak. The first, the listening to the Buddhist philosophy should happen. Then the contemplation, active and passive, the Dhamma is seen in every stimulus. You need some effort for that, actually a lot of effort. So at Krutak, the third level, unknowingly, Dhamma acts, and without the knowledge of the individual, Dhamma acts on stimulus, and the liberation happens. That is, everything happens without that sense of self. Actually, this sense of self that arose at the instant the stimulus becomes real is nothing but that burning, which happens at subtle level. So at the Krutak level, the full liberation happens without any burning. So for everything happens with wisdom. So when one realizes the truth of what is seen, heard, then felt, no longer becomes real, or they won't feel as if they truly exist. So liberation from the influence of stimuli occurs. The influence of stimuli is the sense of self. So if the stimulus is a wall, the act of seeing it and whether there is actually a person seeing the wall is discerned only through mindfulness. So it is mindfulness alone that knows whether the wall has become a thing in the mind. So that's why the path to Nibbana consists of a step-by-step approach, moving through Satya, Krutya and Krutak. Satya, the truth; Krutya, action, you active contemplation, passive contemplation, and Krutak, the completion of the task. It happens automatically. So this is mirrored in the teachings of Anupubba Kriya, Anupubba Sikka, and Anupubba Patipada. That is gradual action, Anupubba Kriya, Anupubba Sikka, gradual training, Anupubba Pratipada, gradual path. So one gains insight through Satya Jnana. First, there is Janato, and this is being repeated daily, and then Passato, that is experiencing, seeing. So that is true discernment. So just like we cannot force a chili plant to grow by will alone, you must water it and nourish it with fertilizer. Similarly, skillfulness or kusalaya cannot be forced. This kusalaya, that is ability to see the truth, grows through consistent care and practice. So when one enters the path to Nibbana, it reflects the degree of one's inner skillfulness. So actually it's so beautiful. The higher ordination or upasampada of monks is not a ritual, it is a spiritual commitment to prevent upadana or clinging. So actually the clinging is nothing but accepting the stimulus as real. So true higher ordination arises when one sees clearly that there is no permanent self or soul. So this realization secures the inner upasampada, the spiritual maturity of all four types of noble disciples: bhikkhu, bhikkhuni, upasaka, upasika, that is monks, nuns, laywomen and laymen. So without such realization, even someone like Gatikara would not attain the noble state of a non-return, anagami. So everything, all steps of path stream enterer, once returner, non-returner, arahant, are achieved only through Yathabhuta Jnana and Yoniso Manasikara, that is seeing the truth and having the skillfulness to see it. So this is the path disclosed to the world by Lord Buddha and being reiterated and actually having been explored through utmost effort. Our spiritual friend Buddothpado Aryan Hansi shares it with us. So let's all make use of this beautiful opportunity to liberate ourselves from suffering. So I wind up my Dhamma talk paying homage at Buddothpado Aryan Hansi's feet and worship Noble Triple Gem, and may you all be blessed by Noble Triple Gem, and see you tomorrow at the same time.
everyone.
16. The eye consciousness is similar to the mirror that gleams when held towards the sunlight. There is only a gleam or shine on the eye consciousness. The forming of the mind consciousness is a natural phenomenon. As soon as the senses receive any stimulus, automatically a thought is formed in the mind consciousness. When a shape called mother is given a sound like ma, 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 then the child tries to produce the same sound from his voice as ma, ma, and he forms a word. The learning of words is similar to when there is thunder up in the skies. When the frequency of the vibration from the noise of thunder matches the natural frequency of the window pane, then window panes begin to vibrate to the sounds of the thunder. But nothing came from the sky towards the window panes. Nothing came from the sky. In the same way, when an adult teaches a child to say mother, the child uses his voice to imitate the sound of the vibration he hears. And that is how he learns to form the sound or the word. Learning of words is also a natural phenomenon. It happens automatically. The fact that we don't understand this natural phenomenon is avidya, or the ignorance of not knowing the Dhamma. Due to our ignorance, we create sankhara and pains such as lobha, dvesha, moha, which takes us in this unending cycle of suffering. The text Avidya Pachaya Sankhara explains that our ignorance about the pure truth bring about suffering. Ignorance about the pure truth that the outside does not exist bring about sankhara or mental formations. These sankhara locks us up in a false view to steer, and that prevents us from seeing the illusion of our mind consciousness. Within this illusion, there is a natural phenomenon that happens automatically. This natural phenomenon, or this Swabhavika Sansiddhiya, is that along with the shape and the sound, all the other information about that image is automatically tied up to that image. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, please go ahead. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, everyone. May Triple Gem bless you all, and we will worship and say, first of all, and I joined a little bit later. Were you there from beginning, Dr. Sakuntala, for the reading?
Yes.
Could you please
yes.
summarize it? Okay.
Yes. Most of it actually. Basically, basically what was read was how the sensor level is functioning, what is happening at the sensor level, and subsequently a collective function or combination of the sensor function will give rise to the thought formation, and how the speech or how the child learns to talk. That was another point that was described. That means again at the sensor level, there will be a sound formed at the ear level, ear faculty, and as a sequel of that, there will be some function of the body sensor level, that means the throat level, and the sound will be kind of repeated at the throat level, and the child will try to imitate the sound which was created in the ear. So when the sound like mama is vibrated, the subsequent function of the body sensor or the body faculty will create that sound, and then we say that the child is talking, child is telling what I am telling him. So that was one of the things that was described, and also it was also briefly mentioned about how this synchronization occurs. Now, when there is a sound somewhere, we say that we heard a sound. Actually, what happens is that there is vibration at the ear level or the ear faculty, and then there is some synchronization with another vibration which was somewhere. So the both become same. That means there's nothing which came from that side to here. There's nothing which came from outside actually. There is synchronization or telepathization of two similar vibrations, and that process we call we heard. And another example was given, actually the lightning, which as an example for the process of seeing. When there is a series of rapidly happening sparks, we see a light. We tell that we assume that there is light. So that is what is happening at the eye level also. There's a series of fast vibrations, and that creates something which look like which we name as a light. And also another example was given about the thundering sound. Now, when there is some thundering, at the same time, we observe some of the windows will shatter. Actually, there is nothing transferred from the clouds up to the window, but there was some similarity in the vibrations, and then we hear the vibration or the shattering of the windows. So like that, the examples were given to indicate that sensor functions are not manipulated by something outside. Sensor function occurs then and there, and that is simply a vibration at that level. But the process called hearing, seeing, and the feeling of the skin, all these things are something that happens then and there, and then there is some synchronization with similar vibrations somewhere. So we cannot assume and say that those vibrations are persisting. That those vibrations also occur then and there, and then instantly there is some matching or telepathizing to to the sensor faculties. Actually speaking, the sensor faculty means vibration at that point. There's nothing called a separate sensor faculty which feels the vibration. Occurrence of the vibration means that is the occurrence or the appearance of the sensor faculty. That was actually, those were the facts that was read from the book Dr. Kokila. Anything you can elaborate on that, Teruvan Saranai?
Yeah, I think we have discussed a lot about in this towards that side of thing. Most of the time we discuss the same thing, and we just have to kind of reiterate this again and again, and tell how actually this stimuli is the only thing that was there, but how we felt differently. And the stimuli is actually a constellation of all these things, the eye faculty, and then the mind. Because just eye faculty, it would be just the light, but because we kind of have a different way of, different mechanism how these sensory organs work, they vibrate in the same time, and they actually act as a different new vibration. The new vibration has different qualities. These qualities were not the actual function of the first one. Like when you sing a song, the music, the final outcome is different. But if you actually divide it into various factors like the drum, the flute, the piano, the violin, they are quite different. Likewise, the five organs act differently, but the final outcome is the chair or the pineapple or the mother or the daughter. So that final outcome has a different quality. And what mind is, actually what mind consciousness is, fast occurrence of these thoughts makes it as you have kind of a existence. It is the mind consciousness, but it is a different state than the original level of other consciousnesses. So when we understand one stimuli, all these levels are there. The basic eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin, tactile, all these sensory organs, their vibrations, we have kind of vibration that is without the mind consciousness, but with the mind consciousness we have that new quality, new kind of a meaning now, and there being involved in the dream. Now you are actually in the dream. You are part of the dream. You're actually the center of the dream. So this feeling brings us the most damaging part of this is actually the self-perception. Why? Because always if you feel something, there is someone who is feeling it. So that's inevitable. So that is the problem. It has happened, but no one has actually done this. So what was there was actually the stimulus, because there's eye faculty, there's all the other faculties, mind faculty, and there's a final outcome, kind of. It's a phenomena which will happen anyway. And this is not going to stop until you stop breathing and, but then what is happening then? What is understanding them, and what happens then is this extra power which has come because we have taken this as real. The stimuli is not real. So there's two types of liberation that Lord Buddha talks. One is from defilements, one is from skandha. Don't know what that means in English, like from sensory organs, sensory organ vibrations. So defilements is like actually liberation from mind, where you actually get rid of that, the underlying vibration as well, because one stimuli has all these three layers. But even after that, the life will continue with the so-called sensory organ vibrations, and that's going to happen until breathing stops. But what is the magic here is, the main magic is that inability to vibrate. Because there's no vibration here, there's no ability to synchronize anywhere else. And even in non-returner level, there's no enough power for that vibration be able to have a synchronicity in the normal realms. Because there should be a kind of some kind of power for the vibration to be able to synchronize somewhere else. So that power is not there, means that vibration is not powered enough. This is all happening as a mechanism. Actually, there's no one doing it, or nothing is happening here. But understanding this is a bit difficult in the beginning, but once you get hold of the idea, it becomes part of you, and you kind of start feeling it. That's the most important thing, isn't it? Anything to add? Suranka, do you have anything to add to that? We can build up a discussion.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I think you explained most of the facts around that. These things have been discussed again and again, but because it is the basic important fact or the basic teaching in Lord Buddha's teaching, we are mentioning it again and again. So understanding that it is happening at sensor level. Every action, every thought, every word, every action can be accounted to the sensor level. But because we have been having this strong drushti about self, selfness or I-ness or whatever the word we can use, existing feeling. Because of that, we tend to sort of think many things that can be easily sort of recognized as sensor level, but still we feel that it happened to me or it was done by me, and I used it, I had it. For everything, automatically this self feeling is tagged. And as it was mentioned in the book reading, this is an automatic process or a spontaneous process. And you mentioned that in your part also. So there is no way of controlling or stopping. Whatever the environment that the animal or the living being is there, irrespective of the environment, this spontaneous process occurs. So whatever the sounds come, whatever the sounds vibrated, whatever the shapes vibrated, and whatever the other senses, other feelings vibrated, all will combine automatically to form the thoughts after a particular level. That means after a particular maturation of the physical parts of the body, there is automatically combining to form thoughts. And because the thought itself has a power or a current, it won't stop from there. It will lead to the feeling of existence, which we call itta sanyava. And itta sanyava means there is a spontaneous feeling that self is there. So this is the sequelae, and this is something that we have been talking again and again so many times, and it is the truth, and it is the fact that to be understood in the form of an internal transformation, not as a knowledge. A person who will listen to these Dhamma discussions can take it as a thought and can say that, yes, this is only a sound, this is only a shape to me. But that is completely wrong, actually. Taking it as a thought means the person is there, doer or the person responsible is there, and some activity is happening. So it should be an internal transformation. Initially, to understand this as a sensor function or sensor level, the person should use the thoughts and then try to research himself, and then try to understand. And eventually, after some level, it's felt as a thought automatically. At that time itself, you get that thought instantly to say that this is something created. And then further deep, when the understanding or the internal transformation is further better, it comes as a feel. Then the next thing is that I know, Dr. Kokila, you are very often discussing this level in your discussions, especially this night discussion. I have heard you mentioning this very often, because you can't stop at the sensor level, because sensors itself are creations. Sensor function itself is a creation. That is why Lord Buddha said, Chakkung nichangva anichangva. That means is the sensor level, or the what you see is true. So in other words, even without a name, if you see a shape, if the eye vibrates and creates a shape, that itself is not true. That again is a result of a fast vibration. The usual example of the fireball, when the fireball is spinning very fast, you can see it as a fire circle. Similarly, when you see the blades of a fan, of a ceiling fan, or maybe an ordinary fan at home, or even the fan of a helicopter or flight, when there is fast spinning, you can't see the blade separately. You see it as a circle, full circle. So you can't say that there is no circle because you can see it. And you can't say there is a circle because it's just a creation at that moment. So that is the deeper level that you have to understand. And that is what the system will understand with the complete internal transformation, that there is nothing, basically nothing in any of these things which are experienced as stimuli, depending on the nature of the sense faculty of each living being. Something is created all the time. If the consciousness is there, consciousness in the sense, what I meant is that the level of consciousness that we describe in the normal world or the mundane world. So if the person is alert and conscious, then you will experience these stimuli one after the other, and different sense faculties one at a time, and collectively it creates the world. And the feeling of the existence of world is called bhava in Pali. Bhava means assuming that the world is existing. Even one stimulus. Now, if you take as a tree, if you consider it as an existing tree, that is also bhava. And all these items, the trees, houses, vehicles, people, myself, all, the feeling of existence collectively, we call the world is there, world is existing, there is a world. And opposite to that world, I am there. So this is the ignorance. This is what we don't realize, because the existing world and myself are the components that we have been experiencing, not only in this birth, but all these samsara cycles throughout this time. That is what we have been believing or taking as real. That is why we are born today as living beings here, because we couldn't break that cycle. So I think those were the things that I wanted to elaborate on from what was read, and maybe Surangika can add something to that. Therwan Saranai. Are you in the place that where you can talk?
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, Dr. Pokila. Yes, I think as Dr. Pokila said, we are talking about basically the same process, isn't it? How the vibrations causes the manifestation in the five senses, and it is only from that vibration that there is a representation called form, which is then identified by the sensation that it creates or seems to create in different senses, isn't it? In the eye, the sensation of light, in the ear, the sensation of sound, and so on. And then from those comes that illusion of, and from those comes actually the naming or the identification of those various images and sounds purely for the purpose of experiencing those and distinguishing one from the other. And why is that also done? That is done for the purpose of wanting to savor it, wanting to enjoy one as distinct and different from the other, and all this via the different senses. But ultimately, once one accesses the true Dhamma and gains that understanding, there is that realization that from whatever senses these feelings and sense of enjoyment comes, all that is happening here is that, what do you call it, the uddipana in Sinhalese. It is that kind of slight exuberance, that bit of volitional formation, no matter whether it is coming from the eye consciousness, stimuli from the eye consciousness, or from the ear, like nice sound or music or whatever it is, or whether it is from food, some tasty, delicious food. Ultimately, the sensation is that sense of satisfaction or the sense of savoring, and then that existent feel and the savoring, the sensual desire, the sensual form and formless world, the three bhumi, the three realms get created, and that existent and self-perception is there. And the self-vibration keeps on maintaining itself, if not becoming stronger, isn't it? But ultimately, one realizes that if all these senses are just only giving that sense of savoring or tasting or enjoying, ultimately it is just one sensation. Ultimately, it is one vibration. And when that is realized, the futility of sensations being derived from different senses collapses, isn't it? And that is the very thing that, and when people do not understand that, they go behind all these different types of enjoyment. If it is sports, through the physical activity of it, the euphoria of winning a game, or playing some, hard game like rugby and soccer and things like that, the joy of the moment, the joy of winning, and so on. And then if it is food, you go to restaurants and you have these different types of cuisine, you go to the nth degree about how to make it this, that, and the other, and you get this fine dining and all these kind of things. So that's the ultimate zenith of the taste sensor and the taste function. So from all these things, people, due to ignorance, think that they are gaining different types of satisfaction, and all these are like kind of catering to different parts of themselves, and each of these tastes that they cultivate within them also they think is part of their character, part of their personality. And they've created these certain art forms and personality traits based on these different sense faculties and their desires for different types of experiences. So, but all this is what? All this is, again, as Swaminarayan Vansi has said this so many times, when one understands the function of these senses and how they come about, and then that ultimate experience is the same, whether it is coming from the light, the sound, the touch, the taste, or the smell. And that sensation itself is also made up of nothing, and it is purely there because of the speed of vibration. Then what more is there to savor or hold on to or value, isn't it? And I think it's that realization that is gained gradually, and also, of course, very importantly, the fact that this is nobody's doing. It is just a mechanism, a process that is happening. And this perception is something that has been tagged on to it due to the ignorance. It is just a misconception, but not something which is a truity. So if once that is fundamentally realized, that this whole need for wanting to be living, wanting to, get up every day and survive, not survive. Nobody wants to survive. No, people want to always do something. There is the tendency in this process, because of the way the mind works, of wanting vibration after vibration, stimuli after stimuli, to maintain this so-called existence. And that is also coming from that zygote Shasviya nature that is there. That is the thing that is propelling this thought process and the self-vibration. Because of that, there is a never-ending wanting through the sense functions to keep on living, keep on existing and wanting. So the wanting comes from that self-vibration. So when one understands that there is nothing to want, there are no such things to want in the first place, and that those are also just constructs of the mind and mind alone, then this whole need for existence, needing to be alive, all these things just fall away gradually. And with that only comes that tranquility. And one would still have to exist as long as there is the breath coursing through this so-called body. But there is in that moment of nothing being anything of value, I don't know what you call it, the Swapadishesha nirvanic state, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? And then one just continues on until this physical body comes to an end. But having at least realized that point of Swapadishesha Nibbana, or at least a state of super-awareness, then the only thing that one actually would want to do is to find a way of providing this source of solace to those out there who are suffering due to ignorance and going behind all these sensor-driven sensations that they think are giving them so much joy, but unerringly and unknowingly and invariably ends up giving them suffering, isn't it?
Yeah. Not sure what more to add. We can just discuss something that Hanse keeps saying last few days, because it's really nice to hear all the sermons that he does, which says the same thing, but in a different way every day, in a different context to because it changes with the person who asks the question. So
I think we can talk about something he mentioned, I think last night, Dr. Kokila, to a mother, where he said that one starts on this journey by first seeing the suffering out there, isn't it? The dukkha satya.
Yeah. That was so beautiful. But the thing is, when the actually that brings up the discussion I had even early morning, because when the self-view is very strong, there's a possibility that this self-view, or actually any view in that sense, the chair or anything in that sense, when they are very strong, what does that mean is when the thought is very strong, very powerful, actually the feel can be clouded. I mean, feel will not be there. So there is that problem. That's where in Lord Buddha's time, Patachara, actually, if that calamity didn't happen to Patachara might not feel anything. Sometimes you don't know, but it's an example. Likewise, sometimes when the view is so strong, the thought is very strong. Yeah.
Yeah, excuse me, Dr. Kokila, if we can start with the basic explanation, basically explaining what is really meant by mind and what is meant by feel. I think that will be something useful for the listeners, because we talk very often about the feel and the mind. If we tell them what is really meant by feel and what is meant by mind, I think that will be a good basic basis to start this, what you are going to explain.
Well, even that is very difficult because it has to be felt. But the thing is, feel is mainly, it doesn't have the mental picture. So the feel is the basic feel that even the child or the baby would have. Feel, even the baby would have a kind of a feel, and that feel, that's the way I could tell it. I mean, there would be more ways to tell that, but I think the basic example would be the little baby in the cot. How the feelings, without being clouded by a thought, genuine. I mean, I don't know whether we can use that genuine word, but I think in this context we can use that word, genuine, basic feels. And in that, then comes the feel of the mind too, like the mind. There's a feel in the mind too. The mind, the outcome, there's kind of emotions as well. But so the feel entails the ones with the baby as well as the feel of the mind, because mind also has few other factors. That's the beauty of the human mind. It's only with the human mind though, because a lot of animals, they don't have the human kind of this mind nature. They have the feel and they will just forget about it, like kind of they don't kind of go back and go back to the same scenario again and again and again and think about it and feel sorry about that. But in the human system, because we have the ability to synchronize to the same thought again, this is the phenomena that happens in a human mind, where thoughts will just come to the surface because there would be a similar something. You imagine cry of a baby might bring a mother's memories about her own baby, something like that. She didn't even plan to think about her own baby, but there was a baby crying in the streets, and then this can bring about the like this, because they too are similar in vibration, so that can bring the same thought. But the feel actually is how strong you feel about it. And when we say that, actually this feel is an indicator for your how strongly you would have kind of it is the indicator for taints also. But when the mind is formed, it is very difficult for this to surface, because mind has so many explanations. Like we go to the baby. Imagine a baby kind of, or even a child would be so happy, then they will express that. But adult, even if they feel the happiness, they don't want to express that. Or the sadness, child will be crying like non-stop. But adult would not cry because it's not good to cry. So this everything is clouded by and buried by the thoughts which are governed by the culture, governed by the family norms, governed by the data you have, governed by the job you do, governed by the even children's attitudes, because the way mom performs can change due to a lot of factors. It's all in the mind. But because because of these restrictions we make in our own self, the feel is mass, basically mass. We even don't feel anything because it's kind of the way that people live. So this is very well known in psychology, very well known, that children who underwent some kind of harsh situations, they would learn to ignore things. They would learn to, skip things. They would learn to think about something else. And also in the other way around, if a child is exposed to all the time with like a very extreme conditions where like every time there's something happening, there's no much time for being single, to calm down, that person will not have an idea about anything, so always on the go. Kind of there's always the factors which mold this, our external appearance as well as external kind of our actions and our words, our thoughts, basically. But this, remember, tense, there's nothing like that. It's kind of the same vibration that is there. That vibration can change from thought to thought, yes, of course, because the frequency can change. So imagine it is like an animal. Now you are trying to attack someone because you got angry. The kind of the vibration of the tense can be very high, and if that is the last thought, the high possibility is the synchronicity can happen to a similar level. That's how it happens. But anyway, it's very difficult to because, as we always say, we can say that this milk toffee is, or chocolate is sweet, but if someone asks you to explain what sweet is, you just have to put something in that mouth and say that is sweet. But then chocolate sometimes has a bitter taste too, and someone may not like it. But if you put some sugar into the mouth, okay, this is, you can only say an example. But likewise, the feel, everyone knows this. It's masked sometimes by a lot of thoughts and a lot of norms, a lot of cultural things, a lot of, there's so many aspects of it. Actions and words and our thoughts can be governed, can be manipulated, can be changed. But the basic vibration, nothing has happened. The vibration frequency can change. It's the same vibration. Nothing changes. Nothing happens to the vibration. Same vibration, but the frequency can change. That's where we feel it very hard. If you are tuned to that, the first tuning is happening when you actually go see through and through one stimuli. If you can see through the mind, like when it is not real, you can exactly feel that vibration and the non-vibration as well. But then after that, you're familiar with this now. That's where the hint is, I think, because you're familiar with the vibration as well as the non-vibration. So then most of the questions we ask is actually subsiding, because we know the vibration, we know the non-vibration. So it takes time for the vibration to go away. In the sense, vibration is a field. That's why I use that word. Sorry, the vibration is the field. The field is a field. So sweet or salt is a field. That basic field is actually, when we say sweet also, that is, again, it is not that basic vibration. So the field has no form. You have to get this very clear. Field has no form. The mundane world we have, this is so soft. We have the word soft has a meaning to that. That's not the thing. That's not the thing. That's not the formless world. So feel is the formless world. There can't be any form attached to that, and it's a feel only. But when you actually, it's the only way I think it is easy is to for the knowledge wise, to go back to the zygote and try to feel that vibration and how this vibration started to manifest and then change to this so-called mind bubble now. When the mind bubble is formed, feel is anyway covered with that. But once one is aware about this, becomes easy, becomes kind of someone has to actually free from the form world, in the sense there can't be a value to the form world if the field has to be full. I mean, we can get it here and there, in the sense we can feel, we can again think like as real, like take it seriously too. So we kind of go from Dolan, even know what is the word for that. That we can We can be having
oscillating, isn't it?
Yeah, oscillating from one place to another, but as we have heard, non-returner, the is going by the feel only, and yeah, that's I think that oscillation stops, because oscillation can be in every phase. Like oscillation can happen from outside to the mind level, where the view is very strong and view is getting broken. Then the mind level, that's the second one, where the actual form world is still felt as real. That is where all the perceptions are felt as real. Or like every word we talk, even Dhamma, whatever, they are felt as real. If someone has actually surpassed this level, then the actual form level doesn't matter. The feel would be there, but then if actually someone has felt the non-vibration, they know the difference between the feel and the non-feel. No, there's no word like that. Feel of the vibration and feel of the non-vibration. So there's nothing that the system can do. There's nothing that non-returner can do. Just wait for the feel of the vibration to become the non-vibration. How do you know? Because you have felt it before, isn't it? Is there anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I think that what Dr. Sakuntala mentioned about the mind part is that, I mean, if we think about the beginner, also based on earlier past experience as well, how each time an experience is related on the Zoom, you know, how people say, but that's also in the mind, and that's a thought. It is quite difficult and challenging for a person who hasn't understood the feel. They might have experienced emotions, of course, as a natural feeling, but to be told that you're in the mind is not something that is that anybody's kind of given thought to, isn't it? Because it's the whole mind formation has happened from such a small, tender age, and the feelings that have got generated as a result of those thoughts, which we spoke of earlier, coming from the various senses and then with objects becoming real, is taken so much for granted that the feelings and emotions that they generate are also considered feelings associated with that person without knowing that they are generated by thoughts and thoughts alone.
I don't know whether Sakuntala can hear.
Distinguishing, because so many times, time and time again,
Surangika, is your Wi-Fi working well?
hears people, including ourselves at the beginning, speaking on. I'm wondering whether that's the part that. Sorry, maybe it's the fan. I have a fan on. I'll switch it off. Can you hear me, Dr. Kokila?
No, you were in some parts. Your voice could not be heard that much. Did Dr. Sakuntala hear the voice?
No, it was, yeah, there were some disturbances.
It was dragging.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Now we can hear.
Yeah, so what I was trying to say was that these emotions and various things that people have, they don't know that they are getting, that they have got generated from the mind or the thought patterns with making senses and the sensory experiences real. So that is why there was a big challenge, even at the beginner stage on Zoom, when people say things and recount various experiences, only to be told, but you're thinking, that's in the mind. So I think that's what Dr. Sakuntala wanted to you to explain or distinguish for the benefit of our listeners. When we say mind, what do we mean by saying mind, and then what is feel? Now you actually explained the feel, Dr. Kokila.
There is a
Yeah.
problem there actually, because we have a feel with the form. That's what I was trying to say. This is so soft, then it's with the mind. So one has to actually pierce the mind level to actually get the feel. That is the problem actually. That's the challenge here.
Yes, but just before we get to the feel, if you can just clarify what is exactly meant by saying a person is in the mind.
It has a form, that means. It has the form. So usually the whatever the description is not there in that particular moment. So that's the problem I think we come across when we try to say if there is a actual description, it's again in the mind, because there's a form. You know, there's a story, there's a perception. And
I think if we try to put it simply, Dr. Sakuntala, you can chip in as well. It's that every object and stimuli that has been created through the mind is the thing that through Dhamma, one gets the understanding that it is not the seeing, but it is a thought. It is not the crow that we see, but it is the thought that it is a crow. So it is all the living itself is one whole series of thoughts, and it is those thoughts that are referred to here as being in the mind, because all the thoughts, the so-called objects, persons, people, external world, reality, I, me, myself, all that, through the true Dhamma, we understand only thoughts, and it is to those thoughts that we refer when R.N. say or any Dhamma teacher says, you or he or she is in the mind, isn't it? I mean, just for the benefit of our listeners, just trying to clarify and distill that down a little bit more.
Yes, I think now in simple explanations, what I remember Aryan say also described in the same way. That is how I could sort of pick this up. So, as taste becomes chocolate, the feel of taste becomes chocolate as a thought, or or in other words, the feel is a taste and the thought is a chocolate. So, but when we sort of at the level where the thoughts are formulating, you cannot separate these two out, and then there is no way finding out it's just a thought, it's just a taste, but it always ends up as chocolate. And when you go deeper, this field of taste, that itself is a creation at that point due to the speedy vibration, and beyond that there is just one form of vibration which is manifested as a taste depending on the sensor faculty. That means when the sensor faculty is the tongue,
the taste faculty, it creates it as a taste, and then as a thought it is mentioned or it comes out as chocolate. I don't know whether is there anything
If the
correct in
form of chocolate is there, the perception of chocolate is there, the feel can't manifest itself.
Yes.
That
Yes.
the actually what I'm trying to say is it's even not the vibratory nature of the taints can't be manifested. Then only we actually understand that because we have contemplated it before, only it comes that is the vibration of the tongue only. This thinking part is not going to happen in that particular experience. That experience has nothing to do with the thinking part. That's where the avitakka vichara is no thinking part. So can you see the avitakka vichara means it has no thinking at all, in the sense there's no chocolate at all. It's just the vibration of the tongue and the non-vibration. That's where everyone struggles, I think. But it is something which can't be explained either. It has to be felt.
Can I clarify something from both of you? The word contemplation is used for the abhisankarana or
Oh, sorry, I used it in the mundane world. We talk about contemplation. I don't know whether it is used in this
yeah,
Dhamma
in
as
these
well.
Dhamma
Sorry.
discussions, what is it? I mean, what word is it? The kamatahan or abhisankarana?
So abhisankarana is the volitional formations. The volitional word and the formation. Formation comes from that mental formation, the sankhara aspect of it. Okay. And the volitional part comes from the fact that we upadana karandit, meaning that we are taking it to be real and then therefore savoring and enjoying it, thinking that it has value, whether it is from the external world or the perception itself. In both those senses, if there is a sense of value attached to it, then there is that volitional formation, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, the words are so confusing. I'm not a good person with the words. I think you are better in that aspect, because sorry, I used the word contemplation, where I was trying to say was the yoniso manasikara, that thing is not happening in that particular avitakka vichara level. That was what I was trying to say.
Yeah, it's only at the feel level, isn't it?
No, the Savitakka Savichara, there's one in the middle, and then the Avitakka Vichara is the one where actually, in the sense, feel and the non-vibration. So the feel of the vibration and the non-vibration. Because it has to go to non-vibration. It's useless to just feel. Just feel is still if you have contemplated, if you have done this yoniso manasikara, what is the word for that?
I don't think we have a word term for it, actually.
That whatever that is, if we have done that well,
maybe
the practice,
maybe penetrative insight, isn't it?
Yeah. If we have done the penetrative insight before, with the 4 levels of practicing, then only it will come. Otherwise, it will never come. It will just stop in the level of the vibration. Non-vibration won't come because you get so flustered in that situation. But if you have actually practiced it so well, then it has that effect.
So Dr. Kokila, sorry, I just ask Dr. Sakuntala, if you can ask your question, I'll ask my one after that. You were asking about point of contemplation? Yeah.
Yes,
Point
I think
of contemplation was the The Kamatahan.
Kamatahan, isn't it?
Kamatahan.
Yeah, sorry, I used that word wrongly.
Okay. Point of contemplation, right? Okay. You're learning many new things.
So what I was going to ask was, this Avitaka Vichara, Dr. Kokila. So at that point, when it's just the feel, so at that point, I mean, now that the thoughts coming and going thing is still there because of the sense.
No, this is in one. This is in
function.
one stimuli. So we can't talk about other things. It's just in one stimuli.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Everything is explained in one stimulus. One stimulus.
Yeah, even this stream winner has to feel it in one stimuli. That's where the whole thing is. That's where what Aranwansi is talking about has come out, because if one stimuli wasn't felt as a thing and the feel of existence is broken, that completely explains the whole thing. That means you are born in every stimuli. Yes. And once the stimuli is not a thing, you are not born. That's the basic important, I don't have words to say anymore.
That's the Buddhakshanya, isn't it?
Yeah.
I remember there was a question either today morning or last night. I can't remember. Probably today morning, 5 o'clock. One mother asked about now if a fetus dies, then there is no sort of life and it will get evacuated.
I think last night, yeah. That was, he has explained it multiple times.
Yes. Because in that also he said that it is just one spark or one vibration. And then there's nothing called this vibration going to another fetus when it happens. The vibration becomes synchronized, that's all.
Yeah. Synchronicity, or the ability to synchronize, is the beauty of actually that is the samsaric cycle, I think.
Cycle, yes.
This whole thing is so natural also. There's no self, but this keep happening. That is the aviññānaka way. I don't know what is the word for that. Aviññānaka way to, if you start looking at this phenomena, aviññānaka way. Do you have a good word, Surangika, for that?
Aviññānaka is looking at it from a lens of non-self vibration.
That's good. Yeah. Oh my God, you are so good in that non-self angle. Yeah. If that can be done, this whole thing is like easy. This whole story becomes easy. Why the scientists are struggling is because they have so much ideas about self and the consciousness, and because they have taken this consciousness as power of us. They can't deviate from that, but I think in the future they will deviate from that and start understanding more about this.
I think there are people, I mean, probably even people like Stephen Hawking and Arthur C. Clarke kind of cottoned on to it, isn't it? There are aspects in their teachings or in their books where they lean towards the fact that they can't find the doer, but they haven't really quite touched it.
Yeah, they didn't actually touch it in a way saying Lord Buddha actually knew the answer.
Exactly,
they didn't say that. They didn't say that. They never say that in that sense. Even if they suspect it, they might not say that because it's not there.
But although they embark on those experiments through a point from a knowledge perspective and a curiosity and a passion for science and so on, I think some of those people have the feel, and ultimately it leads them to the feel. They can't really put their finger on it, but they get the feel that this is not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Meaning, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think we are actually going into the 4 o'clock mark now.
Yes.
So we will stop the Zoom meeting for today, and we thank Shani every day, and we thank Karen Hanse for letting us know all these actually ground-breaking revelations and the science of samsara and science of nirvana. Thank you, Aranansa, and may Triple Gem bless you all. Everyone, son and my friends.
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpado, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpado, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpado, showed the way by asking see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. And nothing was the same.
Good afternoon, everybody. Therun Sarnai, Therun Sarnai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 6. All the above explanations are only to the persons who already know the Dharma, the philosophy. We will not try to clarify the details of the philosophy to you in this moment. We assume you know it already. From this point onwards, we should concentrate only on the practical side of going on the path. Now, we already know and we have the knowledge that this world is not true. And we know that we live in a world of thoughts which we ourselves have created by ourselves. This is very clear to us now. But for you, this is only a knowledge, a learning, but you have not experienced the realization, pure truth yet, have you? Even at this moment, you continuously receive a lot of stimuli, aramana, from your six senses. Your thoughts are nothing but a flow of stimuli that you receive from your six senses. There is not a moment when you do not receive stimuli from your eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind consciousness. This is like a machine. This continuous flow of stimuli, aramunu, is due to the phenomenon of impermanence, also known as anitya swabhava. Let us analyze what it means by a flow of thoughts. Can the blowing of the wind be stopped? Can you assign a beginning to the wind? Can you assign an end to the blowing wind? The wind that blows is a flow, a sothaya. It flows. The river flows. In the same way, the mind consciousness flows. The thoughts, the mind consciousness is a flow. The mind means it is a flow of thoughts. The mind is similar to the wind that blows. There is no beginning and there is no end to it. It is an unending flow of thoughts or situvili sansaraya. There is nothing as a river. If you dip your hand into the river, all what you feel is some water or some wetness on your hand. There is also nothing as the wind. It is only a name that we assign to the blowing. There is also nothing as rain. If we try to touch the rain, all we feel is some water on our hands. It is us who assign a name as rain to the water that falls from the sky. Sun, everybody.
There was Sarnai Shani. We pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpado Aryananse. There was Sarnai Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpado English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we help you to understand the illusion of the outside world and your very existence. All the perceptions that brings from your senses, they are false. What you think is false. The outside world is false. And you are also a lie. So let's start our discussion. Today, we would like to invite Sudharma Vikramasinghe to start the discussion. Teruvan Sarnai Sudharma.
Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma means Teruvan Saranai is the President. Yes, let's again pay our homage at Aryan Hanse's feet. Can you hear me? I am little concerned about the voice quality because I am outside. Can you hear me? Teruvan Saranai. Can you hear me, Dr. Sakuntala and Mr. Bernard?
Yes, there is some interruption with the sound, Sudharma.
I am using earphones because I have come to a place with my students and I am speaking from there. So you cannot hear me.
Not clear enough, Ms. Sudharma. It is not a signal problem. I think something else. Have you used any device? Electronic?
Is it better now?
Yeah, that's right.
Teruvan Saranai, but anyway, let me know if there are background noises. So I am extremely sorry about this disturbance as well. And yes, so today Shani read another 2 pages, that is volume 2. So as Mr. Bernard pointed out, so this is basically about the wisdom of truth. And this pure truth, yesterday also we discussed this. So what is this truth? Uh, it is not liberating from the external world. It is understanding that there hasn't been a self in at any point in the life. Because if we talk, if we say that we are going to understand that there is no self, again that inner internal misconception, belief that at some point there was a self is coming. So what should be clear to us is we have never experienced the self. It was all a misconception. Because when we have talked, our Dhamma friends have elaborated so many times this Aryan Mahanse's revelation that there has never been a self. It is all due to ignorance that we believe that we are maintaining a self. Or we are like people. We have a certain self-image. We have a certain self-identification. So it is very clear from the sermons that Aryan Mahanse reveals about the existent field, how the alive field arises. So when the actually conventional terms, when the birth occurs, when the five senses functions, when the five senses of an infant functions, gradually the light sensitivity, then hearing, the sound, then the smell, then taste, gradually starts working due to the natural phenomena of vibrations. The natural phenomena of similar vibrations of similar frequencies coming together and making certain projections. So at that point, the infant even gradually develops the alive feel that the infant does not have any idea of external entities, external objects, but that sensitivity to certain stimuli in the sense warmth, maybe certain sounds, lights happen. So the feeling that something is there is occurring. It is also nature. Later, uh, as the child grows, this alive feel develops into a sense of self and self view. Because ignorantly we begin to believe, we can't use the word we even here, the system, natural power created in the by this sparking of vibrations as self, and this is further strengthened and further actually uh, this ignorance is further energized due to the environmental factors like education provided to the children, conversations of the family, like introducing things. So Aryan Hans is a very common example of the Montessori child who learns the objects association with the names. So there the thought formation happens, and the infant gradually believes that he or she lives in an existing world. So gradually a life feel develops into the self view. So today's reading basically focused on the same stuff, this the pure truth, as Shani read. The practical approach is for the people who have a thorough understanding of the wisdom of truth. That is this how this uh, self view, self image is created, how we ignorantly believe that everything happens to me, I, or myself. So the beautiful examples that came in this uh, section are the river, the wind. Actually, is there anything called wind? How do we label this certain situation as wind? It is only a speed, like these vibrations that we are talking about, sparking of vibrations. So this cannot be captured by human eyes. Similarly, if we take the phenomena like wind, we what is wind? Even Aryan Vahanse himself questioned this once. What is wind? Unless the leaves of the trees shake and they are blown away, or unless the trees are swaying, um, we actually, that is the perception we have related to the label wind. And similarly, the river, there is nothing called river. It is just the speedy flowing of water. So these are little things that we have to uh, contemplate on to understand this illusionary world, which we have like ignorantly believed to be real. And similarly, another important point highlighted in today's reading is the role of the thought. Our living is nothing but the flow of thoughts. One after the other, thoughts occur as a natural phenomenon. When there are, however, if there are vibrations of similar frequencies, sparking of these vibrations naturally happen. But the person, there is a person ignorantly believe that all these happens in my eye, my ear, my nose, or my mind, my tongue, so on and so forth. So these discussions, question and answer sessions, and sermons helps a lot for us to clarify these doubts and make certain self-realizations that there are like actually there is nothingness, no person, no self, and no external reality. So Miss Surangika and Dr. Sakuntala also there. Please elaborate on this section, and I kindly request you to go ahead with the discussion, and I beg your permission to leave the discussion also, since I am involved in some professional commitment right now. Teruvan Saranai, Miss Surangika and Dr. Sakuntala.
Thiruvan Saranai, Sudharma, thank you for the detailed sort of evaluation that you did on behalf of the on the pages that were read. You gave a sort of broad outline and also kind of summary of the read parts. Just want to add few things. One is that about the little baby with the radiant mind who mostly acts on the sensor level. At sensor level also,
there are instances where some discomfort is felt, like for example a very bright light, maybe a very loud sound, or a cold feel to the skin, uh, hunger due to hunger, that means the discomfort, uh, or the thirst. Those are sort of bodily discomforts. Uh, so when these occur, they are at the sensor level. The baby will experience those feelings, but doesn't know how to uh, locate it, or there is no naming or identification of the discomfort, but there will be some form of reaction, like tightly closing the eyes or crying, uh, to indicate the discomfort. So that is, in other words, in a very subtle way, it interprets or it manifests some form of uh, feeling of existence, uh, because the little older, maybe few weeks or few months old baby, if the baby feels wetness, baby might even try to turn the body. So there are some reactions at that level, and in a subtle way, baby feels his own existence, but you cannot label it as a thought, or you cannot label it as a self-perception, but in a subtle way, there is reaction like that. And when the baby grows up little by little, as we discussed, as Dr. Kokila explained very nicely yesterday, little by little, the thought formation, there is some intermediate sort of level where there is gradual transformation, and then after some time, we are fully dependent, or we are fully acting according to the thought. So at that time, actually speaking, sensor level, sensor field cannot be identified. The two circles which are described by Lord Buddha, in Pali it is Vattang Vattati. So we always experience the thought after a certain age, where uh, uh, we do not experience the sound only, or the shape only, taste only, smell only, or the skin feel only. That level we do not experience, because it's all covered with the next vattaya, or the next circle, which are thoughts. Actually, that means, in other words, the mind sensor, activity of the mind sensor. So there is identification of the source, and then according to that, so many other thoughts are followed. For example, I feel hungry. So there is a self perception attached to that always. I feel hungry, and then maybe thoughts following that. I want to eat this thing. I don't like this food, but I want this particular type. So all sorts of thoughts are coming up. Uh, so this is the process that happens. It's an automatic process, spontaneous, natural sequelae, where the thoughts are coming up as the straight forward, or the product. So we do not experience the sound, but we experience straight away the tooting of a vehicle. We straight away, I want to correct actually the system. System will experience not a seeing, but a coconut tree, and the system will not experience a smell, but uh, the smell of a rose flower. So like that, it's the thought which is experienced. So this process is not going to stop there.
Now, all these points, the speed is a decisive factor. Very fast occurrence of this, and because of the speed, something which wasn't there is created as an illusion. So the sound is created as if it is there, and the shape is created as if it is really there, and then the merging of these will give the feeling that the thought is real. So thought is real means there is always a value given. There is some form of power into that. Current is there. And then that is the thought which has been given a value, which has been given a current or a power, which subsequently felt as something existing. And the other side of that coin is that I am experiencing that. So this is actually what is described in dependent origination or paticca samuppada also. And when there is something which is taken as real, that is what is described as the birth of the person, birth of the system, or jati we call it. When jati is there, it's always attached with the death or the marana, and eventually it is always tagged with all sorts of sufferings. So these are the things that this is the normal process, and it is actually like a robo, or as R.N. Mahase describes, like a flank to which some sensors are attached, and the sensors are programmed. So these continuously these sensors are functioning, and function of the sensors will end up with the formation of the thought, and subsequently the feeling of existence and the self-perception. This actually happens in a fraction of a second, and it is applicable to every stimulus, every stimulus that occurs. So this happens throughout the day as long as the senses are functioning. That means, in other words, as long as the breathing takes place in the physical body, as long as the physical parts or the materialistic parts or the organs are functioning, this process will continue. I would like to invite Surangika to add things to what I mentioned. Surangika, Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, and Therwan Saranai, Dhamma friends, and we pay homage to R.N. Mahase. Yes, it is really convoluted process, isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala? I mean, and this whole end-to-end process is something that really needs to be unraveled and analyzed. And I think the true Dhamma teachings that are being expounded by Buddothpado and Mahase through all these multiple Zoom sessions, whether it is in Sinhalese medium or English medium, that is what we are trying to do through these discussions, and bring the Dhamma closer to the hearts and minds of people who are earnest in the following of the path to ultimate liberation. So you explained really well, Dr. Sakuntala, about the baby in the cot and how these basic sensations are still felt by the baby at that very basic level. But then gradually, when the faculties of the senses mature, the learning process starts probably at 2-3 years of age. And then with the taint, that is the basic dormant power, or the self-perception, or the self-vibration that is prevalent in every system, that starts to spring to life purely through ignorance, and activates itself when once the sense faculties start maturing, the child starts learning various things in the nursery days, isn't it? So at that point, starting from little bits and pieces of things that the child's parents teach, to the point of going to nursery and hearing words and sounds and images spoken or shown or heard in the classroom, from all these various types of stimuli, the child then takes on a world of its own by understanding first what an alphabet is, images of various things, toys, people, teacher, school, mother, father, and so on. And then gradually, with that ability of binding power of the taint, self-vibration, there is a belief or a believing that starts occurring in the child's mind gradually, that these things are true, that the image coupled with the sound that is then taught to be the apple, the taste coupled with the sound that is taught to be orange juice, the sound that is again coupled with a name is taught to be somebody crying. All these things are then given names and labels, and then gradually the child, entire world, an external world, starts to become real for the child. So the latching on to these objects then automatically happens. Why? Because of the ignorance, actually. Because if there was no ignorance, there is no latching on. But that binding power is innately there in every system. Because of the ignorance, the birth itself with a body, human body, the vibration is existent. And that vibration then starts projecting itself by the means of understanding or taking these stimuli to be real. So then, as you said, with this world getting created, the child unknowingly, because it is being taught as such, unknowingly, unerringly, and ignorantly, is told and then believes that all these objects, animate and inanimate, are outside, and that therefore there is a person on this side, which is the child, this Jack or Jill or whoever it is. And so that way a duality is born, isn't it? And with that comes that whole existent field. It's not only that one gets the thought, as you said, through the two cycles, Vattam, Vattati. First, the different types of basic consciousnesses form, and then the mind consciousness gives us the object or the stimuli called the chair. So it not only brings about the image of the chair, there is a sense that the chair exists. So there is the chair, and then there comes a feeling that the chair exists. That is what we call the existent field. And that's a natural progression of how this mind consciousness and the process works. And with that existent field, it extends from the chair to the table, to the classroom, to the parents, to the mother, father, and to the home. And I have siblings. There is a world. I go to school at this place. These are my friends. This is the bag I use. On weekends, this is what I do. I like playing cricket. All these things gradually start making up this child's world. And all of those exist gradually this starts becoming entrenched in the child's mind. And if this was not clouded with ignorance, this would have been easily seen through. For example, as Saran Mahanse tells us multiple times, the example of Rahula, Prince Rahula, the Buddha, when he showed Rahula the reflection in the pool of water and said to him, Rahula, the reflection that you see in the water is the world, as we call it. And by that, what he meant was that the world that we think we see in the external, in the outside, is all but just a reflection and nothing else. So if you think about the example of a mirror, and then you go in front of the mirror, and whatever that we see as an image in the mirror, there is an acceptance that there is nothing there except a reflection, isn't it? And there is no value attached to it. One doesn't try to poke one's hand through the mirror and touch an object that is appearing in the mirror's image, or pull out an object, or try to touch or caress an object, or anything like that whatsoever, because there is an understanding that the mirror is just projecting a reflection and a reflection alone. And yet with that basic but very direct and deep statement, Rahula at that tender age of 7 was able to see through that and understand the truth and attain the Sotapanna stage. So that was because of the guidance and the teachings of the Buddha that Prince Rahula was very fortunate to access and hear at that age. But what happens in the conventional world, in society, like today, ignorantly, all generations, if they had not accessed the true Dhamma, is continuing to provide this message, which is the Pruthaggjana or lay people's message of their understanding of this world, isn't it? The understanding that there is a world outside, and that I am here, and that everything exists, and I am here, and I exist, and the I and the me and the my, all that, it becomes very true. So this message, through pure ignorance, is then carried on and passed and conveyed to the next generation and the next generation. And so is it that the child then starts gradually going into that same level of ignorance, and this process works. But the beauty of the true Dhamma is when one understands how the process works, that this is just a mechanism, and that this world that we call it is only a manifestation of various sensory perceptions occurring purely due to the speed of vibration, and that if not for our sense faculties, there wouldn't be an external world at all. And then if there is no external world, the sense of I, the ego, the self-perception also cannot be. If that is known, initially even as knowledge, before we progress into the practical understanding of it, that itself is a huge, huge step in the direction of liberation of the mind. The whole samsaric cycle is continuing because of that misunderstanding and the ignorance that people think that there is an external world or a reality outside. And it is that belief that makes the vibration continue on from one point to the other. So the conventional death, as we call it, is only just a temporary or stopgap measure, because as long as the self-vibration remains out of ignorance, and that in the point of the dying breath, and there is a matching vibration elsewhere, that vibration continues on and on in that samsaric cycle. So for Pruthaggjana or lay people, as long as an external world is real, then that vibration continues. But if one accesses the Dhamma, if one understands and realizes that the external world is not true, that it is only a thought and a mind perception that is occurring in this very moment, and then understand that even that thought is only a combination of these so-called basic consciousnesses, and that if not for the vibration, those consciousnesses also would not be manifesting, then one not only uh, not only liberates from the external world, there is the liberation that happens from the mind itself. And with that, the self-perception erodes and the inner awakening gradually comes about. So what happens when one actually experiences that? There is that inner calmness, there is that inner awakening as one progresses on the path. The so-called asrava or tains, or if we can call it maybe defilements even, the raga, dvesa, moha, as people also understand it as such, those start gradually losing its value, losing its importance, because it is those things that keep on getting stronger if there is a belief that an external world and objects and stimuli are true. But when one understands through the Dhamma that these are just mind perceptions and just stimuli which have no base whatsoever, the value that is attached to these things gradually starts eroding. And then comes that whole sense of just the action mind going on, where one can get about one's daily activities. There is an understanding that there is only a process here, a mechanism that is functioning, and that with the erosion of the value attached both to the external world as well as to the mind perception, the functioning, the basic functioning only occurs, and the self-perception, the self-vibration also starts dissipating. And then one even realizes that the word death, which brings such horror and fear to people in the conventional world, is only also just a thought, and that the daily activities still go on, family obligations are still done, one still goes to work, duties are done, all those things are still done as normal, but there is no value given to it, there is no burning, there is no, the power that was given through ignorance to the self-vibration, the self-perception, is dwindling day by day to the point of inner calmness as one progresses on the path. And that would be towards the ultimate liberation from the mind. So we know from Aryan Mahansa that there's two types of liberation. One, if one has no burning in the stimuli occurring in this moment, then there is liberation of the mind and nirvana at that very moment. And then, of course, the permanent state of that is what one calls arahathood. And the final cessation is, of course, when the point of physical death actually happens, where all the sense faculties also cease to function. So that was just a roundup. Dr. Sakuntala, if you can add to it, or anybody else on the Zoom discussion. Therwan Sarnai.
Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, would you like to add something?
Well, I didn't hear the book part today. Sorry, I couldn't attend today. I heard what Surangika was telling. I think it's she said it very nicely. So not sure what else to add, but anyway, it was we were struggling yesterday to tell the thing, and how Aranwanse came and told it so nicely. It's all about understanding this how this goes deeper and deeper, slowly and slowly. all of us, like in most of the the persons who listen to this Dhamma is in a state where there's no much value at all, but understanding that the dream and the feel has like a bit more part to it, but then there's nothing to do as such, just to understand how this happens, and liberation comes automatically, isn't it?
Yes, there was there is heavy rain here. Is my sound clear enough?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. Yesterday, actually, yeah, uh, as you said, the Aryan Maharshi sort of came, joined very at the very correct point, and then explained some of the things that we were trying to sort of find words to explain it. And you remember that he asked you, who are you? Dr. Kokila, who are you? And today morning, I don't know whether you were able to listen to that discussion, 5 o'clock discussion. The latter part he joined, and for about 1 hour, he spoke on the same topic. It was an amazing explanation, actually. Again, the same thing. He asked, "Who are you?" So, is it your body or is it your mind? He very nicely explained the things level by level, going deeper and deeper. He started actually asking, "Is your body you?" So when you talk about the body, what he said was, now, this is my hand. We would say, this is my hand. This is my head. So it's not me, but it is mine. So same, it's more or less similar to a part of the world. This is my car, or this is my house. This is my plate. It's similar to that. If you consider this body as you, then you can't say it is mine. You have to say it's me. So that was how he explained about the concept of body related to myself. So it's basically the physical body is a part of the world, or the this created so-called world in the mundane world, and it is the physical body is also part of that. Then you cannot say that this body is me. So that was the explanation that he gave on the physical body. Then you talk about the mind. Is your mind me or myself? Can you label your mind as me or myself? Again, what he explained was that if your mind or your thoughts are you, then you should be able to control them, and then uh, have only the pleasant thoughts and the pleasant things, and leave away with the unpleasant things. So there should be a way of controlling and then manipulating the way that you want. So then you can't say that the mind is also you. So that was the way that he said in relation to the mind and the body. And then he went into the next level. Then how does the mind formed, or how is the thoughts formed? And then he explained about the sensor levels, again going into very sort of fine details, and how the sensors are functioning. And then the sensor function, if the sensor functions are not there, there won't be a thought formation, and there is no mind there in that place. So when you go to the sensor level, the sensor functions are sort of part of a process. And then further going deeper down, these are the facts actually you have been explaining over the last few days.
Sorry,
Then,
Dr. Sakuntala.
yes.
Is it okay if I leave the Zoom session for a minute? Is that okay?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll join back again. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. It's okay. So then he went further down to the sensor levels and then explained how the sensor functions occur. Sensor function means it is just the function. It doesn't mean that the physical part of the body. And then the sensor function indicate means that there is a fast vibration at that point, and that is the creation of the sensor organ or the sensor faculty. So when there is no vibration, there is no sensor faculty or there is no function also. And then he explained how this feeling of self-existence or how this feeling of existence of the world occurs. And at that point, he explained about this current or the power which is created in each and every component of the wave or the vibration. And there's a collective function, collectivity of this vibratory power. And then the thought becomes more powerful. And because of this power or this current, the system tend to feel that it is really existing. So in other words, basically, ultimately what he explained was that the self-existence or the self-perception is just merely a current. And what happens is this current continuously gets telepathized or matched to another current which happens somewhere else or some time back. So this is the process of living, and a continuous telepathization of a current is called I am living. So I could sort of, I don't know whether I could explain it even in a sort of percentage of 20% from what he described. That was the thing, the explanation that he gave about the self-perception. Surangika, I don't know whether you could listen to that. You may not have been able to.
Dr. Sakuntala. I did listen to it, but whilst working and here and there only. So the level the deep understanding that one has to doesn't really work that way. So that means invariably it needs to be listened to again. But I remember some of those key points that you mentioned, which was very nicely explained, wasn't it, by R.N. Mahansa. And then finally, when he described that whole self-vibration thing, and then he, I think, explained how the earth rotates and how that whole thing also works in a contained kind of environment. And with that rotation comes the power, isn't it, which keeps everything going, including, I think he also mentioned the gravitation power. And why don't we actually see or feel gravitation? Because the human senses are incapable of grasping it, isn't it? That's what he said. But what we can see and discern through the senses is the stone falling, and then because it's falling, then there is a name and a label attributed to it saying the falling down to earth is because of gravitational power. So like that, the self-perception and the vibration behind it, or the power or the current as we call it, is actually the Atma, isn't it? The self-perception, the I, the ego, that is the thing that propagates this whole life and the moving forward and this whole mechanism and the process. Because in the night Zoom, I think, Andolnatmaka session also, our advances mentioned again a very beautiful explanation there to a mother who asked a question about the duality and the fact that I'm wondering whether you managed to listen to that, Dr. Sakuntala. He mentioned, he said that the mind, the nature of the mind is that it can't be alone. And by that, what he meant was that it always requires a stimuli. So the stimuli is the thing that keeps the mind going. And so, for example, that's why always in his talks, we find this thing about the common example of a chair. And he says that if the chair is there, then you are there. If the chair is real, then you are real. You are born, and the chair is you. So how does that happen? And that is also because of that fact that the mind itself, there is no static thing called the mind. So it is the thought, and it is a continuous series of thoughts. So what is the thought? The thought itself means an object, always. The thought is the object. And what is the object? If there has to be an object that is considered to be real for this mind to continue to kind of almost go on as such. And that is where that vibration and the existent feel comes about. If the stimuli is not considered to be real, then that mind isn't, or the vibration almost kind of loses its power. So, isn't it? Maybe you can contribute there as well. But so that because of that, so like we discussed earlier about the child, and Prince Rahula. So at that tender age of 7, there is not much of stimuli. There's not much of understanding or belief that there are so many things in this external world. And as you grow older, the things that get piled up into the mind, and what then is projected outside becomes bigger and bigger until we have this mountain full of basically all kinds of names and labels. But we don't think it's names and labels. We think these are all external objects. The car, the house, the mortgage, the world, news, Trump, America, Sri Lanka, politics, all these things are piled one after the other. And not only that, even in one's personal life. My house, my room, my picture, my child has to go to this school, and this is how I behave, and this is the person I am, and the next door neighbor is such and such. All these kind of millions and billions of stimuli is the thing that makes up that person's world. And that is what drives that person every day to get up, wake up. The person ignorantly thinks it's waking up to a world. It's waking up in that person's bedroom, in that person's house, in that person's land. And when he or she goes out, he says he thinks he's getting into his or her car, and so on and so forth. So these stimuli constantly, as you said a little while ago, that is what that never-ending stimuli is the thing that the human mind latches on to. And with that comes with the belief comes all through ignorance, with the belief comes the latching on from stimuli to stimuli, and that whole self-vibration that is there at that zygote level is coming to life through the astrava. And that is what is called living. So, the true Dhamma, when one shines a light on this whole farcical thing and understand that whole stimuli itself, there's no such thing in it, then you're almost like what do you say, pulling the rug from beneath your feet, isn't it? And
Yes.
then there is no place nothing to stand on virtually. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yes, I mean each stimulus has a thought, isn't it? So there is non-stop stimuli, one after the other, changing from one sensor faculty to the other. There is a continuous fast flow of formation of thoughts, and as you very correctly said, they get latched to each other, and then it looks like a solid mind, isn't it? Thing which is sort of continuously there or persisting there. And that is, in other words, a persisting myself or persisting self perception. The story about the mirrors you said now, a smaller mirror, we have seen animals going and looking at the reflection and checking from the backside to see whether there is the same animal is there on the other side. And it has happened to me sometimes in large showrooms, particularly where there are clothing stores. Sometimes it looks like an extension of the same showroom, and you tend to sometimes reach to the other side. So it is
true.
Yes. So it can happen to any person. I mean, depending on the dimension, sometimes it can look like a real thing to the adults also. And also, as you said, not only in the childhood, but as adults, till we go on collecting this data, aren't we? I mean, we are collecting things and then getting them added, and our bubble becomes the mind bubble, or the bubble becomes thicker and thicker, whatever the age.
Yeah, true. And the thing about that is, I mean, the beauty of this Dhamma is that it is only through the Dhamma that one will understand, or the mechanism or the process. There's no person here. The understanding dawns or comes about that whether it is the car or the mortgage or the person or your mother or your children, all these are just arising in the mind as thoughts. And every thought, whether it might have a different shape, it might have a different color. I mean, if you tell this to a lay person and say your mother and your girlfriend are both both thoughts, they might think we are crazy. So, say like, or your grandmother and your girlfriend are both just thoughts and just images in one's mind. So, it's not easy to explain like that. You have to actually really delve deeper into the Dhamma and then only understand. But fundamentally, when one understands how the process works and understand that these are just stimuli-driven flowing of thoughts and nothing else, then one thought is not different from the other thought. And why is that? Because every thought is made up of the same basic components, isn't it? And if that is the case, it is only the external representation that is given name in the conventional world. I mean, who is girlfriend, who is boyfriend, and what is mother and what is father. So that also Arun Marx has explained so many times, saying the person who is the mother to you is the wife of your father. So, and then that person will be, to that person's sister will be the sister. And then to the next door neighbor is just probably a person that they don't even know or may even not have a good opinion about. So how can the same person have different personas, isn't it? And then which persona is the correct thing? What is the truth? So, yeah.
And similarly now, sometimes when you listen to TV news or something, if a president of a country is talking, And if 10 people, or maybe even the same household, 5 people are watching it, the thought that is created in the 5 minds, 5 systems will be different from each other. And there'll be a vast difference when it comes to some other people from the neighborhood or the friends. I mean, so that is one of the very good examples you can give to say that this is a creation of the thought. So when we are discussing, when we start this Dhamma discussions right at the beginning, those are the examples that we took, didn't we? I mean, you see something or you hear something, even a song. Sometimes you hear the song and several people, some will say it's not something like I don't like that. And some person will be neutral, and another one will be really sort of attracted to that, very much like. So those are some simple examples to indicate that these are creations of the mind.
Yeah, true. And yeah, so it's just a case of the understanding of it is the crucial thing, isn't it? Because and one can't get hold of it in the middle, because there are sometimes mothers who come onto the Zoom, and I think they've either listened not paying full attention, or they have listened to bits and bobs of different talks, but not found a talk which actually deals with the whole mechanism from end to end. And if that happens, then there is that risk that one has that the whole process is not well understood, isn't it? And I mean, I think even Dr. Kokila in these Zoom sessions, particularly English and as well as the midnight session, emphasizes over and over again. In fact, Aryan Mahansa does that as well in other Zoom sessions, that one has to understand the beginning.
Yes.
How this vibration works. How does the light and sound form? Is there anything called the light? Is there anything called the sound? And if there is no such thing as light and sound, how can the thought, which is made up of all these components, be true? We give so much of value to the thought, isn't it? Because we don't think about them as thoughts. This is the whole problem. Because it's not thoughts, it's our mother. It's not thoughts, it's our children. It's not thoughts, it's our house, it's our job. It's me more than any of those things, isn't it? The me is so valuable. So, sacrosanct, that anything that is done, you can say anything, but don't say anything to me, or they'll say, I'm an honest person, I have been respected in society, I have a reputation to protect, this, that, and the other. So moment somebody says something, why do they go up in arms and get hot and bothered or embarrassed or get annoyed and all these things? Because there is a hit or an attack they perceive to the so-called ego and the self-perception, which is the key thing that they strive to protect. Why do they strive to protect? Because they think there is an I here. They think there is self here. And that is the very thing, the Sakkaya Ditthi, that this Dhamma attacks completely. And that is where it is exposed fully. And that is why that is the very point where one enters into the first stream enterer or the Sotapanna stage. Because if you break that, in that self-perception, that is such a big hit to the whole samsaric cycle and this whole thing going on. And from that point onwards, as I don't know how to say it in English, the Niyata Sambodhi Parayana is that there is an unequivocal, I think, I don't know that said that word right, turning towards liberation, isn't it?
Yes.
There's no turning back.
That's right. Yes. Yeah, it means actually, I mean, if a tree is bent bent towards a river, one day it will just fall to the river itself and then be thrown away. That is one of the examples that Lord Buddha has given. This Niyata Sambodhi Parayana means that was a metaphor he has given. If a tree is bent to the river water, and one day it will fall into the river and then it will be flown away along the river. Actually, this Sotapanna, now some people have the impression that if a person has attained this level, or that means the realization, the clear realization or the clear understanding there is this world is something created by the sense of faculties, but not something existing permanently. That understanding alone. Understanding is actually the Sotapanna Marga, I think. But people have the lot now. Some of these people who discuss at the Zoom discussions, they feel that getting angry or getting attached to something, that means in other words, the defilements, crudely saying defilements, shouldn't occur to a person who has been to this Dhamma path, also who has been in the Sotapanna Marga. But at that level, the defilements are still there. What I have gathered from Mahasanas are that there will not be newly added defilements, but the defilements which were there will be there, and then it will take some time gradually to get less and less. Am I correct, Surangika?
Yes, I think that's my understanding as well, Dr. Sakuntala. And when to explain that, clarify that a little bit more. So, for example, if there is a level of, say, 30%, 50% of defilements, then the emotions that are attached to that level of defilement still manifest, isn't it? For example, if somebody gets annoyed about something, that annoyance comes also from that, to the extent that the defilements are there. So, if the person absolutely used to freak out those days with some incident happening, the person won't freak out completely now. The person might get annoyed. And then later on, with the gradual level of defilements coming down, even the annoying can become just an irritation, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
And then again, with the progression of time, the irritation then gives away to that incident happens, and then there's a slight noting that happens, kind of slight, not even an irritation, but just a noting in the mind that something like that happened, and then it goes away. So, like that, I'm sure you have experienced it as well.
Of course.
Each thing, now that's why it's so important that Aryan says one has to know one's points of contemplation, the Kamatahan, because with every vibration that is there, each person with the zygote level have their own points where one has the most amount of defilements. And understanding what those touch points are is so important on this path, because otherwise you are just, it's like, I don't know whether this is a correct example, you're trying to look for something and you don't know where it is, and you're just taking a stick and going in the jungle, hitting at every bush. But if you knew that you lost something in a particular area of the jungle, you're not going to be hitting around every bush in the jungle. No? you will go to that particular area of the jungle and then start looking in earnest, isn't it? To find the object. So it's like that. So there's no point in. I mean, there are lots of things that one is not so. One doesn't find any value to them, and so then what's the point in just reflecting on those things? Those are the things that would easily disappear. Not disappear, but lose its value through the Dhamma. But the sticking points are the points where there has to be a further analysis through the Dhamma and understand why did this become real. Use the three types of wisdom, and then see how did this thought come about? How did this thought of a child come about? Was there a child for the baby in the cot? When did the child become real? So on and so forth. And then only gradually by seeing that through prajna or wisdom or penetrative insight, whatever you call it, only the seeing through that wisdom will make that the value and the burning gradually dissipate, isn't it? So that is what one has to do through the correct analysis gradually, and that is why the points of contemplation and understanding where those points are is quite important, isn't it?
Yes, Surangika, I think we have come almost to the end of our session, I think.
Yes, that's true. Okay then. Thank you, Dr. Sakuntala, for the discussion. That was, I think, quite important to, at least hopefully our listeners were able to get some pointers towards their own path and reflection towards the path to liberation. Thank you for your contribution, and I think thank you, Shani, for the reading of the book at the beginning, as well as Sudharma for her contribution, and Mr. Bernard. We will now hand over the Zoom to the 4 o'clock Zoom session. We pay our worship to Aryan Mahansa, Telvan Sannai Aryan Mahansa, and Telvan Sannai Dhamma Prince.
Good afternoon, everybody. Telvan Sannai Aryan Mahansa. Telvan Sannai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The Two Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 4, second paragraph. You know that we are under a false impression that what we experience as outside really exists outside. It is only us who name the na tree, the nougat tree, the mango tree, and the breadfruit tree, etc. We name all what we see in different languages. In Sinhala, Tamil, English, Chinese, etc. All the languages are only signals. They are known as sanya. It is only a sound. For each image, we assign a sound. The tying of the sound to an image forms a thought. A thought means it is a knowing. A thought means that you know. It is also known as the vijnana or the mind consciousness. Sound plus image equals to a thought. The tying of the sound to the image is the thing that creates a story for us. If the sound is regarded as only a sound, and if the image that you see is regarded as only a color, then a story cannot be formed. Then a thing or an object will not be formed, and there won't be any more problems for you. Ditta means seeing or chakku vinyanya, sight consciousness. Sutta means hearing or sota vinyanya, sound consciousness. Apply the same thing to other senses too. Mutta means all the other three types of senses, feelings. Smell or gaha vinyane, smell consciousness. Taste or jiva vinyane, taste consciousness. Body sensations or kaya vinyane, touch consciousness. Let the smell be only a smell. Let the taste be only a taste. Let the body sensations of heat, cold, and the touch feeling be only a body sensation. Then a story cannot be created for us. There was some everybody.
Teruvan Saranai Shani. We pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Vanse. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpado English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we explain the pure Buddhism and help you to understand the illusion of the outside world and your very existence, and also guide you to understand your defilements and to diminish them. Our goal is to assist you to experience the freedom of mind. Teruvan Saranai. First, we invite Sudharma Gamagire to start this discussion. Teruvan Saranai, Sudharma.
Teruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard. Teruvan Saranai to all Dhamma friends. Let's once again worship Aryan Mahanse's feet for sharing this unique, beautiful truth, pure truth with the entire world. So today Shani read 2 pages from the True Dhamma Has Awakened Volume 2, and as we started reading the book yesterday, it was there clearly mentioned, and now also Mr. Bernard clearly emphasized that this is the journey to find out the truth. What is the truth of life? What is the truth? What is the meaning of this life? So earlier, we actually were in kind of illusion in terms of Buddhism also, because the true Buddhist philosophy was distorted over the time. And we were like a stray. We were going here and there without looking for this true Dhamma, this beautiful thing. Fortunately, after 2,500 years, through penetrative meditation or insight meditation, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse has reawakened the true Dhamma of Gautama Buddha Sasana, which almost disappeared from the world due to numerous reasons. So very recently, Aryan Vahanse also questioned, what is this truth from the disciples? What is this truth? When earlier we used to say it is actually non-existence of the world. This external world is an illusion. It is not, but it is an incomplete answer. It is not the answer. What he wants us to understand is it is not the fake or the illusionary nature of the external world. The truth is that there is no self. There is no person. There is no person as such. There is no self as such. Isn't it surprising? Can we believe it? From the very moment that somebody showed our image in the mirror and introduced us, giving us, signing the name, and then were giving us warmth, the and always energizing the self image, self perception, self vibration with warmth, with touch, with smells, with all those tastes and sounds, and then images to the eye and thoughts to the mind. So the unknowingly, ignorantly, this self-image was energized, and gradually we grew up with the false belief that everything external is real, and everything happens to me, and I am just savoring all my sensory inputs, and they are on this side, the person is there, the out there, the all the entities, living, non-living, all stuff, well, was real. So this fake view, this wrong view, was challenged with this true Dhamma. The moment we heard this beautiful message, this true message, it was at once very difficult to believe. And in the morning sermon also, Aryan Hanse said, the groundbreaking revelation made in Buddothpado sermons is to reveal that everything, the world, the birth happens the very moment the two vibrations come together and automatically generate some power. And also he refers to the the other very fresh, actually, first ever kind of revelation of these pains, the vibration that occurred in the zygote. So, and he emphasizes this is not all, because gradually when the disciples come to a certain age, when they automatically develop this wisdom to understand the next deeper level, he would make more revelations, and he is so determined that his disciples will end up this samsaric flood of samsara, or life and birth, somehow. So we are so privileged. We can't explain that gratitude in words, because who other than Lord Buddha 2500 years ago, who else has given us this assurance that you are going to end up, you are going to liberate from your mind and this samsaric cycle. And then this section actually emphasizes that we have to understand the theory in the sense, the wisdom of truth, this philosophy very clearly, because it is emphasized that this practical experience or the practical approach is only for the people who have some understanding of the philosophy. So today also, in the reading, Shani mentioned that what is given in the book in relation to each sensory faculty, what the feeling, the experience, the sensory experiences become personal experiences ignorantly. But with this true Dhamma, what we came to know is the length of our life, the lifespan is just an instantaneous experience. Life, our living is just an instantaneous experience, because it is only the length of the thought. So thought occurs in such a very, incalculable time time because it is given in split seconds. It's kind of such a small fraction of a second, even millisecond, I think. So, and what happened is, as it is mentioned in this section today also, we have a feeling of continuity when when the shape of a tree, or when the shape of let's say the image of this particular system, the self system we call, appears, we ignorantly get the feeling, this image was there 40 years ago or 50 years ago, and it has grown. Now it's we have a mature image. It's the self. From the day when we went to the school and the teacher asked us to write an essay on myself, so we wrote, I am so and so, I have these, my parents are all, I, me, my things. We have like fertilized in a way that, like, energized, we have strengthened that. So but the beauty is now we have the weapon. We know how this self vibration occurred and how this power is generated. So mistakenly the thought power is taken as the self actually self sense of self. So, and on top of that, there is this story of the taints also. But however, now we know the magic, the strategies used by the magician to create this illusion of the self. I would rather say not the external entities, illusionary world, but the illusion of self. That is the focus. And then so when we understand this, later we'll come to realizations, we'll experience certain things then and there. We'll as our Dhamma friend, especially Dr. Kokila, every day explains this about this instantaneous, actually not the instantaneous, instant of liberation. A disciple should at once experience that. And yesterday it was questioned by Dr. Sakuntala, and it was beautiful to know that the system is unaware of this instant of liberation, because it is not a familiar experience. But fortunately it might telepathize in the journey at some point. When we get stronger and stronger, not as a person, this realization gets stronger, and we understand in and out, I mean, all these concepts properly. We all will be able to experience this non-self instant. Today, then again, now all Dhamma friends have joined. It is again, we are going to discuss practical approach in the next section. So this section also dealt with the wisdom of truth, this message, the mechanism behind the sensory faculties, especially the mind consciousness, how it acts as the main magician to give us the feeling that we live in an existing world and the self also exists. There's continuity. Teruvan Saranai.
I just have to add something there. Yesterday, Dr. Sakuntala's question about whether someone may not be aware, may not. It's the word may is very important. It's may. It may or may not be. It's not everyone. Lord Buddha's time, it's only like rarely there is a discussion where some people coming back and asking, Lord Buddha, are you sure, like that? And Lord Buddha reassuring, yes. So that was not a straightforward answer given yesterday. It was that really one may not exactly know what happened. That was only not all the time. Usually it's a very unusual experience, or it will be felt. And also the definition of what the experience may not be there unless there is a noble friend to understand what happened. So I just wanted to add that it's not all the time. Don't take things as a like 100% things. Yeah, and we can continue discussion today. So I actually missed the book part. Sorry about that, but I can see that it is the same parts we were discussing, isn't it? Same dumb points.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, yes, in this section, Aryan Mahanse mentions that this is actually we are going to talk about the practical experiences in this book, but it is basically for the people who have a thorough knowledge of Satyajnana or the philosophy, and this bit actually reiterates the mechanism of the six sensory organs, with special focus on mind consciousness.
Was there any specific
specific terms, Dr. Kokila? The truth, definition of the truth, actually it is earlier we thought the truth is the nothingness of the surrounding or the external world. Actually now that definition also through understanding now actually the truth is the non-self, that there is no self, that is the truth. And then the definition of the truth, and then mithya drushti, the false view and the right view. Those are the key terms. And the mechanism of the sensory faculties, as usual, this sound and
I think
color.
we have discussed this for some time now, over and over again and again. Yes, can Dr. Sakuntala like ask a question from that part or do something like that, or Surangika? Because we have discussed this like in
Yes.
different angles.
Yes, there was Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Yes, I think the what is described, what was read from the book was the basic level where the what is meant by the action of the five senses and what is meant by the consciousness, and the fact that together when it happens to get, well, not together, I mean when it merges together, how the thoughts are formed. So I think the basic facts have been described in those 2 pages that we listened just now. We can go a little bit further, I think, from that basic level. Actually, this thought formation, which is very well established when the child is a little bit older, and in the very small baby, the it's only the sensor functions where the experiencing of the sound, shapes, and the tactile feeling and the smell, taste, etc. In between these sort of clear-cut areas, that means a very young baby and the older child, maybe about 6-7 years, there is gradual transformation of things happening. When things means gradual transformation from the pure sensor level to the well-established thought level. And that transition actually is something which is not very clear sometimes. So can we discuss that area, giving more sort of clearer explanations? Terwan Sarnai.
Yeah, actually, I would like to think pay more attention to one part today, and
Yes.
we can go on elaborating on that, because even though we try to tell this, I don't know the exact thing we are trying to explain is going to everyone. Sometimes it's our inability to tell that properly as well. So even though child can't say the word mother, before that level, before the before the child can think about mother, I have to call mother, I have to do this to I should run to my mother, all those things. It is very very important to understand that even well before that, the perception level is there. The perception level is the very important part that that a lot of us are not getting properly. Because even before the value comes, the value keep adding on. Value will be like adding, it will add to the level that the vibration will be so big, it's not even matching a human vibration. But before that, even as a like 1 year old, there's perception. So that's what Aranhanse once told. I don't know whether you can remember. The ducks will be very close to a cat, because when the ducks came out, they had the scent of a cat and closeness of a cat, and they feel close to that cat, even though that's not the mother of the ducklings. So I don't know, it just, you have to get this and feel this as well, that the formless level, how it goes to the form level and then go to the sensual level. If you don't get this, you can't reverse as well, because the reversal is happening at the same levels. So the mind consciousness, as soon as the mind consciousness is made, even though the value has not happened yet, there is always the self-perception and the perception of the mother. So the perception of the mother, when it happens so fast, I'm talking about one particular thought, not talking about it happening again and again and again and again. You have a whole story about the mother. I'm not talking about that. That's the sensual part. I'm talking about one particular thought, like to the ducklings, like the small.
Yes, Terwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, they are actually, rather than the word mother, it is something to
No,
that it can depend on, or to have
No, it's a
some
familiarity. It's a familiarity,
familiarity.
or
Yes.
kind of some perception. It's some perception, even though it is not having the full thing. Because a lot of us, our mothers talk about this, I don't feel any value anymore, and we say, yes, you don't. But the problem is, if you don't know the perception level, the perception level is the mind consciousness level. Mind consciousness level is where you still have that duality, you still have that the same thing with the light. but it is slightly more complex now because that vibration of the mother has the, like the pineapple, it has all the features, like the 8 features. What are the 8 features? If someone can quickly say in English, that will be very good. It's the...
That you mean Noble Eightfold for Dr. Kokila, I missed that bit.
No, you actually missed that bit. That means I'm talking about, so you're not following Sudharma, you have to be careful. So I'm talking about the mind perception, so the perception of mother. Still it has not have got the value yet, but still the perception level, it has the difference between that and the light. The light perception only had light perception, but this mother perception has 8 features in there. 8 features is the
Shuddhastika.
Yes, but I just want to say it in simple so that
right, yeah.
Temperature,
it's a light.
touch. Yes, can someone tell that properly?
Yeah, light, sound, and smell, taste, and then through the skin, the warmth, cold, and the hard feeling. Hard or soft feeling.
Hard or liquidity, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, so yeah, so do you get this point where this is a bit different to the light perception? Someone has to understand that before you feel it, because it's very important for you to know all these things, because 5 senses are different. Mind perception is completely different. Mind perceptions gives you this, the beautiful manifestation of the world, but before mind is formed, before mind consciousness has happened, it wasn't like that. It was just like different kinds of vibration, but the same vibration, but different kinds of vibration, felt as different kind of vibrations. It's a feel only. But when it comes to the mind, this becomes a different manifestation. One has to understand that. And if you don't understand that, you will never even know that there is a liberation from mind. But that's where the problem is. Everyone is feeling everything inside the mind and thinking, oh, I feel so light, I'm good. But that's not the point. That's not the point. So this is a very crucial point. We have to understand how the 6 week, just don't take these numbers as hard and fast numbers. Don't take these things, the examples, straightforward into your head. These are just, none of these things are true. Whatever I say is not true. So it becomes really tricky to say these things. But what I'm trying to let you understand is, from the little baby where the mind has not formed, we, for an example, say few weeks old baby, even that can be wrong, because as soon as you combine 2 different modalities of senses, you might have a new perception. That's how the worm is. Worm has only few perceptions, but still his world is that. But it's only few vibrations. So it's not a mind. It's not the mind, the beautiful world the humans see. but different animals have different worlds. So the world, the sensual part is when the value comes to that. Before that, there is a layer that people has to understand that there is something like that, but they are not. They're just examples for you to feel what happened to the baby, what happened to actually this vibration, the self vibration. The self vibration, you definitely understand that there won't be any Dr. Sakuntala or anyone talking here if there was no vibration which telepathized into some kind of zygote somewhere. And then what happened to that? How did that come to the mind level? As soon as the mind level comes, the manifestation is different. But the sensual part, where the value comes, happens later. Do you get the point, Dr. Sakuntala? I'm trying to reiterate this because everyone seems stuck after like understanding that, okay, I don't feel any burning anymore. What now?
Yes,
That question.
I
Yeah.
think the value comes gradually, little by little. If I say like that, is it true?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, very gradually. Yes.
But there is a level after the value also. When people say, I don't feel anything anymore, I'm really good, then it's either an arahant or someone who hasn't understood Dhamma. So there's more to understand.
Yes.
Those are the only two things that can happen, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Anyone can add on to this discussion. So it's very important to understand these layers of how this baby happened to be a feel level, mind level, and sensual level. Formless. Form level, and then sensual level. Same thing. Feel level is the formless level. And how can you come to that unless you actually, understand there is a form level too, and there's a form level with that vibrating again and again. This sensual level happens, and we are born in a sensual realm. But we are understanding all these 31 realms because that's the beauty of human vibration. That's the beauty of the human mind. Human mind, that the ability of this vibration to be able to feel, not see or not talk about that, but actually feel these vibrations to the highest level and to the lowest level. And the non-vibration only can be done in human realm. Yeah, someone can add on. Is Surangika here? It's very important because I feel sometimes it's difficult to tell, and we also stutter in telling that, and it's not the message is not going properly. Aryan Mahansi has been telling this for a long time. It's just we struggle with that, even understand how deep this truth can be, because we keep telling,
Eruwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Now, when we talk about this, isn't it all these layers are anyway different levels of attribution of value to self? Uh, uh, if I explain it now, earlier in the sensual world, the value attributed to stuff is obvious. People get angry.
You
They
can't explain it in that way. You have to
Mhm.
explain it in one particular stimuli, because otherwise you will misunderstand this. All the
In
layers of
relation to
all the layers are in one stimuli. So don't even talk about in a different ways, because it's even the non-vibration is felt in one stimuli, one particular moment. So if you deviate from that, you actually might not catch this. So if you're trying to give an example, give it in one stimuli. Yes.
So if we take the commonest example of the chair, so the one in the sensual level has the kind of real craving to keep it. I mean, both the person is there and the chair, the
Lot
need to keep.
of our mothers say now they don't have that. Actually speaking, that can be true. So what is the level beneath that?
And Dr. Kokila, then the chair is there, the person doesn't notice, volitional formations happen in relation to that chair, but still, if the chair is missing, the person is aware of that and may notice it. There is subtle need to keep it, is it?
No.
Hmm.
Still you are talking about the sensual world.
Oh, it's still sensual. That level. Okay.
So what is underneath?
What is underneath is the perception. That chair, the perception, the image, not the physical one.
Yeah, but
The
what is that level?
underneath is the form level, no sensual level. Then the
Yeah,
form.
but I'm not asking about the theory. I'm trying
Mhm.
to take you there. So the chair. So can you go
That
in through
that
that?
sound and that image, they get connected, and the image, the perception.
No, that is theory again.
Mhm.
What is in front of you now?
Yeah, you see it as a chair.
No. What is in front of you now?
And now I have a dressing table.
So
In
dressing
front of.
table, don't you feel that it's there?
Yeah, I feel it's there. Yes.
So that's the form level. You
Existing.
you 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 felt it when you opened the door, and you didn't know that. You were talking in a different angle that day. You opened the door, the shoe eaten by the dog was there, but
Yes.
you didn't even realize you are inside the mind. So this is
True.
the thing, that the message is not taken. Each time I have told you now about 5 times the same thing.
Yes, it's so difficult, Dr. Kokila.
No, it's not
To get
difficult. I
this.
think the relaxation should happen to that level, so you would definitely feel that, because that's why I'm trying to tell what happened to the baby should be understood properly. Unless you do that, you don't have the whatever that jhana thing, the understanding. Yeah,
To
you don't
see.
have that. You don't have that. So that's the importance of knowing these things, like even as a theory, but actually speaking, the if you feel only, you will understand it fully. But Dr. Sakuntala, do you get the point? What I'm trying to say, or not really?
No, I can understand it to some extent. What you were trying to say was that I think the sensual world, Sudharma explained, I mean, the sort of feeling to maintain it in a finer way, sensual world. Please, I might go wrong, please correct me. And the form world, as you said, the mind construct of something that
Yeah,
means the
in that,
thought.
actually,
Mm.
in the mind, it will be to maintain the mind consciousness. The effort is to maintain the mind consciousness. So it's very subtle, very subtle.
Yes.
Yeah, very difficult. Dr. Kokila, that my understanding was, thank you very much for like every day you are making so much effort and sometimes you are kind of disappointed also, I feel from your voice also. Now I've been telling this one so many times and still you are not getting. But actually what I have understood was, Dr. Kokila, everything is, I mean, they are as usual. The burning, the value becomes zero with the realization. So it's a
Yeah,
misunderstanding, isn't it?
the problem is what is burning.
Burning is also value, no? The
Yeah.
sensual world, the value is so obvious, it's so high. But when we realize this gradually, that value goes down and still you see the dressing table, but
So what
with
is the
zero
value in the
value.
what is the value in the formless level then?
Formless level, even the this perception is, but the perception never goes away. No, I don't know, Arahant even sees it as a dressing table. I can't actually explain why, because I don't know the everyone's.
Yeah, what is that? What is that question?
No, actually, I don't answer. We were trying to understand the burning, how like it's very obvious in the sensual world how the burning is, but when it comes to the levels beneath that, like the form level and the formless level,
No, everything is in one thought. One
yeah, we were
estimate.
trying to talk about the chair
That's
maintenance of that.
Sharasampati. It's okay. That's Sharasampati is since we are talking about three world, no? What is this three world is sensory world, formless world, and form world. Form world, formless world. What is this Kambhumi, Rupbhumi, Arupbhumi? No, it says Kambhumi is a sensory world, no? Rupabhumi is a form world. It's a formless world. Is something there? Something there? Is something? What is the picture or something? Is a sound or picture, smell or taste or something? It's of the sense of creations. Is something is a perception is there? Sound is perception, no sound perception. It's a light perception, no? And the smell perception and the taste perception. The hot and cool, smooth and rough is a body. Is a feel. Is a perception, no? Is a rupa means that one, no? That's a form word. It's okay? That's form word. Form word. The formless word, something there. The sound or picture or what, it's no matter. Something there. It's not real, no? Sense creations, no, everything. It's not real. It's okay. The final is coming. It's not real. It's okay. Normally everything is happening, but it's no anything. It's okay. No any Rupa Dasana. What's the meaning? Buddha's word is mm, that's beyond the Rupa Dasana. No? It's the Obhasa. It's the one. It's the one indicating. Only one.
Yes.
Sound, not sound or picture and five sense creations. Only one. It's something. Something there. What is that? Is a child, table, or mother, father, no matter. It's okay. Everything is thought. It's okay. But Thought is not real, it's okay. It's Anagami Bhumi, we are talking about.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that one is a final one. It's a one, what is that? One spark. What is that? It's something. No matter what is that, it's something. Something there. What is that? It's a sound or something there, no? Sound or anything. It's okay, something. It's a one. That's a formless. It's a chair. Is the example is a chair. Chair have value. It's a kambu. Is a value is kambu. It's okay. Chair have value. No, that's a kambu. No value is there. No real chair. No, it's our mind. It's a thoughts, sound and form. It's okay. No value is coming. That's a beyond the sensory world. Value is gone. After value is gone, but dream is there.
Yeah, the dream is there. That was
Dream is
I
there.
was trying
That's a
to
rule. Yeah,
tell
form.
that, but couldn't tell it properly, Arana. So yeah.
Value is
Still,
not there, but dream
but
is
the
there.
dream is there. Yeah, that's a beautiful way of putting
Yeah,
it.
that's the form word. The final one is the formless word. No value, no dream.
No dream, but there's
But there's something.
something.
They feel something.
Yeah,
No matter what is that. But feel is there.
feel is there. Yeah.
Feel is there. It's something. What is that? Don't know. But feel is there. Something there is a feel. Something is there. Yeah, it's okay. No sound and form is not real. It's okay. Thought is it's okay. Thought is not real. Yeah. But something there, no. Someone is thinking. Something there. We don't know what is that real. It's okay. Sensor creation is not real. It's okay. But something there. Someone thinking, no? Something there. That's a doubt. Doubt somewhere. That's you. That's why. So it's a vibration is there. No, it's okay. That's an example again. That's a chair. Chair have value. Chair have picture. Chair have exist a field. No, that's three dimension. No, three world. It's okay.
Yes, sir.
It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. There's one thought is here. It's okay. That's the everything. Every second, every moment, have a thought. So every moment, our world is created. How is that? Right? That's not still world. It's every moment is happening. No, world is again and again and again and again and it's happening. Because you see other side and you see other side. It's okay. You see in France after wow, you see what happened in this present moment. Where are you? No matter what you looking, it's okay. You see other side, it's another thought. Is you hear something and sound, it's another thought. No.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the world is again and again happening. No, it's happening. Unbelievable. Every second you birth is coming. That is why every time birthday, happy birthday.
Yeah. And the Aranans, even the craving levels that changes, because the craving is initially it was for the chair. I mean, we wanted the chair.
Yeah.
But now the craving is changing and it's getting subtle, and it comes when it comes to the form level, it just to kind of maintain the mind consciousness kind of like thing. It's like next level. Like we try to maintain this dream even though there's no value.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No value. Yeah.
No value, but still try to maintain that dream. because
Yeah.
you don't
That's a
actually
form word. That's a form
form
word.
world. Yeah, that was the one I was
You
struggling to.
that's you have word. You're coming again because you have word.
Yes,
That's why dream is there. Dream is
dream
real.
is
You are
there.
real. Dream is real. You are coming again because you have dream. Dream.
Yes,
Otherwise, dream is the you.
yes.
Dream is the you. It's okay. What is this?
It came out nicely, Arana. So now
Yeah.
when you just said that,
Yeah.
it's beautiful.
But you see, it's okay. Dream is not real. It's okay. Someone understood. Yeah, dream is not real. Now, after what happened, dream is gone. After no dream, no value. It's okay. But normally you can see, no, it's happening, no. Senses are active, no. Senses are uh, sense of creation is happening, no. We can't stop that. You can't
No,
see. You
yeah,
know, this is a chair. It's okay, no problem. Not inside coming value. It's okay. First step is over. The second class, no chair. It's okay. After, no, no, you don't care. No. You're not caring. Not
yeah,
anything happening. It's okay. But chair is there. It's okay. No problem. I mean, inside changing, no? Your side. Inside changing, no?
yes,
Yeah, internal transformation. We are talking, no? Hmm.
yes,
It's happening. It's nice. So normally everything is happening after finally. Yeah, also it's okay, no problem. Now you are in cool mind and tranquility, no? It's a peaceful because you are not in anywhere. That's why you are not otherwise there. You are not here. I always tell you this.
yeah.
That's the real emptiness.
And the importance is Arana cutting at least one mangosteen. That is the problem.
Oh.
Just cutting one stimuli through and through would do this. That's
Yeah.
just
No,
one, at least one mangosteen. Yeah.
Yeah. Mangosteen? What is that?
Because why Aranavansa, you have given us a
Mangoes.
yes, in English, isn't it called mangosteen? Oh, I don't know. Sorry.
It's okay. It's a mango. Are you getting the example? Change mangoes. It's okay. Mango. Yeah. It's okay.
At least cut through one stimuli.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, how is your Zoom nighttime? Last days, I don't know. I'm not there.
I haven't muted it again, Aranavansa. I managed.
It's okay. It's okay.
No, the day you came, I was talking, but the Zoom was muted. So they didn't hear me, but it hasn't happened again.
It's
So
okay.
it's going good.
It's okay. You see, Kopila, I have feel. I'm talking. I'm explain this Dharma. I'm giving others the message. It's an experience. It's okay. Otherwise, it's my feel. I given others. It's a
Yes.
nothingness feel.
Yes.
So it's very nice. Yeah, I'm talking simple English. It's okay. I think it's very nice.
You
It's
did
very
much
nice.
better than us, Saranaz.
Yeah, but it's a feel. So it's a feel. No? I'm given the others message. Not only the knowledge. I want transferring the signal. Nobody's here.
Yes.
No one is here. Normally, everything is happening. The system. I try to explain. So the system is working. How is system working? How is this sensors creating? How is this mind sensor, especially, how is working? So nobody is here. System is working. Very difficult to understand. How is this system working? How is these thoughts are coming? How is this value is coming? How we are worried? How is sadness coming? how suffering is here.
Mm.
It's very difficult to understand. So every moment we are thinking we are doing everything. Doer is here. But we want to explain, no doer is here. System is working. Very difficult to explain this.
Yeah,
Because because experience. Very important. So someone haven't experienced, he not believe this.
no.
He not getting this done because he haven't experienced. He's saying no. It can't be happen. How is happen that? How much? No, how people how tired? No, working. They are doing many things, and after they are thinking, I'm the big guy like that. I did this. I did this. You not did anything. Anger is coming. Don't tell me. No. It's simple. You are in radiant mind like this present moment. It's now just your birth.
Yeah.
What?
It's
It's not unbelievable. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
it's very beautiful,
Yeah,
Aranhans. And the
yeah,
suffering is finally, we had so many definitions of suffering,
yeah.
but now we know it is a self vibration, which is the suffering.
Hmm. It's very important. If birth is here, yeah, now. Past is this present moment, only the thought. Future is this present moment, only the thought. What's happened? No, no future, no past. We are living only this moment. What is this? This present moment thought also not here. What is this? That's why. Unbelievable. But normally, the system is working. Normally, we are thinking. No, normally we are focusing the planning. The everything is doing. But system. That's why it's a system. Systematically coming. What we are eat tomorrow. No, where we are going. It's okay. It's okay. You have plan. You want plan because plan is gone. Plan is normally going, but it's nobody's there. No one is doing. No one is planning. But plan is the system is coming. No, mind sensor is working systematically. Plan is coming because you feel you have experience. Is normally it's normally that that path is going. So, normally lifestyle
Yes,
is
yes.
going.
Yeah.
Lifestyle is normally going. So your mind is coming. So like a sensor, your eye is not blind. It's okay. You are not blind. You can see. It's
Yeah.
happening. We can't stop that. Like that, you can hear sound is coming. It's okay. You know that's a crowd. No problem. It's here. System is working. That same chain. So everybody have experience. So everybody mind system, their individually their lifestyle plan is automatically coming because he know someone is doing the job. He know he have no he have tired. No, he won't rest. Plan is coming. I'm next Saturday. I'm going somewhere and visit. It's okay, but the system. No, that's a mind sensor. That's a system. The system is that one. But nobody is doing this. Unbelievable, that one. You are not going anywhere, you are thinking. But it's okay. That day is coming, Saturday. Yeah, you are going. But you know you are not going. Why? It's your mind, not you. Who are you? Mind is not you. Who are you? That's unbelievable.
Yes.
Double meaning is there. Yeah. Double meaning is there. You are not the mind, you are not the body. Who are you? Actually, who are you, Kokila? Mind is not you. It's okay. Body is not you. It's okay, Kokila?
Yeah, it is the
Yeah.
feel that
Who are you?
the
You're not a Kokila.
vibration.
You're not a Kokila.
Yeah,
You're not a Kokila. Kokila is a thought.
yes.
It's a mind. Who are you? That's the interesting.
Yeah.
Who are the Kokila? Oh, what's this? No? What's this? You are not Kokila. Kokila is a mind. You are not a doctor. It's okay. Kokila is a doctor. It's okay. You are not a doctor. Who are you? So your child, your children is talking. So you have children. You are the mother. You are not a doctor. It's okay. Children talking. No, mom. I don't know doctor. I want my mom. It's okay. Mom, you are not a doctor. To me.
You are
Then
a mother.
yeah. The president husband, wife is talking. He's not my president, he's my husband.
Yeah.
So what is this life? What is
Yeah.
this life?
different
Yeah, feel.
feelings.
Yeah. Oh, actually, who are you? You are not a doctor. That is why I told you. You are not a doctor. You are not. Otherwise, the Kokila is a name only. We can change the name tomorrow. You are the Aruni.
Yeah.
Your name is changing. Now you are Aruni. It's okay. You something big or something. Okay. You can use and your face is changed. It's okay. You can plastic surgery or you can do anything. It's okay. Now you are not
Yes.
that picture. You are the Aruni. It's
Yes.
okay. Who is this? Is Kokila this picture? No. Kokila this sound? No.
No.
Who is Kokila?
Kokila is nowhere.
Kokila not anywhere. Where are you? Who are you? You are the power. Power is disappearing. You are disappearing. You are not anywhere. Something there, that's you. That's why 3 dimension. That's why 3 world we are talking. You know, your defilement is you. Your life feel is you. But is you understood? Is how is this is coming? The perception is alive field. Yeah, it's a alive field. It's a soul. How is coming? Field. How is coming? That's the power, no? Inside power. That's the sense of creation given this power. That's you. Power is you. Power is disappearing. It's okay. Radiant mind, the baby don't know anything. Girl or boy or anything. No, radiant mind, no.
No.
That's
Yeah.
that's the your 0 level.
Yeah.
That's the your death is coming. Real death is there.
Yes.
Nobody's here. No one is here. Kokila is gone. Now we have funeral. Surangika, do you ready? Funeral is here. Kokila's death is coming. That's the superstition Ibar. Unbelievable. Kokila is over. Now no Kokila here. Tomorrow coming another guy. She's not a Kokila. Kokila Navarat. Nobody is here. Yeah. That's the real feel. It's a relax. It's a tranquility feel. That's the Arahata stage. What is the meaning is Arahata? It's a Raha. Araha. What is this Raha? Is a Napatisangvedi. That's a Sabda Patisangadi, Sabda Ragana Patisanga. That's the Buddha's word, no? Rasa Patisangadi, Rasa Ragana Patisanga. The meaning is you have taste, but you don't want it. Meaning is there is not you. You see that?
Yes, sir.
No cravio, no defilements there. That is why you are gone. But defilement is there, there is you. The meaning is defilement is there, I feel. Otherwise, that's your ego.
Yes.
It's disappearing. Nobody is here. That's the tranquility. That's the feel is you. Feel is disappearing. You are disappearing. But this feel is alive feel. It's a soul. Where soul? Is ego. Ego is disappearing. It's a power is gone. It's a zero. So no one is here. Nobody is here. No being, no living being, nothing existed. That's the meaning. That's our happy stage. This is a non-vibration stage. It's nice, no?
Yes.
Nice, no?
Yes.
Yeah. Why all of them are silent? Something wrong?
We have
Yeah,
every.
people don't like it because they want something. Yeah, they want something. They are silly mind. They want something. They have somebody. So they want to go after death somewhere. We don't know. It's okay. You want somewhere going, Kokila? It's okay. You prepare something. Yeah, little birds making the cage. Little bird making the cave, no? It's okay. After that, where are you want to go, Kokila? You are going. Where's the heaven? I ask you. Where's the evil?
Yeah.
Where's the heaven? Is up sky. Now telescope have no. You can see where's the heaven. It's okay, sky. Can you see the heaven? It's up somewhere. Sky. What is this silly mind? No.
It's
Where's the
okay.
evil? Where's the evil? Is somewhere earth inside? Where? Nothing anywhere. No anywhere. No anywhere. Everything is this present moment. Everything is this present moment. Awaken to the moment is you're not anywhere. No?
Yeah.
Yeah. Awaken to the moment. That's our topic, no? Our headline. Our book's name is Awaken to the Moment, no?
Yes.
The meaning is this present moment is not here. That's the wake up in dream. That's the awaken in a dream. That's the freedom mind. That's a free mind. That's the liberation of mind. That's the freedom of mind. That's the real awakening. You want to understand this, how is these thoughts are coming? What is this thought? How is this thought are creating? It's not real. Thought is not real. It's game over. Beyond the mind. That's okay. Nobody is here. That's your final day. It's okay. After normally everything is happening, no problem anywhere. It's okay. Peaceful mind is coming. That's the tranquility. What the happen is the best. Huh? It's peaceful mind. Nice feeling. No, like an nature. Like a trees. Like a birds flying sky. No. Like a feather. That's smooth. No, nothing anything. That's the real emptiness. understand, inside meditation, given this. Cause and effect Dharma is very important, everybody, because there's the truth in this world. So very important, this, no? Understand the truth. Okay, everybody, today time is gone. Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much, Aaron Wansa.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it's so beautiful.
Yeah, it's very nice. So everybody is same now, finally. That's why we are talking about loving kindness. That's guys. That's a super guys. We are talking. This is not a alignment Hindus one. This is Buddha's words. Nobody's. Systems. Okay. You are the everything. You are the everybody. You are not you. No ego is here. Everybody is here. Everything is like an anchor. It's okay. That's the last briefing. It's running only. No death of birth is here. These are the thoughts, everything. Thought is you understood everything. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Suranga. Thank you, Sudharma. Thank you, Kokila. Dana friends, thank you so much. It's given this message all of them. All the people want this. People interested. People want truth. People want peaceful mind. Suffering. The answer is here. No death of birth. Everybody living happiness. Endless happiness. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. It was
Thank
time.
you, Aaron Wansa.
Tomorrow we
Namaskar,
continue.
everyone.
We assume that by now you have already understood that there is no such thing as a mind, that it is only a flow of thoughts. Also, you already know that this flow of thoughts is only an illusion, a lie. It is a false view, drushtiya. The Buddha explained a few of the natural phenomena of this world. First one, the four seasons, Irtuniyam. Second, the germination of a seed, Bijaniyam. Third, the law of cause and effect, Karmaniyam. Fourth, the forming of the mind, Chittaniyam. These are a few natural phenomena of this world. The phenomenon of the mind consciousness is when a thought is formed and how it ceases immediately. Now you understand that there is no person, no any form of life in this flow of thoughts. You also know that according to the mundane world, Sammatiya, we say that when we are born with a pure and untainted mind, and this pure and untainted mind is called Prabhasvara Sita. Taints mean to contaminate, to pollute. Taints are Raga, Dvesha, Moha. If you have already realized the pure truth, you will always see beyond this illusional mundane world, Laukika Bhumi, and you will live without creating taints in your mind. But if you are still on your journey to attain nirvana, you have to realize that what it means by me in this illusional mundane world is actually the birth of your senses. The birth of your sight at this moment is the birth of you. Khandanam patu bhavo ayatanam patilabho ayam uccati bhava pachaya jati. The above text says the same thing. Our birth means the birth of our senses. Due to the formation of skandha, 5 aggregates, these illusional senses are formed. And due to the formation of these illusional senses, this illusional I-ness is formed. You create your own senses. And as a result, you create your own birth or your own illusional I concept. This is the true story. This illusion is something that is created due to the ignorance of the pure truth. Therun Sarna, everybody.
Teruvan Sarna Shani. We pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan. Teruvan Sarnai Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpado English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we help you to understand the illusion of the outside world and your very existence. Is the mind only a flow of thoughts? Is there a person in this flow of thoughts? So it's time to listen to Pure Dhamma, Pure Buddhism. So let's start our discussion. First, I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Thiruvan Sarna, Dr. Kokila.
We'll pay homage to Alan Watsi. And I heard him delivering so beautiful sermons last few days as well. It's kind of precious kind of Dharma discourses. So we'll try to reiterate what we talk about this Dhamma. I just wanted to add something here. When we talk about, we have talked about this a few times now, how this stimuli is the only thing that was there, and why we feel inside or outside is due to the ignorance. So when we talk about this, that there is nothing significant or nothing there, or there no one in the Sinhala word, when we try to talk about the stimuli, there's no value. I will again try to say this. All the time when I try to say this, there is a bit of failure from our side trying to say this, but I'll try to say this again. The stimuli itself, the chair, it's important to know the chair has those 3 layers in it. So don't forget, it's only the chair, it is there. There's no me who is perceiving that. But what happens is the chair value, because last time I think we kind of stopped there. We feel that there is some, like we were talking about value per se, but then this value, we can talk about this value in 3 different types. That's what we were trying to talk last time. And fortunately, Aranhase came to the discussion and he was trying to explain it so beautifully. He did that in simple English, where he was talking about how even after the value the basic value we know. Don't forget, that's a value we know. You know, if you talk about a necklace, it's about 200,000 rupees, something like that. So kind of there are different value levels. Like if you take a person, this person is so valuable to me because this person has done this, or even if you hate them, this person has done this bad things to me, something like that. That's what we know. That's the suffering in one level. So we shouldn't forget this, suffering in one level. So again, value in one level, that's the same thing. But underneath that also, there is some kind of another kind of value where the dream is real. Still, there is some kind of value there, but which someone has to feel that. And beneath that, even if someone peers this level, beneath that also there is a feel level where you feel like something is existent. And even that level, there is value. So the value, when we talk about value, don't just think about the value as in 200,000 rupee necklace. So the value keep changing. Value actually keep value become subtle, but the message is even in the feel level, the self vibration is still there. So that is where actually even if you go to formless dhyana with some people before Lord Buddha, a lot of people were in formless dhyana or even form dhyana, whatever. They still had this self vibration because they didn't understand that formless dhyana can be a thing. That's how subtle this can be. Formless dhyana is a thing to that person if that person has no samadhi or right vision. So I think it's such a beautiful thing to understand that how important the samadhi or right vision is, and how right vision is not only in the level of understanding that, you know, the necklace, but the necklace, the dream level of the necklace, or this perception level of the necklace, that is the 3D world of this, the world, or 7D in that sense, I don't know, 6D, I don't know, whatever the D world that we live in, how we feel about that we are trying to maintain the mind, that's again the next one, like that. We kind of try to maintain the mind. And beyond that, if we actually able to pierce that, then comes the feel level where you have only the consciousness level. And even that, we kind of try to maintain the consciousness. That's the next one feel. So it's still this is explained in one stimuli. So don't forget. That was the thing I was trying to tell so badly that day, which I massively failed. So when we take the chair, all these levels are in that stimuli. Because we have the perception level in the mind, and also there is a feel underneath that which is covered by mind. It's not evident unless we kind of liberate, kind of understand the mind. And when the value of the mind is not there, only we can feel it, and the feel, that's why very important the feel is, and then as soon as you get the feel, you understand how much power that has and how much strength that vibration has, and that strength is the strength that is going to dwindle and go to zero, which you achieved in that particular moment we talk about, is that moment where you directly change it with the truth we have. So I think we will start the discussion today. I just added that so that we have to remember that it's in one particular stimuli. We talk about all these levels, not only, not so. So now if I say I feel so calm, that's a statement, that's another thought. So in that thought, if you feel a value, then whatever that is the value that it has. So don't forget, whatever the statement, whatever the sound we hear, whatever the thing we see, whatever the smell, whatever the taste, or whatever the thought. So if you thought, I feel so calm, then if you feel like it is existing or it is a thing, like if you feel that's actually something true, then still you are inside the dream. And this is very difficult to understand. So because the stimuli are happening so fast, we might like forget that we are thinking. Yes, can someone join the discussion today?
Peruwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Peruwan Saranai to all Dharma friends. Let's worship Buddothpado and once again. And yes, Dr. Kokila, what you tried to explain is very clear because sometimes the words we use also, if we are not familiar with the vocabulary that someone else is using to explain the concept, then again we get confused also. It's very clear, Dr. Kokila. So actually in the morning, Aryan Wahanse gave a very good explanation about the path also. So it is again directly related to your explanation regarding this seeing the three worlds or three realms in the same stimuli. Although we look at this and we try to analyze the stimulus from different perspectives, it's more or less the same, isn't it? You all are trying to help us to see the reality, the pure truth, the how we have got caught in this world. We actually just the projections of the sensory faculties and
so
yes.
Sudharma, then there,
Yes, yeah.
seeing the reality again, we can understand the reality, but actually going piercing through and becoming the child or becoming the fetus is different. That's where we fail.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, that we have to do through the wisdom. Actually, we can't say we do, but still now the
It
torch
happens.
is
It just happens.
It happens. It
Yeah,
just
it happens.
happens because Dr. Kokila in the morning also, Aryan Wahanse very beautifully explained the significance of wise attention, yoniso manasikara, and this yatha bhuta jnana, what you said, to this reality, the mechanism, the strategy behind this illusionary creation, the whole entire story of this vibrations generating power as a natural phenomenon, and also the nature of the self vibration or these taints that when we know that thoroughly, if we can actually not as a person, naturally that awareness arises, and there is no other way to, as you also said, get, I mean, jump from one layer to another. If we take these three layers of ignorance or this value attribution at physically, if we try to visualize, one cannot jump from one to another. It,
No, we
as
try
you
to do
said,
it in our mind.
yeah, yes, but
Yeah,
it is.
that is what we usually do initially. We try to do
Hmm.
it because everything, like if our mother come and say, we are going to go for a trip tomorrow, we will kind of have an idea. Like we will do this and that, what you will pack and all that stuff will come to your mind. So you will have an idea. But unless you go through the trip, only, you will understand these are the things that they said that they will go through. So like if you like imagine going to Singaraja, if you have never gone to Singaraja before, the teachers will say, okay, or someone will say, we are taking you to Singaraja, and then we will actually imagine that, we will try to think about it, we will have a description about it, we will read about it, we will have an idea about it, but actually going only will make it real. So likewise in this situation also, non-vibration has to be felt. That is the challenge here. So the non-vibration to be felt, at least for a fraction of a second, non-vibration to be felt, you have to actually understand the stimuli fully. You can't do it inside your mind.
Yes, that's
You
very
can't
clear.
do it inside your mind. So that is where we struggle. So what is the answer to that? That day, Dr. Sakuntala asked that question that day. Answer to that is to understand that self can't do anything here, and to relax so much so that the piercing will happen one day. That's only thing. But to happen to that, for that to happen, actually the noble friend should be talking about this, that there is something like this. No one can be sure about non-self perception unless you have felt that. And in the middle, in that path to Singaraja, we will stop somewhere, but we haven't gone to Singaraja. So we can say we feel so happy about this trip, but we haven't gone to Singaraja yet. Like that, it's just an example. You can't actually compare that. But what I'm trying to say is, if you kind of get stagnated here and there, because you feel so good, you just might miss the chance before we kind of because we have the whole chance. But again, I have to reiterate, what can we do? We can only understand this truth and then relax, because there's nothing the self vibration can do here. Nothing. Because self vibration is the reason that we actually listen to Dhamma initially. Self vibration says, yes, there's Nirvana, we'll go, we'll pack things and go. That's the way the self vibration works. But then, because it says that it will get rid of suffering, because self vibration doesn't like suffering, so it will pack things up and will start try to get a good vehicle and go. But then as we try to go, the noble friend keep telling us, You know, you can't. You can't stop doing that. You can't. Then you realize, okay, then that's not how it can be happen. So that's where you relax. That's where you give up, kind of give up. Not giving up fully, but give up in the mind of the self vibrations priority, because self vibration always has a lot of things in agenda, and nirvana becomes an agenda, and that agenda always get reinforced when we talk in such a way that get reinforced. Yeah, there's nirvana, yeah, we go. But then whenever there is self vibration involved, cessation of suffering is not there. Why? Because we think that we feel good, but still the underlying self vibration is they are laughing at us because it is happily there, because then now the person is also feeling happy now, so it's happily there. So if we can do something, what we can do is few things: listen to Dhamma, discuss Dhamma, and the thing you said, the Yonso Manasikare, that is what's the
Wise
word?
attention.
Wise
That
attention.
is
Wise
again
attention.
mindful.
Yeah, that one. And you know, like try and understand how this happened, how this whole this happened, how the duality happened, how duality is a actual illusion, how actually this side, the feeling that this side is there, is an illusion. To prove that, you have to feel the non-self vibration in the sound. The non-self perception. It's the absence of self vibration. So that's, we have so many things, but realizing this, discussing this with the noble friend, realizing that there's nothing much you can do, there's nothing the self vibration can do. That's what Venerable Ananda in Lord Buddha's time, that's what he finally gave up. He gave up because there was a kind of thing that he wanted to, because he has to. He's the one who knows Dhamma by heart, like kind of everything by heart. He is the one who stood by Lord Buddha all the time, so he knows everything. But then only an arahant can attend that meeting, and he knew. How does he know? He knows, and that's the thing, because he has felt it once. So he tried his best, but he couldn't. So likewise, this, whenever this we are kind of trying to do something, or that doesn't work, and that's what is the message Arahant Wahanse gives. He doesn't tell it to like someone who has listened to Dhamma for 1 year or so, or 2 years or so. But if someone has listened to this Dhamma for a long time, he would definitely ask that person, why are you doing this? Why are you just feel this Dhamma and just let it happen? That's the most difficult part. People can't wait and let anything happen. People has to intervene. People has to do something. People, they have to. They can't just wait. Even waiting. If you think about waiting, then there's someone who is waiting. So you can't win. That's where you give up. And that's where you will pierce one particular stimuli and feel the vibration, self-vibration, as well as the non-self perception. Yes.
And Dr. Kokila, if we all these guidelines or advices given by Namaste and Dhamma friends like you, actually each word counts or each word matters, because if we now when Aryana says okay, let it happen, let go of Dhamma, sometimes we still feel like no, I must listen to more and so on. But when you stop there and relax and actually some awareness is left. We shouldn't be scared of forgetting Dhamma facts and this I mean all the phenomena, I mean the stories behind mind creation, all the theories. We shouldn't be scared of letting them go. Some all Dhamma sermons and all answers, all advices have created some awareness. I mean, have had some unexplainable impact on, I can't say on the self, but within. So that brightens and brightens day by day, and that helps us to actually gradually to that alleviates the strength or the burden that we have put, the weight we have put on the world including the self. So that gradually happens. I don't know whether I was able to explain what I was like trying to say. Yeah, that is a natural phenomenon. And Dr. Kokila, in the section that Shani read today, what does I mean re-emphasized was that mind creation is a natural phenomena, like the this Irtuniyama, the law of seasons, this climate stuff, then Bijaniyama, law of seeds and how plants grow from seeds as a natural phenomena, then Karma Niyama, action and effect, same way Chitta Niyama, this mind creation. Yesterday there were beautiful examples, the wind and the river. Wind is just the speed, river is just the speed. So this feeling of the existent mind also comes due to this speed. That's what it is. I mean, you also explained, because this mind, as humans, we are privileged that we can use the although we call mind the culprit, it is the savior. In other words, we are using the mind. We say that urage malu urage, so we use the mind to liberate from the mind, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? So Surangika is also there.
Yeah, that is why because this is happening very fast. That's why whatever the 6D world or 7D world or whatever the 3D world has happened. That's why. That's where the form world is. That should be understood. And then once, if you actually in one particular stimuli, if you directly don't feel that value, it will be directly into the feel of tense. But yeah, Surangika, can you add something? Don't know whether she is able to today. Yeah.
Looks like she is not in a position to talk. She is there.
Dr. Kokila. Yes, I think that's a very fine point that you are continuing to raise in these discussions, isn't it, Dr. Kokila, which is being, it's a, I don't know what to say. What shall I say? It's a
like
finer point
how people
to,
can relax. Yeah. We just have to at one point understand that the mind can't do anything. That's where the turning point is actually, when you understand that the mind is just the mind. It's just a mirage. It's not the mirage, actually, it is the Maya. Not sure what word we use for that, the Vijnana Maya thing.
Illusory consciousness.
Is that how it is told in the book?
That's how we use mind consciousness. Oh, Mayava illusory conscious.
Yeah, the
Maya
illusion.
is an illusion, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, how this mind consciousness or the mind gives this beautiful illusion that we all have, you know, we are blinded with that illusion. We feel like everything is existing. That's what we understand. We actually, it's so beautiful. We keep understanding this through Dhamma and Noble Friend discussions. Everyone keep understanding this every day, that not just simple dukkha satya, not that, not just that level, but there is it no dukkha satya, dukkha satya. I'm not sure how to tell that in English, but because these things are rarely discussed, so we can feel we can have a suffering because we have lost something, or we have lost one of our, family member or something like that. But that is also kind of suffering, yes. But there is a bit more to it. So we keep understanding all these things. We keep understanding how deep this samsaric cycle is, how it became a cycle, how Lord Buddha explained that this one vibration, it changes the form. Like in one time it would be giving a illusion of human sensory organs. So it will be America, Australia, Sri Lanka, whatever. We have so many things, and we kind of live in that without any hesitation, and we don't even know that it's an illusion. But listening to this Dhamma will actually change the whole way you look at this world, and you understand it's just the sensory organ production. The world that we see, or we hear, or we feel, or we think is just a production of the sensory organs. But what we feel extra is because whatever the production becomes a thing. It can happen in several levels, but yes, but it's just one stimuli becoming a thing. It can be a thing in like necklace having a cost of like 300,000, 200,000, or whatever the thousands, and then you can feel losing it gives me suffering. But then beneath that, there's another levels of suffering too. So it's such a beautiful Dhamma that any form of suffering is gone. Not just limited to humans. Not just, it's not limited. You can't put a limit to this suffering. Suffering has so many levels, and Lord Buddha actually had an answer. Other teachers of Lord Buddha had answers to different levels, but Lord Buddha actually found the answers to every suffering. But nowadays, people who listen to Dhamma especially in English-speaking world, they might misunderstand Dhamma being just about suffering. That's not the thing. It's cessation of suffering. I don't know how actually that has gone to the world, that if it is Lord Buddha's Dhamma, that should be mostly talking about suffering. No, it's not the case. It's actually winning the suffering. There's no suffering at all. And that's the message we have to put across. How beautiful this Dhamma is, how important this Dhamma is to live happily at this moment, not next moment. How it can give you not just basic happiness that we know from getting something. Like example, getting the necklace. How, if you get a necklace, if someone was actually thinking about a necklace and someone actually buy you a necklace, you will be like, wow, that wow effect will be there. And, so you might feel so happy. But this is beyond that level. This is a happiness where you will be happy even if the necklace is lost, even if your leg is lost, even if you are dying, that happiness will be there. So that is kind of, that is the outcome of the cessation of suffering. So this actual message is not fully gone so to the world. And a lot of people, if we talk about Lord Buddha's Dhamma, they will definitely think about the, sitting down and doing a meditation. I mean, 99%, I think that is the case. The whole world will be like thinking about sitting down and doing a meditation and going to like a very good place so that all the problems are forgotten or all the problems are not there. Or you will have some very, very happy moments there that you will definitely has to sit again to get for the meditation. So this Dhamma, the insight, what do we call that? Insight meditation, is it? This truth, how we go through,
Vidarshana, insight meditation.
Yeah, insight meditation. So through that, we just keep understanding how this suffering happened. That's all we did. I mean, that's all we can do. How did this suffering happen? How did this self-vibration continue to give suffering? We keep understanding that, that's all. And through that, there is kind of happiness even in a dangerous calamity. So, yeah, this is rare. We do get that. We do understand that this is rare. Insight meditation is rare. And insight meditation is difficult for people to understand. So they just give up. They just give up. Even concentration meditation is difficult. I think there's not much people who try that either. But insight meditation can be more worse because you have to actually keep understanding how this suffering has occurred, suffering or the self-vibration, how it brought about all these problems. And also, without a good teacher, it's very difficult. So that's where Buddothpado, the Dhamma discourses are going to change this, the way they look at the life, way they look at the suffering, way they look at the existence the way they look at being alive, the way they look at the consciousness, the way they look at nirvana or non-vibration, absence of vibration. So yeah, we have kind of a big task here, but we just try to do our best with whatever resources we have. It's the only message here is this is a beautiful Dhamma where you will feel it then and there, not in next birth or anything, not when you die. You will be in such a blissful state where you don't have to change anything. It's not that you have to sit somewhere to get that blissful state. You don't have to do anything to get that state. If you understand Dhamma and if you feel it, if you feel that there's non-existence, how existence was a illusory thing, definitely the suffering is not going to persist. There can be a difficulty in giving this message, but still, yes, Surangika, can you add a bit more? Yes.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I think it's that when you were mentioning that, I was thinking back in the day, you're quite right about the concentration meditation and this meditation. Some people are quite good at it, and I used to remember when I used to do meditation those days, and certain days it's really good and one can concentrate, but sometimes you just can't. And then I used to think, if one cannot concentrate even with the eyes closed, because so much of stimuli kind of arises when the eyes are open. Now we know through telepathization, but keeping the eyes open itself means that there's like thousands and thousands of thoughts that spring to mind through that mechanism. But back in the day, I used to think that how can one even do sati sampajanna with the eyes open when it's so difficult to do concentration meditation even with the eyes closed. And so that is where the beauty of this Dhamma comes in, isn't it? Because it doesn't happen that way even to begin with. It's just such a wrong view of thinking back in the day. And that is why I think sometimes people don't understand and they take the easy way out and think that, a little bit of peace and quiet through the meditation is good enough for me. I mean, that's all type of thing. But if one really wants to understand the truth here and find out the truth, then it is only through that quest that one actually comes across this Dhamma and then is able to practice Sati Sampajanna without even thinking of Sati Sampajanna, isn't it? Because all what is being focused on is the understanding the mechanism of the mind. And by doing that, one invariably, the Sila. The Sila automatically is there. The Sila itself is the understanding that the thought
Good morning, everybody. So let's start our morning Dhamma discourse. Let's observe something very carefully. Right now, thoughts appear. It feels so solid, important. We don't see this thought as a thought itself. When we experience it in this world, we don't see this is a concept, lila concept, a thought. We see a solid chair, a vase, a book, a bottle. That's how we really see. And that book, that chair, that table is the thought. So we never question this reality. We don't see these thoughts as thought. We see these things as objects, solid things. So what is it actually? To see this illusion, these things, these people, these animals, these objects, this solid feeling of those things, that they are not real, we have to observe, we have to learn how these thoughts are created, how these objects feels as if real, how these objects, these thoughts are feel like the reality itself, how these objects are seen as reality, as objects, but not as thought. Let's take a simple example. A book. It feels like one thing, not as a thought, but as a thing. But that's the thought. But it is built from colors, sounds. Sound means the word, taste, smell, texture, everything in it, with it. That's the thought. This feeling as if feel like a real solid object. That's the thought. But we are unable to see it. We see objects solid, strong. We don't see it is a built up concept, a thought. Now, if we separate these each sense of contact in a thought, we can see there's no one solid 3D object here. It's a combination of these sense of contact. That's why it feels vivid. That combination, we blindly start to believe it as a 3D object. From our mind, we create its 3D. It has a 3D object. Because none of these sense contacts give us a 3D real solid object. They give just sensor contacts, simple vibrations. But from our mind, we combine this and give it a power, make it a 3D, do all the work. And that is the thought itself. There's nothing like that thought we can find from the outside. It's just a mental construction, an illusion created by this mind. But the thing is, we blindly believe that what this mind created, this illusion, this 3D object, is out there, existing. That's our ignorance, that's our illusion. So, if we separate the thought, we only get separate sensor contacts, not one single solid thing or an object. Now let's dive deep. This is how we see the world, as thoughts, but we don't know they are thoughts. We think this is the reality. These are things, objects outside. So, but the thing is, when we see a book once, we remember it as a book. And again, when we see it for like a fifth time, we still see it as a book. So how does this happen? There is a process of resonance, same exact mechanism of two tuning forks of same frequency that vibrates. When one was hit, that the other one start to resonance, match the frequency, and start to vibrate itself. Same thing applies to these thoughts. Only one sense of contact needs to be triggered right at this moment. That sense of contact triggers this whole patterns, resonance, this whole thought. Thought that includes that sense of contact. Let's say a vision or some bunch of colors, some colors. So now, right now, that colors occurring, this vision occurring, sees happening, and suddenly a pattern, a vision, same, similar to what occurs now, start to resonate. But the thing is, it doesn't come along. If there is a thought created from that pattern, that colors, that vision, then that thought comes with that. So it's not just only that colors resonating now. It comes with the whole package of the thought. Now, with that resonance comes the sound, comes the taste, comes the smell, comes the touch. And the thing is, because of that thought is powerful, those other sense content doesn't come alone. They come as a whole package, as a whole thing, as a thought itself. So that's why when we see, when this scene occurring, we don't just remember the scene, but we remember that object because this thought has more power than that scene, that vision itself. So that's why more attention, more power is given to thought. So thought is the one highlighting here. Thought is the one coming. So likewise, thoughts appears. And the thing is, that thought, it resonating the previous one, not the previous one itself. Right now, this mind recreates, reconstructs a thought similar to that previous one. So each and every time when this resonance happens, this mind recreates another thought itself. So let's look at it again. Let's say a vision is triggered, and this vision triggered the past thought with that vision. So when that thought was triggered, in here, that thought is recreated again in this mind sensor. So each and every time this process happens, but we can't touch it, we can't see it. It happens in split seconds. We cannot find it. It's so fast. Not just a vision, maybe a sound, like the word, can also activate a thought. Likewise, the smell, the taste, touch, everything can trigger thoughts. But whatever thought appearing at this moment, it's not came from the past. It is reconstructed right at this moment. So it's similar to the previous thought that was created. Not it itself, but something similar to that is created right at this moment. So that's what happens. And also, that previous thought didn't come to the self. It was triggered by this vision, by this word, by this sound, by this smell, by this taste. What happens is, when it was triggered, something similar to that was recreated again in this mind, in this moment. The thoughts are always appearing and disappearing like that. Thoughts are always resonating with the previous created thought. So, thought itself is something not fresh, newly created right at this moment. It's something similar to a previous thought. So, we are always using a previous thought, which means past, to judge, to interpret this moment. We are always living in the past, not right at this moment. So now the key point, even though thoughts are not real, even though the thoughts are recreated right at this moment, even though thoughts are resonating with something previously created, none of this matters. What really matters is they still feel real right at this moment. When we are experiencing the world, these thoughts, or else what we take as objects, things that feel real. This thought, these objects, they feel real, they feel solid, they feel existing. But in reality, they are constructed, they are combinations of sense content. Because of this combination, they make it as if a one whole thing, which gives it power, which makes it more vivid, more obvious, more details to it, which makes that illusion stronger. So this object feeling is not came from the outside. Like from our mind, we feel there's definitely a thing, a solid object there. There's a definite feeling, an existent feeling in us. As there is definitely an object, no doubt. So that's the illusion. And that's done by the power of this thought. It's not simple right now. Let's say for a child, when the thought is newly created, the fresh thought, they still haven't hung up on this world. They still haven't attached to this world. So for them, the thought is lighter. But for us, for adults, they have used that same thought for a long time. Now it's not light. It's very heavy, strong. That's why it feels more realistic, more vivid as the reality itself. That's why we strongly feel it as a solid thing because we are used to it. That's the way we saw this world. That was our perception. That was the way we interpret the world. So we keep using it again and again over those years or to our whole life. Now, undoubtedly, it feels obvious. It feels real. It feels as if real because we use it, we see it in that way as habitual. So that's the power. That object feeling is created. It is the power of that thought. The more powerful it is, the more realistic it feels, more solid it feels. In all about these things, there's another part to this philosophy that is the illusion of control. Now, let's dive deep. It feels like not just the objective there, but I am looking at that object. I am thinking. I am choosing. I am doing. I am controlling these things. But if we observe carefully, you can notice this self is same as that object. That object feels as real, as solid, as strong, as existing. That same thing applies to this self. It feels real, feels solid, it feels continuous, it feels existing. So this self and these objects outside, they're not one, they're not two things. It's the same thing, same thoughts. These are thoughts, not different things. And our illusion is we think this self controls everything, affected by everything, even the thinking. This self thinks, I am the one who's thinking, I am the one who's controlling. But this self, this thought is added to limit, like adding an object to a vision, or taking a vision as an object to a thought. We add this self to the end of the experience. But if we observe properly, we can see it ourselves. Did we choose the first content, first tense content? Did we choose the resonance? Did we choose the selection? Did we choose the next thought? Or did it all happen automatically on their own without our control? But the thing is, each, each and everything happening so fast. So that's why we are unable to see it. That's why we feel as if it's real. So, but this control, this self appears after this event, after this thought was created. But since it's happening so fast, we have so as these thoughts appearing, this process happening so fast, we have confused it as the self is the first one to appear and do these things. But it's our ignorance. We are blindly believing the self is doing it. That's not the truth. That's not what really happens. But because they are happening so fast, we can't find the correct sequence. We won't, we can't, we are unable to see. So we are assuming, the self is the one who's doing all of this, thinking, controlling everything. And not only once, throughout our whole life, we thought in that way. That was our own perception. That was the way we viewed the world. That was the way we used to see each and everything. So now, even though it's not real, it feels real because we used to it. We used it as a habit for a long time. Now it comes natural, even without thinking. Even though it's not the truth, it's not the reality. So this control is constructed. It's not truly directing the process. It is added later after the event happened. So this self, it try to own things. It's also part of this emotion, these thoughts. This is how we are used to. This is how we will experience this throughout our whole life till we listen to this Dhamma. We are so used to this way of thinking, this way of believing this illusion, this reality. First, it always happens right. First, there's a trigger, a sense of content, and it triggers a thought, and the thought comes, and suddenly a self is added to that. Enough. But even though it comes after, we are illusional, believing we are the ones who's doing everything. That's what happening for each and everything we experience. Whether it's a book, whether it's a chair, whether it's a table, whether it's a human, whether it's an animal, anything we experiencing in that way. We are looking at those things in that way. That is our perception. That is the way of we interpret things this whole time. So not just once, each and everything was interpreted, thought like that way. So we cannot reverse this way of thinking just at once. It takes time to undo this. It takes time to get back to the normal way. We cannot force it. We have to let it untangle itself. The only thing we can do is to try to understand this truth, how this process, how these thoughts work, how thoughts appear. These thoughts, our thoughts are real as they feel like, as they affect us. Are those objects are real things, solid, but they are thoughts that build up concept. We have to penetrate these thoughts. We have to understand how this illusion works. And eventually, when you moving towards this illusion, this construction, this fakeness of this reality, then the power of those thoughts, power of this that belief, that wrong belief of this illusion as the reality slowly start to lose sense. It's great. Slowly start to loosen. That we cannot force that thing. It happens automatically. It happens when we understand, when we deeply understand this is exactly an illusion. Not by knowledge, but by experience, but by deep understanding. So let's get back to what we were discussing. So ownership, this awareness is also not in the present. It is added. It's not in this original process. Not in that sense of contact, not in those thoughts, but another thought and then later on. Because that's how we are used to it. So it comes automatically also. Then it comes as not just a thought. I am thinking, my thoughts, my objects, my book, my chair, my bottle. So there is a thinker, an owner is created from that thought itself. It's the past part of this whole process. So this self is occurring. This self is blue. It repeats for each and every thought. Let's say a thought of chair comes, and then a thought of book comes, and then thought of a carpet comes. Each and every time thought may differ, but the self is there. So the self is there for each and every thought, which makes it more powerful. Not just once, not just twice. We use this to see the throughout our whole life, all those years. For each and every thought, object, thing we see, there is this self. I am the one who sees. I am the one who's observing. So this self was every time there. So it's undoubtful this self has more power, powerful thought, a powerful belief, a powerful illusion of an existent self. So it feels powerful. Also, it feels continuous. This self feels stable, real, central, because of its power, its strong nature, because of the habit, because of we used it each and every time you see object. That's why it said, whatever you believe as a thing, object, whatever becomes a thing, object for you, that is the self itself. The chair is me. The apple is me. That book is me. That itself is designers. Because the only thing that happens is a vision of it. And the rest, this whole process comes afterward. We start to interpret that vision as a thought, as an object. And also there is this self who is object, who is experiencing it. None of that came from that vision itself. It's both that making it an object and the self came with, triggered with that vision. So it's the part of this illusion. They come both appears together. So that's why this vision, this thought, and this self is the same thing. We separated this vision into two things, as an object, as a self. We separated these colors, this vision, into two things, not actually existing, but from our mind. We automatically separate same thing, but two different interpretations. Thing is, both of them are illusions, part of the same illusion. So that's why the chair is the me, that book is the me itself. So in the end, what really happens is when you understand this truth, this Dhamma, this power, the thought starts to reduce. Like we said, that thought itself is this I, this me, this self. So, which means this self also losing its power. It's the same illusion, but we believed as two different entities as object or self. But that illusion, these two different things appear from that's once in second time. So in the end, what happens is this illusion starts loosens its power, which means this self loosens its power. And in the end, what we believe as real is no longer feel as strongly real. What we felt as a powerful self there, that also start to loosen. That strong thought loosen and becomes something soft, something light. So we will rest there. We'll end our morning summer discourse for today. And on Sunday, everybody.